What's up, nerds? How's it going? Welcome to the show. I hope you're all doing well. Let me get you lined up nice so I can see you. I want to be able to see all your glorious selves. If it's your first time on the show, say hi. I think we're going to have probably a handful of first-timers here today. That's my guess. That's what I'm thinking. But we're going to see. Anyway, hi, welcome. Welcome. My name is CinderBlocksally. I am a YouTuber and an occasional streamer. Now, if you got here on time, you do have to deal with one thing, unfortunately. But we're going to play some fun music while we do it. And that unfortunate thing that you have to be here for is the moment where I need to put all the notifications in Discord that I'm live. It's going to take a couple seconds. How's everybody feeling today? How's everybody's artificers coming along, huh? You guys making some artificers? One second. Artificers for DnD Shorts $1,000 contest. And we're just on YouTube today. Why? Well, I don't know. Well, made sense, I think. Okay, that posted it there. I'm going to post it once in D&D Shorts' thing. Just a heads up. My stream for Artificer feedback is live. No pressure. You come back. No pressure. You... okay, boom. There. Posted. Okay, now I can look at you guys. What's up? Who's here? What's up, Benson? What's up, Aragon? What's up, Zanist? What's up, Tezzy Jazz? Tez is Jazz. Excuse me. Ocean Winds, Gary, Duke Ultracat. Come on! How's it going? What's up, Dungeon Management? Gina! You glorious Tyrannosauri. How are you doing on this wonderful day? You were 2 words under the max? Ooh, so Pord, we're gonna... okay. We are gonna do... Okay, everybody calm down. Calm down for a second, everybody. Let's talk about what we're gonna do today. Because I think that you said something very important there, my dear sir. Something very important indeed. 1 second. I'm usually much quicker at clicking buttons. But today, I am less quick. Oh, it's because all my fucking... Ooh, we're gonna start a little calmer, I think. Yes. Because I want to talk about what we're gonna do today. My guess, and Pord, if I don't, in the next... when I'm done this little rant I go on, if I don't go back to the thing you said about being 2 words under, please remind me, because I can sometimes go on a tangent and then forget the reason why I went on the tangent. Okay, this isn't a tangent, by the way. This is important. My guess is that for a lot of people that are sending in Homebrew today, that are getting feedback or asking for feedback, is that it is one of their first times doing so. That might not be the case, but most people don't regularly get creative writing critiques, let alone creative writing critiques for their D&D game design. So, if you haven't had a lot of critiques before, or you haven't given a lot of critiques before, there's a couple things that are just important to keep in your mind. I would say the most important thing is to remember that if you are sending in some writing, and that writing is getting critiqued, whatever anybody says or thinks about that writing is really not an indicator or a thing that is about you at all. It is not a reflection on you. It is not a reflection on your potential or how fun you might be or how smart you might be. It really isn't. any feedback that is given to anything that we look at today, or really anytime you're doing any creative writing, is directed very specifically, or it should be directed very specifically at the piece, where it is in its current iteration. So as much as you might want to get defensive about your homebrew, or as much as you might feel like hurt if someone has something they don't like about it, or see something that feels broken, or jank is a word that I use a lot. It's okay to feel that way because you put your heart and your soul into the things you make creatively. So it's like, it's silly to say that you're not going to have feelings about it. But remember that any of those criticisms, you have a choice to make with all of them. You can decide that they don't know what they're talking about, and you can ignore them, which is honestly what you probably should do at least 50% of the time. One of the hardest things to do when you're trying to become a good writer is learning what feedback to listen to and what to ignore. And then the other thing, though, is any struggle that they are having with your homebrew is honest. It's real. So you might not like that they feel that way, but you do have to come to the term. You have to either decide that they don't know what they're talking about, or you have to face the reality that the thing you wrote evoked that reaction. And then you can take that and decide how you want to either change or not change your homebrew based on that. It's very weird. It's very emotional. It's hard not for it to be emotional. So I just want to do a big disclaimer at the beginning of this. If you have made homebrew, if you have sent in homebrew, if we look at homebrew, I will 100% have criticism. I can find criticism to give for any homebrew, for anything, because giving criticism isn't saying something is finished or not finished. It's just saying what you feel about it. And everybody has opinions about everything. So don't go into this with the expectation that I'm going to say this is great. I'm almost certainly going to tear your piece apart. But I'm going to try to do it in a way that is respectful, and I'm going to try to do it in a way that is reasonably educational, where we can sort of learn from it, and ideally someone else that wrote an artificer subclass where we're not looking at their specific home subclass. Hopefully something that we say about yours will help theirs and vice versa. But yeah, I get intense in these sometimes. I'm going to try my best to be a little calmer than I normally am, just because I do know we have a lot of new people here today. But just know that I have nothing but respect for you, and anyone else that is taking the time to try to give you feedback. They're not just saying this is bad. This is bad isn't really feedback. They're doing it because they want to make the thing that you care about better. So you are valid. You are respected. You have worth just by making a thing. I don't need to like your thing for it to be good. And yeah. Oh, and if you want to in the chat give feedback, you should. Whenever we look at a piece, I'm going to share it so everyone can kind of look at it together. And the most important thing to think about if you're giving feedback is it's okay to say that you don't like something, but you always want to try to explain why you don't like it. And you don't really just want to say, I don't like it. You kind of want to skip saying I don't like it and just go right to the explanation. So for example, I skimmed a lot of these before we started. I think I have 30 some submissions. I think I skimmed 20 of them. A lot of them are very confusing in the way they're written. And there's parts of them that I really didn't like. But I wouldn't say I don't like this. I would just skip to why I didn't like this. Well, I didn't like it because the sentence was confusing and it made me feel confused while I was reading it. And I don't want to feel confused when I'm reading a subclass. I want it to be excited. So I would skip the part where I say I don't like it, and I would just say the confusing part, explanation. So that's the kind of headspace we want to be in when we're giving feedback. Does that all sound good for everybody? Cool? Are you and D&D collaborating? Both thumbs were exactly the same recently. I'm not collaborating with him at all on this. Literally, I saw his video and I was like, this is so great, because I do a lot of streams where I try to promote people writing homebrew, and I've been doing these feedback review homebrew challenge homebrew writing streams for a couple years now. So I was just like, I want to do a stream for this because I know a lot of your audience, he has a much bigger audience than I do, and I know a lot of them probably don't spend nearly as much time drafting or redrafting or thinking about, I don't know, I just thought it would be helpful, and I thought it would be really fun. So I just DM'd him on Discord and was like, yo, do you mind if I do this? And he said no. He also told me that he's probably not going to show up. And specifically, he does not going to show up because he doesn't want this show to interfere with his and the judge's decision making, which I actually think is great. So don't, if you're expecting him to pop in, get the fuck out of here. He ain't stopping by. But yeah. Okay. So let me show you guys how this works. All of the information, if you want to participate, either if you want to participate in D&D Shorts' contest, which is a $1,000 prize pool, prize-winning Artificer subclass contest, which is crazy. It's linked in the video description, and if you want to submit Homebrew for tonight, it is also linked in the video description. So all of that should be clear. Okay, let me show you guys how this works. Let me see what's going on here. 1 second. Okay, so I have a submission form that you all filled out, or many of you filled out. Hopefully you filled out. Oh, yes. Oh, a lot of you did. Lovely. Oh, we have 38 submissions. We are probably not going to get through all of them. We usually don't. But let me show you what we do here. So, ready, steady, boom! I'm a little smaller today. Normally, I'm like this big. Wait, this is actually, if you're new to the channel, this is usually people's favorite view of me. But I try not to, I keep that one for the fans, Lee. Cinder, you're so funny. Okay, so this is how it works. Oh my god, I got so little. Wait, I need to be a little bit bigger. Wait, I'm upside down? Oh god. Wait, okay, I'm back. That was, what the If you're new to my show, I'm very serious about my job, and I'm very professional. Okay, so here's the wheel. Everybody's name is on it. We spin the wheel, and then whichever piece we spin on the wheel, keep it upside down. Listen, guys. I do a lot of work to manifest in a 3-dimensional space for you guys. Okay, I can't be spinning it around haphazard. I get lost. I'll get lost. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to dive into this? Don't be scared. Be proud. Bucket a 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 bucket. Who's first? Who's first on the chopping block? Gizmo. Okay, Gizmo, great name. Oh, and by the way, if you submit Homebrew during the stream, I will put it on the wheel. I refresh the wheel. I update the wheel every spin. Did you guys see I just had a little, like, brain explosion? Okay, so let's see what Gizmo has for us. Not Gustav. Sorry, Gustav. But you might get spun later. Gizmo. This is what Gizmo says about their homebrew. I wanted to create an artificer subclass. Maybe a big while I read it. I wanted to create an artificer subclass that focused on the biological rather than the mechanical. The Chimera Master creates a companion to the player similar to the Battlesmith. The difference being the companion has a large amount of customizability throughout the application of mutations to the Chimera, such as Prensite Tail, Spider Leg, etc. Okay, that's enough. I don't think we need to read the whole info. Well, we can read the whole thing. We'll be respectful. You're new. Normally I skim. At later levels, the subclass grants the ability to cast transmutation spells more expertly, and the capstone ability. Okay, you're just telling us what the thing is. We don't need to know that. Okay. Let's take a look at it. If you want to follow along in the chat, here it is. And wibbity wobbity skibbity scobbity. Boom. Let me make it bigger. Get big. Also, move, dude. Dude, you're blocking the... You're in the way. Get out of the way. Okay. The Artificer. The Chimera Master. In general, I'm going to try to read the whole thing of all of these, but if your homebrew needs, in my opinion, some fundamental thought in the early on core foundational features, I might not break down the whole thing. I might kind of just focus in on one thing and be like, this is the thing I think you should really address. Awesome. Chimera Master. Throughout the plains, there should be a comma after the word plains here. There are many examples of chimeric beasts and monsters that call them home. I would completely rewrite this first sentence, and I would say, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what this sentence tells us about the subclass literally at all. So I might not have this be my opening sentence. You kind of want your flavor text to jump right in. You want to spend... If you don't mention the subclass name in the first sentence, you kind of have to in the second. There's... The idea... Here's the thing you got to think about with flavor text. With flavor text, your flavor text is basically like a hallway that leads to the homebrew, which is like a room at the end of the hallway. You want that hallway to be as easy and pleasant to get through as possible. And unless you are like a really brilliant writer, that's going to mean writing really succinctly. So, for example, this sentence that says what the Chimera Master does, this probably should be the first sentence. This sentence, rather. I think this is a much stronger first sentence than this intro. Even though this intro explains about it, I would get this information in later. All right, we're gonna jump ahead to the features. We got spells: jump, long strider, alter self, dragon's breath, fly, water breathing, giant insect, polymorph, awaken, skill empowerment. I think this is a really solid spell list for this vibe of artificer. Chat, if you disagree or if you feel like there's a more optimal pick here, please let me know. But honestly, for somebody that's doing like chimera body mutation stuff, this is solid. I think this is really good. I can't. I mean, there's not. One of the main thing that I'm looking for, or that I think anyone is really looking for, spider climb could also be on this list for sure. For sure, spider climb would make sense here too. The main thing that you're looking for with your spell list when you're building an artificer is it has to do one of two things, but it ideally does both. It doesn't have to do both, but it really does have to do one of two things. It either has to support the flavor of the subclass in a really clear and profound sort of way, which is what I think this does. That's the category that I think this falls into. The other thing that it could do is it could really clearly support the mechanical play style of the subclass. So if you have a subclass, for example, that is like, I am the ice wind artificer and I make a tube of ice wind. You could just give them a bunch of ice and wind spells. That could work. Or maybe their core mechanic is built around difficult terrain and movement. So you give them a bunch of spells and abilities that are like AoE difficult terrain and movement spells. You see what I mean? Or in an ideal world, you do a bit of both. But I think this is solid. This third level feature looks long. Your experiments have allowed you to create a monstrous chimera. It's friendly to you and your companions. Okay, so this is just... Is this just... Let me just skim this. This looks like... What this should be is 99% cookie cutter what any of the having a minion rules are in, like, the updated rules. Not the 2024 rules, but, like, the Artificer Battlesmith or the Drake Warden Ranger, that sort of thing. You can create a guy. If you wish to create a chimera, you must have one or more medium large-sized beasts that have died within 24 hours. I would not do this. I'm going to tell you why I would not do this. The main reason why I wouldn't do this is it does two things, and they kind of sit on each other's toes, but they're different also. The first thing that it does is it makes it so the power of your subclass, the power of your character, is dependent on the decisions the Dungeon Master makes, as opposed to the decisions you make. And that's not great. The Dungeon Master has to actively be throwing in a lot of medium and large-sized beasts and running a campaign where it's, like, pretty chill to kill them casually. And that's just taking a lot of power away from the player. The other thing is that in most of the current iteration of the rules, at least, like, the current iteration of the 2014 rules, anything that is, like, a special summons... especially a special summons that comes from a subclass, you can just kind of get. You just get one free of, period. And maybe there's another, and there can sometimes be a special circumstance to get it back. Like maybe you can only get it back on a short rest, or maybe you can expend a spell slot to get it back, or there could be a number of things you could do. But you have to, if you wanted to do something weird with an artificer, I could see doing something, not with this one, but with a different one. I could see having to succeed on a certain tinkerer's check or something to like fix it really quickly. But you want to make it so they can immediately get that thing, kind of no matter what. Here's another way to think about it. And this is a little bit separate from artificers, and this is just more subclasses in general. It takes a long time to level up in D&D. Every time you get a subclass feature, it should feel kind of special. And a big part of making a subclass feature feel special is making the player be able to use it immediately. Because the last thing that you want, and sometimes there's always exceptions to rules. There's a lot of features that don't do this. But when you're talking about like your first subclass feature, like your third level feature, there's nothing worse than everyone getting to third level, everyone being really excited to do their cool new moves, and then you not being able to do your cool new move for like a session or two, or like half a session. Even half a session, I think, might be too much. So make it as, give the player access to it more quickly. In combat, it shares your initiative. Can you attack with a bonus action or an action? Let's see. Bonus action to attack with it. Okay, so other than that, it's basically just a regular summons, which is solid. Let's look at its stats. AC 10 plus proficiency bonus plus level of spell used. Oh, I missed something. Oh, you also have to expend a spell slot every time you cast it. Yeah. Cut off. Listen to me. This is one of those moments where you have to decide you agree with my opinion or not. My opinion is I would cut literally all of the stuff related to spell slot usage. And I see that you have the stat block scale with the level of the spell. Maybe this is because you took this, you built this off of summon spell mechanics. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe this is a decision that you decided you wanted them to be able to spend spell slots to make it more powerful. But I'm telling you right now, in my opinion, drop all this. Have it just scale have it scale with you. Have it scale with your proficiency bonus. It already does. I don't think you need to give it another. If you want to give it a way to, we're already giving it a way to power it up because you mentioned we're going to be getting like mutations and stuff later. This just seems like an extra level of work and also an extra level of resource that I just don't think makes sense to spend. Does it have any initial features at all? Basic attack, and you pick upon creation. Cool, great, love that. The other thing that you could do here is you could pick. You could have it be so like maybe it has 3 separate types of attacks. So when you build it, you pick one. So it could have like a melee attack that hits once really hard, and a ranged attack that hits okay hard, or like 2 melee attacks that hit lighter or something like that. If you wanted to build mutation stuff into the initial creation. No pressure either way. How many mutations does it get? I'm not seeing anything about mutations yet. Okay, so you didn't. I think they're just going to be here. The following list contains many mutations that you can grant your Chimera during its creation. If you wish to swap a mutation out with another, you must do so during a long rest. When a Chimera is created, it can only receive a certain amount of mutations being applied equal to your artificer levels. What? Equal to your artificer levels? Why? Unless you are gonna have 45 mutations, this just means that they get all of the mutations after like level 7. Do you have more than 5 mutations? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 mutations. So don't scale it like this, because scaling it like this just means that once you get to level 6, they have all 6 mutations. It doesn't matter if it's a word count thing. That's not an excuse. I'm telling you right now, a 1200 word count is not hard. This is me. I'm turning mean for a second. I'm going to be really blunt. 1200 words is not hard. The reason they did 1200 words wasn't to give you a challenge. The reason they did 1200 words was because they didn't want people to send them 30-page documents. So that is no bueno. It breaks it. So you need to come up with a different mechanic for how you're going to want to handle scaling these mutations. It could be Honestly, the way that I would probably do it is like you get one, or you probably, I mean, let's see what the mutations are, but it could be a couple things. It could be every time you create it, you just pick one, and you get one at level 3, and then you get a new one at level 5, so that by level 5, you have 2 at a time. That could work. Or you could make it so like at level 3, you pick 1, and then at level 5, you get 1, and then at a higher level, when you build it, you could get 2 at level 3, something like that. I don't think it should be a thing that scales as a number. I think it should, like, I would build into the core features, because you're not getting a million of them. We're getting 6. You know? If you're going to do it like Battlemaster Maneuvers, you got to keep in mind that the reason why Battlemaster Maneuvers does that is because you have 1,000 options. And the only reason having 1,000 options is reasonable on a Battlemaster is because every single one of them is like a 7-word sentence. They're very simple. Yeah, you could also do it like the Simic Hybrid, for sure, for sure. Let's see what these mutations are. Swim speed, land speed. You increase any ability of your Chimera by 2. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna tell you. If you want to increase the numbers of your Chimera, if you want numbers, here's the thing. You don't have that much room to build a subclass, and I feel like you're bumping into that immediately here. I don't think you need this feature literally at all. I think anytime you want to do a numbers go up thing, you build that into the core fucking thing. We don't, how many, like, what's the most exciting, here's the question to ask yourself. What's the most exciting part about building a Chimera? Is it playing Lego with which cool pieces the thing has, or is it making it a little stronger? I would argue it's playing with the cool pieces it has. I feel like you are missing out on another cool option here. So if I were you, I would, okay. If I were you, I'm not saying to get rid of any of your ideas, because everything here is working for the most part. But what I would do if I were you is I would completely reshuffle where these things come into play. So first of all, take a look at the new Beastmaster Ranger. So the new Beastmaster Ranger is kind of doing what your thing does, because when you summon the new Beastmaster Ranger, you pick between one of 3 types: a flying guy, a land guy, and a water guy. So it sort of is a little bit, it's doing, like, I would say at least half the work that this is doing so far. So what I would do if I were you is either when you summon the Chimera, pick between 3 different types or some amount of different types. Or when you summon the Chimera, really, really, really lean into the weird. Instead of doing the sort of basic, you get a swim speed, it gets a little bit of an extra attack kind of stuff. That kind of stuff can be in this. That kind of stuff can be in the stat block. You wanna save that interesting space for the mutations. So anything that's like you're doing your weird venom glands, you're camouflaging, you know, you have weird eye stalks that shoot minor beholder rays or whatever. Lean into the weird here, because all of this stuff is good in that it's like it's gonna work, but it's not really that evocative right now. Let's see what we get at level 5. Venomous glands. Chimera can now inject venom into its victims upon biting or stinging them. Try not to write with the word upon. Upon is not a good word to use in D&D writing. Use it again right here. Yeah, don't do that. Just say when you. So instead of saying upon hitting, say when you hit. When you hit is writing in the active tense. Upon hitting is writing in the passive tense. The passive tense does a thing to the person's brain that is reading it that makes them get a little lulled, because it's less energetic. And especially if you're making something like for a contest, these guys are going to be reading hundreds of these. You want them to feel fun. You want them to be energized by your writing. So avoid passive tense whenever possible. Use active tense as much as possible. Okay. So for example, this whole sentence could be, your Chimera gains a natural weapon attack that deals piercing damage, period. On a hit, the target must make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. You just be that. So probably similar in length. Or you could even just say, like, once per turn when your Chimera hits with a weapon attack, it can. And then instead of saying upon a failure, you say on a failure. On a failure, the target takes... I'm just sort of editing this as I read it, by the way. On a failure, the target takes 1d4 poison damage and becomes poisoned for an hour. An hour? That's really strong. That might be too strong. If you want to make them poisoned for a while, I would make it probably 10 minutes at the most. And I would let the target make a saving throw every round. Let them remake the save at the end of each of their turns. Because the poison condition gives you disadvantage and everything. It's strong. Applying multiple times and dealing extra damage feels more complicated than it's worth, to be honest. I don't think it matters that much. I feel like it adds wordiness to this feature that you don't need. I think the main thing this thing does is the poisoned condition. That's already really strong. And if you want it to do ongoing damage, it could do an additional 1d4 poison damage at the start of each of their turns while they remain poisoned, or something like that. Enhanced intellect. This literally the same feedback I had for everything before. I'm not sure why you need this feature. Not for everything before. For this same feedback as enhanced body. What is the next thing it gets? It gains the ability to be commanded as a free action and can now speak. Being commanded as a free okay, so this is very pedantic and annoying, but is worth knowing. There is no such thing as a free action in D&D. Whenever anyone writes and says as a free action, what it does to the person who's reading it is it pulls them out of the writing a little bit, because it doesn't sound like official D&D writing, because it's not how D&D writing works. So the way that you would say this it can now honestly, I'm not even sure how I would rewrite this sentence, but I'm going to tell you you don't need to, because for something to be commanded as a free action, which would mean that you could command it with no action required. Normally you put in parentheses no action required is the phrase. But that's at will is not no action required, because at will just means how often you could do it. So at will, it could still be a bonus action or an action or a reaction. At will just means how much resource it takes up. But you can command this thing to attack. So if you can command this thing to attack, no action required, you can just command it to attack infinitely. So I'm not exactly sure what the intention of this feature is. And I'm honestly literally same feedback for the first part, where I think make more weird stuff, man. This is a Chimera. We're not trying to build like Brainiac or a Frankenstein. This reads almost like I'm building like a Frankenstein, where it's like, I'm giving you life and intelligence. I'm not sure it can act on its own initiative. I don't think that means either. The word initiative isn't in this sentence. A third level feature shouldn't be written after a fifth level feature. Okay, yeah, this is a third level feature. Put it with the third level features. You gain a new artificer infusion that does not count towards your number of infusions. Mutation applicator. Sorry, my words fell apart. While wearing this item, a creature gains one mutation of your choice. You can change the mutation while within 5 feet of the creature as an action. I'm going to be honest, I really like this. Take this part out, and then it's great. You can change the mutation an amount of times equal to your proficiency bonus. The creature attuned to this item must complete a short rest. I'm going to tell you what I would do if I were you. I would cut out the part where you can change it as an action, and I would just give you, and it would just be whatever. I think it's cool, though. I think if you come up with cool mutations, I think this is a cool feature. But just make it like a free... Just make it one free infusion of one of the things, and you could change it over a long rest, or maybe over a short rest. The reason why it's a little OP, if you can change it as an action, is it kind of just means the person doesn't get a feature. A person gets this many features. You know? Can be a little much. And when you're trying to build out your mutation features, the more powerful this is, the more underpowered you kind of have to make these now. Not underpowered, but like less powerful. And personal opinion, again, this is one of those moments where ignore me or disagree with me if you want to. But I think the coolest part of Chimera Artificer is the weird stuff. Is I'm taking the beak of an owl bear so I can do a big bite attack, or I'm taking a beholder eye stalk so I can shoot a laser, or I'm taking a quickling's hair so I can be really glamorous. Where's my hat? I don't wear hats when I'm live because they don't fit over my headphones. I guess I could try. I could try, but it would feel, It would feel off. Okay, at 5th level, everybody that's watching this, all of you, I love you to death. Every single one of you who's, not everyone, but I want to say 90%. If I looked at 20 pieces before this, and I also looked at a bunch in the submission form, almost all of you are stumbling at your level 5 artificer feature. Level 5 artificer features trip people up. And it's because they're supposed to be simple. They're supposed to do two things. They're supposed to be simple, and they're supposed to make you do more damage. They are the extra attack. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't overpower it. It should be between an extra 1d8 and 2d8 of damage a turn, maximum. It can do a little bit of other things, but in terms of its impact in the game, that's the way you kind of want to think about it. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's look. You can now cast transmutation spells up to 5th level as a bonus action. You literally can't even cast 5th level spells at 5th level. Also, I don't love this because now it's sort of like, okay, I'm assuming all of these are transmutation spells, or at least most of them are. They should be. If you're gonna be giving us a feature that ties to transmutation spells, you got to do that. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think this is it, my guy. I think you just get rid of this. I think you just chop this out. I think you just snip this out the bud. Snip, snap. Because we already get these at level 5. Alright? We're already getting our damage boosts. Just give us them here. DnD Shorts' one gives Quicken Spell at 5th level, basically. If it's limited in use, I think it's fine. I think the biggest issue here is twofold. Fold 1, it's limited to transmutation spells, which makes sense for the theme of the subclass, but is really divergent, I think, from the play. It doesn't... I feel it feels very limiting in a way that I don't love. And also, it's infinite in use. I guarantee you, DnD Shorts is not infinite in use. And it also allows you to target multiple creatures at the same time with transmutation spells. So it's doing a lot. So I would just completely get rid of this. I would beef up the 5th level mutations. I would make sure you get a 5th level mutation at 5th level. Intelligence per long rest. That could totally work. And it's restricted to only the subclass spell list. Yeah, that's very reasonable. That's perfectly limited. I have not read the D&D Shorts' one. I submitted one too, and I'm not going to show it or talk about it because that's not what this time is for. But you can look at it if you want to. No, I'm not going to review D&D Shorts' Fey Weaver. It's not going to help any of you. We have at least 37 people that have decided to be brave enough to send in their own homebrew. I want to give them the time of day. I love D&D Shorts. That man doesn't need my time of day right now. I'd rather give it to you. Let's see what we get at 9th level. You have learned to mutate your enemies in battle as well. Ooh. As an action, you can attempt to mutate a creature within 30 feet of you. You ignore the immutable form trait. I wouldn't do this. I think things that are immutable should still be immune to that. It's okay. You can build a whole subclass around doing lightning damage. There's creatures that are immune to lightning. It's fine. And the creature must succeed on a con saving throw against your spell save DC. You must expend a 1st level spell slot or above in order to use this ability. The mutation lasts for 1 minute, and the creature can reroll the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. What is the... Is there a... I thought all the mutations were good. Does this do anything? Am I reading this wrong? Chat, am I reading this wrong? This just allows you to apply one of your mutations. Your mutations are all good things. Right? Oh, you didn't make any malicious mutations. Okay. Yeah, this feature doesn't work without malicious mutations. But I'm going to be honest, man, this is really wordy. You could lose a lot of words by reorganizing this, and you could hit that 1,200 word count and have malicious mutations in here, guaranteed. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I believe in you. Because you're doing a lot of, not only are your mechanics kind of wordy, but you're writing sentences extra long. Like saying apana. You don't need to say apana. That's 2 words. Get them out of here. Let's look at level 15. Ultimate Chimera. Your Chimera's mutations threshold increases by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. And if at least 2 creatures are attuned to your mutation applicators and are within 20 feet of you, you can use an action to temporarily fuse them together. This sentence is not good. You're doing a lot here. I genuinely don't remember what a mutation threshold is. So that probably means it needs to be bolder somewhere here. I don't really understand what that word means. I don't know what that is referencing. Do you mean the amount of mutations your Chimera can have? I would just say that. The amount, I mean, you could honestly just bake that into the 3rd level feature. At 5th level, it gets an extra one. At 15th level, it gets 2 extra ones, whatever. So you can fuse 2 creatures together. The creatures must be friendly. They have the highest ability score between all of them and everything. The highest max health between the 2. All the class and species abilities of the 2. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading this here. I love you. You're sweet. And this is a really, really fun idea. This is not going to be fun to use in the game. This is just not going to be fun to use in the game. It's not going to be fun to use in the game. Well, that's not true. Here's who it will be fun to use in the game with. This will be fun to use in a game if 2 of your players are like really metagamey power gamers and they like their favorite part of the game is theory crafting and planning, then they're going to really enjoy this. But any of the other players that don't like that, or any players that like features that are more about having action-oriented abilities are not going to like this. This is a lot of work every time you use this feature. And it's just, there's just too many things to keep track of, my guy. Here's how I would think about this if I were you. I would argue, let's think about this for a second. What do we think the most complicated... Let me think for a second. Wild Shape is probably the most complicated feature in D&D. This is harder to, I think, keep track of than Wild Shape, for sure. But beyond that, like, most features that do multiple things at the same time, where they impact a creature in multiple ways, the most they'll usually do is, like, 5, and 5, 90% of the time, is too many. Let's just talk about what this thing does. Okay. Max health. Boom, one thing. Ability scores, another thing. All class and species abilities. That's like, I'm going to call that 2 things, but realistically, that's like 7 things. They also have to recalculate all of their stats because they get ability score increases. They also get temporary hit points. We're now at 7 things. They also increase in size by a lot. We're now at 8 things. They can concentrate on 2 spells at the same time. We're now at 9 things. It doubles the movement speed, so we're now at 10 things. So that's 10 things at least. So if I were you, I think this is a fun idea in theory, but in order to make it work in game, you would need to spend 20 minutes making a stat block every time you use this, basically. Or not a stat block, but a lot. Not 20 minutes. That's an exaggeration. But not exaggeration, 5 minimum every time you use a feature. And You don't want to be like, I'm going to activate my feature. Everyone wait 5 minutes while I do the math. Like, that's not super fun. And honestly, it's probably going to take more than 5 minutes. Sometimes a player takes 5 minutes to decide which creatures they're going to attack and if they're going to action search. If you want to do something where you are fusing aspects of creatures, let me suggest a couple ideas. Let me ask this. Here's a question that you don't need to answer, but I want you to answer in your head. Is the most important thing here that you are fusing two creatures together? If that's not the most important thing, I would do one of two completely different things. I would either, instead of fusing creatures together, allow creatures to share things. So, like, a creature could share their dark vision with another creature, or a creature could share their fire resistance with another creature, or a creature could share their movement speed or something with another creature, something like that. So instead of it being like they fuse, it's like sort of like, do you ever see the movie Annihilation, where everything is kind of mixing together? It's like that. They sort of annihilation each other a little bit. So you could do something like that. But, and this is a bigger but, this is a THI-double-C thick but. Why is this the capstone? I would posit to you that the point of this subclass is you have a really cool Chimera. Our really cool Chimera stops getting cool after 5th level. Take a look. Take a moment. Take a look at any subclass that is fundamentally built around you getting a combat-oriented pet. All of them get at least an improvement at the second highest tier or the highest tier. Every single one. Often both. So I think the question you got to ask yourself is, how important is the Chimera to the subclass, and how important is the idea of doing Chimera shit to everybody? Because if the important stuff is doing Chimera shit to everybody, then I think the Chimera actually needs to be a lot less powerful. And these mutations need to be more leaning on, like, the infusions. And if you did that, where you leaned more on, like, you're doing Chimera stuff to your friends, then I think a capstone that is doing Chimera stuff to people, infusing features and stuff, would make a lot more sense. No, we're not streaming on Twitch tonight. I'm keeping this on YouTube for simplicity, for the sake of D&D Shorts' audience. Those are all my thoughts. I think I think you have some interesting ideas here. I think there's some really nice stuff to play around with. I kind of feel like you need to pick a lane. Either go full or harder into the Chimera that you build, or the Chimera-ness that you do to other people, and make the Chimera more weird. All right. And that was our first one. Was that scary? Did you guys get scared? Was it okay? Let's give Gizmo a round of applause though, because it's scary being first. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Boom. All right, and now is everyone's favorite part of the show, where I update the wheel. All the people in chat that were quietly waiting for me to forget to update the wheel, to say, hey, I'm not on the list. There's only 2 of you. Let me see who the bottom is. Yo boy is the bottom. Where's that? We got a bunch more. Lovely. Look at all these glorious creators. These powerful individuals. These titans of play. Boom. All right. Ready for another wheel spin? Buggada 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 buggada. Boo. Mazarp. Not Mazarp, excuse me. Wait, this isn't facing the right way. I need to flip it. 1 second. How do I do that? Transform! Flip vertically. No, flip horizontally. Kapow! Now, when I'm looking at the homebrew, it looks like I'm looking at the homebrew. Yes. Okay, who was that? Who just won? Mazarap. All right, Mazarap. Let's see what you got for us today. That's what Mazrap says. Artificers don't get much on a short rest, so I decided to make a support subclass to do just that. You have toys and cool moves you and your party can use in all pillars of play. Inspired by the Battlemaster fighter, it is definitely front-loaded in features. I tried to balance that with a weaker spell list in at least the earlier levels. A weaker spell list doth not balance overpowered subclass features. That's the first rule of D&D thermodynamics. The second rule is don't use the word may, use the word can. That rule is highly contentious amongst everyone, except for me. Ooh. Oh, I feel like we're in a Disney movie. Wait, sorry. Music took a weird turn. I haven't read this one either. Here it is in the chat. What's this track called? It's called Yo Mama. No, it's called New Morning by Lindsay Abraham. Does your party it's kind of perfect for a toy artificer, isn't it? Your party. Oh, sometimes to be completely honest, sometimes the music just knows. Does your party lack that fun factor? Do you enjoy making a great variety of toys for everyday use, assuming you slay monsters daily? Then do we have a subclass for you, introducing the Playful Genius. Create cool fun gadgets, do a flip, or deface the king. Okay, note, we are not liable for death or injuries you may incur while playing the subclass. Okay, let's get very real for a second here. What is the point of this flavor text? Tell me, this is not a trick question. Answer it. What is the point of this specific flavor text? No, it's presenting as a sales pitch, but what is this flavor text? What's the point of it? So, okay, let me rephrase my question. Yeah, it is sort of an advertisement. Yeah. But how is it worded? Does it feel like they are trying? Does it feel like an honest advertisement? Does it feel like the writer is earnestly advertising? I think it feels silly. I think this feels like a joke flavor text. When I read this flavor text, I think I am about to read a very silly subclass. This is a great thing to do. If you have a very specific tone that you want your subclass to have, whether that is grimdark or silly or whatever, if you write your flavor text in that tone, that does a really good job of like prepping the reader to be excited because now they're anticipating that. You know what I mean? I made you nervous? Good. You know that weird little tingle? I hope you felt it right behind your belly button. Let's see what we get at third level. At third level, arcane toys. Beginning at third level, you can make arcane toys. As a part of a long rest, you can... This is my favorite amount of flavor text in features, by the way. If you have a lot of flavor text in your features, get rid of it. We don't need it. Flavor text goes up here. When I'm reading a feature, I just want to know how it works. As a part of a long rest, you can create... Say over the course of a long rest. That maybe not for this contest if you're doing this for a word count thing, but over the course of a long rest is a better way to write it. You can create up to 3 of the following items. There can only be 3 in existence. If you create more, 1 vanishes. Your choice. When you reach 9th level, the amount created and in existence is increased by 2. If you're worried that this is front-loaded, just make this number 2. Straight up, dude. As much as I talk a lot of shit about using Homebrew, or about Homebrew that is basically not giving you unique features, that is just numbers go up, because I think it's boring. But numbers go down is a really easy way to make your Homebrew be able to have more stuff that you want it to have. Okay, so we can make 3 items. We can make a hoverboard, a memory box, and a color blaster. We can make all 3. Oh, man, give us choices. I'm going to say something weird here. Call me crazy. Call me a crazy man, but I legitimately think this feature will be more fun feeling for the person using it if they have to pick which one they're making. Straight up. Maybe they can switch it on a short rest. But choices does something to the brain, man. I don't like that we get all three. I don't like it. Give us less. Give us less. Give us choice. Give us choice. Okay, let's see what the hoverboard does. While using this item, you gain a fly speed equal to your walking speed. You can hover, but you cannot fly more than 1 foot above the ground, potentially negating all fall damage. Oh, I like that. That's fun. I'm not sure. For the purposes of this contest, I don't think that you need to worry about this too much, but this is... I don't know if I like how this is worded. I'm not sure how I would word a feature about that. I might drop the hover. I might say I might actually write it out more specifically. While standing on the board, you gain a hover speed equal to your walking speed. However, the board can never be more than 1 foot off the ground. Maybe that's how I would write that. This is very opinion. Let's look at what Memory Box does. But this is fine, because this is almost... Oh, I'm gonna... okay. I have some thoughts. Okay. I think... Okay, wait, let me... I like the idea a lot so far, though. Memory Box. A box with a lens, which you can see through. Used to preserve memories. I like it because it's not too powerful, which means I think we can add stuff to it. Okay, you get... What is this? A box with a lens, which you can see through, used to preserve memories, collect evidence, or create instructional slides. I'm still not... Is that, what, like a little, like, thing? Like one of those little slide things with the picture animals I had when I was little? While looking through the lens, you can see a faint aura around any... Oh, it's like a magnifying glass. Okay. Around any visible creature or object within 60 feet of you that bears magic, and you know it's School of Magic. It's just permanent detect magic. That is so much stronger than that. Oh my god. Calm down. That's an invocation. That's more powerful than an invocation. Okay, here. Okay, so here's where you're at with power level that you need to tone this down. Okay, you're gonna tone this down in some places, but you're gonna tone it up in other places. Think about it like this. This is one. How many third level features do we get? Let's just look. Okay. We get a lot of third level features. So, I would say, I'm not counting, but basically I would say 1/6 of the third level features you get are as powerful as... Oh, not this one. Are as powerful as a whole Warlock invocation. Oh, you're right. But Featherfall always being on feels like less of a big deal. I also think that you needing to stand on it makes it feel more balanced in my brain for some reason. This is way too strong. Oh yeah, actually, is that the intention? Is the intention that all of these are basically you just have a spell on all the time? As an action, you can create an image of what you can see through the lens. The image... I'm going to just say, definitely get rid of this, because this is already too strong. I'm not even reading the rest of it. I love you. We're moving on. Color Blast. A can with a nozzle capable of producing sweet, edible paint. That's so fucking weird. Not in a bad way. That's great. That's great weird. It's not quite Featherfall, because Featherfall can affect multiple... Yeah, Penlord's kind of right. Penlord's right. It's really Featherfall for one creature, but it's still pretty strong. As an action, you can cover a surface or draw a simple shape no larger than 5 foot square. If you attempt to draw something complex, you have to make a sleight of hand check. Oh, this is... Don't do this, man. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Who cares? Just let them draw a picture. Who cares? You know what this is? When I'm a dungeon master and somebody brings me a piece of homebrew and it says something is determined by the game master... To me, that reads as, oh, the person that wrote this wanted me to do the work. I don't want to use that homebrew. That homebrew is just more work for me now. That's not something I will necessarily actively think all the time, but my lizard brain, like the subconscious me reading it, definitely thinks that. It can be used as arcane focus once per day when casting a spell, restoring hit points, or dealing damage. The user can add proficiency bonus to the result. This can be used for enhanced arcane focus. The power... Okay, so the power between these three is so all over the place. You really want all of these to basically be the same power level. This is... Yeah, I don't know, man. This is pretty strong, too. The power level being all over the place is less of an issue. I misread this. It's once per turn. That might be too much also. The reason why these might be too much is because we're now getting all this other stuff. Like, if you want these items to be heavy-hitting, they can be heavy-hitting. But they can't then have a whole subsection of features. If you want these to have a whole subsection of features, they need to be super, basically, almost very minimum. Like, so for example, cool hoverboard. While riding it, you can use your reaction to cast Featherfall once per short rest, or once per day. Memory box, once per day or once per short rest, you can use it to cast Detect Magic. Like, that's kind of the power level that these need to be if you want them to do other things. Honestly, probably once per long rest. But also, I don't think that is a fun mechanic. Because that's just giving you more spells. That's not really leaning into the toys. If I were you, man, I would kind of rebuild these. I would rebuild these. We're going to look at what they do. But I would not look to spells for what these should do. I would go out of my way to make these try to do things that spells don't do. You're an artificer. You're already a half caster. So we're already casting lots of spells. Let's do something different, you know? Let's get something unique. Like, for example, let me put it, I'll put it to you another way. Rules as written right now. If I was a battlesmith artificer, I could produce roughly 80% of the effects of this subclass so far, just by picking the right spells. You know what I mean? Why is the music getting scary now? Figure yourself out, music. All right. How many of these do we get? We get cool move points. And we get a lot of them. Yeah, man. I think you can't double dip as hard as you're double dipping right now. You have 4 points, and you get them all back when you finish a short or long rest. Okay, so if you want to do the reason why a Battle Master is balanced is because the only thing they get is Battle Master points. That's all. That's all they get. They literally get nothing else in their whole subclass. They get things that make their Battle Master die get bigger, things that let them get more Battle Master die, things that let them pick more Battle Master maneuvers, and like some very niche situational stuff that is entirely utility and barely usable. So you got to be really careful if you're double dipping. And they all use different dice. Yeah. Zello. This is going to get messy quick.
Charge complete.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about that. My headphones just gave me a heart attack. Let me unplug that. Okay. In your face. As a bonus action, you shove the hoverboard against a creature within 5 feet, pushing them and yourself 5 feet away from one another. That's a fun mechanic. The target must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 2d4 force damage. That's fine. Do you have this? Is this an infinite use feature? This is really strong if it's infinite use. Oh, it's not infinite use. Excuse me. You have to use your cool points. I'm sorry. I'm being dumb. Missed me. So reaction to being hit. You can use your hoverboard as a shield or quick movement to make yourself harder to hit until the start of your next turn. So this is just the shield spell. Stop copying spells. Stop copying spells. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You're a spellcaster. You're a half caster. Stop it. We don't need more spells. We need cool stuff we can do with toys. Let's see what we got here. As a bonus, wall ride. As a bonus action, honestly, I would even like it more if it was just a reaction against the single attack, because it would feel less like the shield spell. You know? As a bonus action, you increase your speed by 10 feet and gain a climb speed equal to your walking speed until the end of your next turn. That's really fun. I like that. Okay, let's look at what the Color Blaster does. As an action, you create a curtain of lightly obscured red paint, 20 feet high, 10 feet high, and 1 foot thick, 60 feet. What is it doing? What is it doing? I'm just gonna... Okay, 20 feet long, 10 feet high, 1 foot thick, so it's a wall. Okay, you're making a wall within 60 feet of you that lasts 1 minute or until you dismiss it as a bonus action. Any creature that starts their turn inside of the curtain or enters the curtain for the first time has to make a wisdom save. On a failure, on a fail save, a target takes the creator's proficiency bonus amount of d6s of psychic damage. That's crazy. Okay, 1, that feels much too strong. 2, don't use this scaling system. It feels like too much. And it's a pretty big wall. It's a pretty big area. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. This just feels like we're getting a lot. We're getting a lot. As an action, you create a curtain of lightly obscured. Okay, it's the same thing. Why are we creating curtains with the color blaster? I don't understand. I feel like we should be blasting, you know? It feels unclear to me. I can't visualize it. Memory box. Say cheese. You can create an image as a bonus action. As if you had an action. As if you used an action. What? Is that... that's related to the feature that it had in the first part. One creature can make a wisdom saving throw. Okay, music. You fail. I need to switch you. You just jumped off the rails. Okay, we gotta find a different direction, because I am not putting up with your gobbledygook anymore. Okay. Wisdom save or pose for the picture until the start of their next turn or until they take damage. Their movement speed becomes 0 and attack rolls against them advantage. If hit with an attack, the target takes additional amount of damage equal to the creator's intelligence modifier. Just say your, man. You're the creator, aren't you? Just say your intelligence modifier. Anytime that you write that, anytime that you have that where you say the creator or whatever to try to make it like clear you're talking about, just say your. Yeah, these are all really strong and you have access to all of them at the same time. It's just much too much. It's just power wise, it's much too much. Even though there's only potentially 4 times that any of these things are happening on a short rest, you still have access to every single one of them at all times. So here's what I would do if I were you, man. I would completely rebuild this system. Think about your memory box. Think about your color blaster. Think about your hoverboard. Build them around different types of things in combat. Hoverboard, movement, evasion type stuff. Color blaster could be like ranged AoE, debuff type stuff. And memory box can be like utility information gathering stuff. Okay? Give them maybe each one has 1 charge or 2 charges. Give each one 1 or 2 things they can do, and then they can use the charge to do that thing. But you got to keep in mind, if you want this thing, you said in your description, you want this thing to work on a short rest. This is way too much for a short rest. So much power. So much power. Yeah, Battlemaster by comparison, like each of these things is doing a lot. Battlemaster, their thing is the creature is pushed back 5 feet and they take an extra 1d8 damage. You know, you have the next target to hit it has advantage on their attack. So you got to tone this way down, good sir. Let's see what we get at 5th level. Remember what I said earlier. What is the point of 5th level? The point of 5th level is to be able to impact the battlefield dramatically more, usually with damage. And that amount of damage should be, and the impact should be roughly getting an extra attack. Or it should be getting between 1 and 2d8 more damage. That's it. 5th level, Beautiful Mural. You always have this spell, Limud's Tiny Hut, prepared. When you cast it, you can cause it to have the following effect. I'll tell you what, I bet this is cool. I bet this is a cool feature, and I bet it's a 9th level feature. Let's read it. For creatures inside the area inside and outside appears beautiful. For example, this is literally nothing. This is flavor text, but it's lovely flavor text, but it's still flavor text. I don't care. I want to get to the mechanics. Okay, so it's just the same as Tiny Hut. Aside, but it looks pretty. Let's see what else it does. When a creature stays at least 1 hour within the area as part of a short or long rest, they remove 1 additional level of exhaustion. And gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your artificer level plus your intelligence modifier. This feels very random. We're getting all of these like very battlefield control, utility, sort of toy-ish features. Why are we now removing exhaustion and gaining temporary? It doesn't. This doesn't. If you wanted to do something, I think if you want to do something with Liamud's Tiny Hut, you make it something closer to like Hero's Feast, where it gives some like benefit that makes them feel better because you're playing with toys or something, and maybe that's temporary hit points, maybe that's stuff against wisdom saves, maybe it's stuff against frightened condition, or maybe with exhaustion or whatever. But I would make it the 9th level feature, and I also so it could be a little stronger, but I also would not have it to do with exhaustion. Exhaustion is so nothing. It's such an untapped mechanic that like it sucks in almost all situations. Like Dungeon Masters don't use it that much, and when they do use it, it's usually not fun. So like this will be a way to make it more fun when a Dungeon Master decides to do something not fun. But negating a Dungeon Master making something less fun, I don't think is fun. I just think, you know what I mean? It's like, let's just build something fun instead. You can't cast Tiny Hut until 9th level anyway? Oh yeah, then it should totally be at 9th level. Oh my god. That makes so much sense. Fun never ends. As a bonus action, you gain all expended use points. You can't use the feature again until... this is just taken from the Battle Master. It's a little bit different. The Battle Master, I think, gets their feature... Gets... They don't do a bonus action to get all back. I think they can get, like, a small amount back. Or 1 back when they start a fight or something. I don't remember exactly how it works. We could look it up. Whatever. We're here. We're family. Let's look it up. I'm very curious now. How many... What's their 9th level feature or whatever fucking feature it is? You just get 1, and you get it at 15th level. So now you get it as many times as you roll initiative, but you only get 1. This you only get once per long rest, but you get all of them back. I mean, man, this is a 15th level feature, if anything, if you're just based on that, right? Let's see what we get at level 15. If you have the best toys in the world, you have the best toys in the world. The following arcane toys and cool moves are improved. No longer restricts to 1 foot off the ground. This becomes bigger. You can target creatures within 15-foot radius of... in a 15-foot radius sphere within... What? I don't remember what Say Cheese does. I kind of skipped it, and I apologize. I think... Here's what I'm going to say. Your gut is right here. Your gut is in the right spot here with taking some of your core features and having your capstone be enhancing them. The problem is that you didn't really build this around 3 core features. You built this around like 8 core features. So this kind of becomes weird feeling. It doesn't fit super well anymore. Because if you'll notice, for example, with the Battle Master, they don't get improvements to their maneuvers because they just can do more maneuver. They can just get more maneuvers and more uses of your maneuvers. So that's how that sort of mechanically is reasonable. So if you're going to be doing a lot of options, a lot of things like that, that's probably the direction you should go in. The other direction you could go in is you basically get these weird special toys you make, and you completely drop the special Battle Master maneuver thing with them, and just make them do cool stuff and have them get better. These guys get dice improvement also. They both get dice improvement. Anyway, I think it's a really, really fun idea from a flavor perspective. I think you lost the plot by focusing in on, or let me rephrase this. I think either you started with a toy idea and then you lost the plot and got really into the maneuvers and then sort of made it more of a maneuver feature subclass, or you started with wanting to do cool maneuvers and then you built toys around it, but the toys and the vibe of toy is so strong that it sort of feels like that should be what it's built around more than the maneuvers. That's my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I love the idea of a toy artificer, though. Great idea. Really fun idea. All right, Maz, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on, they were brave. Look how brave they were for showing up. Give them their credit. Champion. All right, let's see who else is on this list. Do we get anybody new? Missy is the bottom at the moment. We got a couple more. What if I just start naming you? New names. Then it'll be hard to find you on the wheel. Oh, almost all ideas need time to cook, even simple ideas. Oftentimes, the most beautifully simple ideas started with just a whole lot of cooking. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Zach the Lit. Now I know Zach the Lit, not super well, but he's a name that I'm familiar with when I see in the internet spaces. What you got for us today, darling? It's inspired by Slime Rancher and Oozes from D&D. Well, I'll tell you what. Zach the Lit. You're singing my tune right now. Because I love Oozes. Oozes are great. The mechanical goal was to make a gunslinger with a slew of special ammunition options that can make combat a little different each day. I'm going to say, before I even look at this, here's my premonition. My premonition, and this is not... If I want to be wrong. If it's wrong, I will eat a whole crow. And I'll be happy to. It'll be the tastiest crow I ever eat. But my premonition is that this is going to be a little bit Ooze and a little bit Gunslinger in a way that it probably should be Ooze or Gunslinger. That's my guess. That's going to be my guess. And the reason why I say that is because both Gunslinger and Ooze are very evocative themes. So tying those together in a way that does both justice and doesn't feel like it's bloated is going to be hard to do. Because I would say they're also not ideas that like are immediately inherently connected, you know? I posted it in the chat if any of you guys want to read it. Can you guys see it? Is it legible? Here, wait, let me just do this. There we go. Should it be bigger or is it okay? I think it's okay, right? If it's too big, it gets annoying. Artificer, the Ooze Engineer. An Ooze Engineer is as much a cultivator as they are a crafter. Be careful. Be careful, Zach the Lit, with what you're doing with this opening sentence. You're not giving us any information. This is not your opening sentence. This gives us no information. You know what this is? This is saying this artificer is a different kind of guy. That's the same thing. They are a cultivator as much as a crafter. That means nothing. Don't start with that sentence. Ooh, but what does that mean? Let's clarify that with the second sentence. You guys, one of my favorite things about reading flavor text is how often the second sentence should just be the first sentence. Before I read it, I'm gonna do another bet with you, Zach. My bet is if you change the word they with Ooze Engineers, this is a good first sentence. That's my best bet before I read it. I'm going to read it that way. Ooze Engineers studied the distinct differences from ooze to ooze at a proximity not even recommended for the average foolhardy adventurer, and gotten a few choice samples along the way. I was right. 100% I was right, but also this sentence is not... You got to tighten that up. Tighten it up, and that's a great opening sentence. Ooze Engineers have studied the ooze engineers have spent their lives studying the distinct differences between oozes at dangerously close proximities, and have learned and have and most take a few samples along the way. Period. Or just end it after the ending and then have a new sentence and say, and most take a few samples with them, or something like that. So long as the artificer treats their specimens with care, they serve as an invaluable resource. Okay, this is okay. I don't know if you need this sentence. Okay, when you're making flavor text, there's two things you want to do. One, you want to tell us the vibe of the subclass, and two, you want to tell us a little bit about what they feel like to play. This is giving us all vibe, very little feel like to play. I think you can tighten some of this up, give us a little bit more about, like, what are they doing with these oozes? Third level, Ooze Engineer. You gain proficiency with alchemist supplies. If you already have this proficiency, you gain proficiency with one other type. That makes sense. Let's look at these spells. Goodberry, Mage Armor, Earthbind, Spider Climb, Slow, Water Wall, Elemental Bane, Black Tentacles, Arcane Hand, Conjure Volley. I don't know why this is the spell list. This spell list feels a little random. There are so many spells that are ooze adjacent spells that you could take here. Anything that's doing anything with acid, anything that's doing anything with anything sticky, anything that's doing anything with anything slippery, grease, any of those sorts of spells would feel oozy. Any of them. Web, vitriolic sphere. These feel pretty random. Black tentacles, I could see making sense. Slow, I could see making sense. I could see spider climb making sense. Everything else, I feel like doesn't sell ooze, but it also doesn't sell what the playstyle this is supposed to be either. So if you're not going to sell ooze, you got to be uplifting the playstyle, and I don't see a playstyle that is being uplifted here. I don't think this is supposed to be like a ranger, like the class ranger, but I might be wrong. I was interpreting it as like they're a ranger, like they're a cowfolk, but they're cowpoke, but instead of raising cows, they raise oozes. Like ride in the range. Maybe Earthbind is like quicksand, maybe. Oh, cowboy. I see. Caetas! I think I said your name right this time. You and I was misunderstanding. You're not misunderstanding. I was misunderstanding. I thought you were misunderstanding, but I was misunderstanding. That's what happened there. Okay. Let's see what happens. Ooze launcher. You've crafted a unique ranged weapon capable of firing deadly pellets of ectoplasm. This is how you tie them together. You don't have a pet ooze. You shoot ooze guns. I'm immediately on board. Literally perfect idea. The ooze launcher has a short range of 30 feet and a long range of 90 feet. Deals 1d4 bludgeoning damage, 1d4 acid damage. It's also capable of firing specialized oozes. This is so funny. This is such a... Okay. For anybody that's watching this, I don't know what this is going to be. We haven't read this before yet. But this, if it's what I think it is doing something really, really clever. Which is, how do you take an idea that is a really tried idea and make it feel new? So a gunslinger artificer, for example, is not a really original idea. There have been gunslinger artificers since the first art was ever Feist. But there hasn't, I don't think, as far as I know, been many artificer gunslingers that make a gun that shoots slime and oozes. Like you know what I mean? So like you can take, this is true for any creative writing. If you take a sort of fairly common concept and throw it and force it to work in a weird way, it can come out really well and make something like really, really weird and interesting feeling. Like, I'm not going to be surprised if the mechanics of this are essentially pretty similar to most artificer gunslingers, where they're using their gun to shoot magic spells and stuff. But I bet it's not going to feel like it as much as any of the other ones would, because this person took the time to not just try to make a gunslinger work, but to try to come up with an idea that was like new and evocative and like sell that idea. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. That's good stuff right there. Okay. The Ooze launcher is capable of firing specialized oozes made to act as ammunition. I don't know if you need to... You might not even need to... Okay. This is... We're not actually tearing... This is... I want to see what this thing does. I want to give you more helpful feedback first. But when I see a sentence like this, I do want to be like, I bet if you spend a little bit of time, you could figure out if you actually need to even clarify these as ammunition or not. Because I bet you don't. I bet it could just be a special thing. It shoots little oozes, and then you can like give it charges that count as special ammunition, you know? So you might actually get to like lose a lot of the wordage and trim the whole thing, and it'll just be smoother to read if you drop that. That's like very high level creative writing, formatting, flow stuff that I don't actually think is going to matter so much. So we're going to move on from it. But think about it. Okay, whenever you finish a long rest, you can magically produce 2 ooze canisters, unless you expend a first level spell slot or higher to produce more. Clarify how many we produce more when we can do that. Also, don't say unless. Say, put a period here, and then say, you can choose to expend spell slots to gain additional charges, 1 charge per spell slot expended, or something like that. However much you want to do it. Oh, you literally do it in the next sentence. I'm done. The amount of additional ooze canisters you create is equal to the total spell level of the spells you expend to a maximum of your... Yeah. Literally just don't make this say unless. That's weird here. Make them 2 sentences. Okay, so you can make charges. You can expend spell slots to get more charges. So it's almost like a ranged smite is sort of what we're getting with this. Okay. Do you have to expend the charges during the long rest? Or can you expend them in-game? That would be another thing to think about. Do you have to choose to start the day with less spell slots? Or can you like use an action to expend a spell slot to gain more charges? I would argue that what I think you should do is expend a spell slot to get more charges. Because then it's a thing you don't... Because it's like you don't have to waste the spell slot if you don't need them. And it feels more fun. Like, it's like, oh, we're out of juice. What are we going to do? All right, I'm going to expend a 2nd level spell slot. Plug in the ooze of dealing with this very specific issue that I didn't know we were going to deal with until this moment. But I do have it as a thing. I just didn't have enough. But now I spent a spell slot to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you want to be able to make that moment happen. And I think there needs to be a maximum amount that you can make. I don't think you should be able to translate all of your spell slots into these. Especially if they're doing stuff that is not just damage. The only reason why it's okay for a paladin to be able to use all of their spell slots on Divine Smite is because literally the only thing Divine Smite is damage. And if we're doing anything other than damage, we gotta be a little delicate with how often we can do it. The only other thing that you got to think about is if you're expending spell slots and this recharge mechanic is based on long rests, if they're expending a spell slot immediately before the long rest, they just get it back because they long rested. And if they're expending it immediately after the long rest, then the subclass basically says, decide to have less spells every day, which I don't actually think is super fun. Which is why I'm going to encourage you to make it more of an action-oriented feature if you could. You don't have to. Do whatever you want. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, how many options do we get? This is too many options to get level 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is too many options to get at level 3. Pick 4 of them. Make it 4. Let's see. Corrosive pudding. On a hit, the corrosive pudding deals 1d6 bludgeoning, 1d6 acid. Sticks to the creature that it hits, dealing acid damage to the creature at the start of its turns. While it's stuck to the creature that's wearing metal armor, other creatures have advantage on attack rolls against it. How does the creature get it off? The creature needs to be able to remove it. So you need mechanics in here for how the creature can remove it. They should be able to make some sort of saving throw at the end of each of their turns to remove it, probably. I think you can... Yes, you do get access... Yes, you do. The way that it's written right now, you get all of them, but you can only make 2 or more if you spend spell slots a day. On a hit, it deals... basically the same damage, just elemental damage is not a damage type in D&D. Oh, you just can pick? Okay, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Why would you ever use this? And I don't mean that rudely. So, this is just this, but better. Oh, but Cinder, what if the creature is resistant to acid damage? Do you have any idea how many creatures in D&D are resistant to acid damage? Honestly. It's less than 30. It's not a lot. This is just better. Just better. So this becomes one you will never pick. The only reason you would ever pick this is very circumstantially if you know a creature is vulnerable to a certain damage type and it's an elemental damage type. And most of the time when creatures are vulnerable to a damage type, it's like radiant, right? And how many creatures are vulnerable to damage types? Probably also around 30. Not that many. So when you're giving options, when you're making a subclass feature that allows you to pick between different things, you got to be really careful that you don't step into this situation where one option is just unequivocally better than the other almost all the time. Like if you want them to be able to do little bits of damage, and also I see that all of them are doing this. Having all of them do bludgeoning and some other type of damage feels too much. And having that extra type be different just feels too much. I say either just make it two of one type of damage, or make it always 1d6 extra bludgeoning damage and then some other effect. So you don't have to write 1d6 bludgeoning, 1d6, 1d... Just make them all across the board. All of them deal an extra 1d6 bludgeoning damage, and then the corrosive one also deals 1d6 acid damage and does this. I would reorganize it like that. Save a lot of words, make it so much simpler to keep track of, so much simpler to use. People don't love looking for dice. Let's look at the gray one. Deals acid damage to the creature at the start of its turns. While it's stuck to a creature, you can use your reaction to cause it to attack other creatures that leave the ooze's threshold within 5 feet. Make a melee attack using your dex. On a hit, the creature takes bludgeoning damage. Does this not take any action economy? Oh, it's your reaction. I see. That's interesting. I think this is interesting. I think that you gotta play around with which these things are doing. I think, for example, this one I don't think should be doing damage every turn. I think this one should just do this second part. This one does psychic damage. Let's see what the Oblex does. The obstructing Oblex sticks to any creature it hits, dealing psychic damage to the creature the end of each of its turns, while the Oblex is stuck to the creature at its disadvantage on attack rolls. That doesn't really feel like an Oblex, but it's doing something different than the other one, so I appreciate that. What does this one do? Sticks to creature while the splitting jelly is stuck to a creature. Any other creatures that move within 5 feet of it. So we're gonna start. I almost want to skip on to the other feature because I really feel like there's just too much going on with all of these, and my feedback is kind of the same for all of them. Like, I really think if I were you, I would make each of them do one thing. Or, yeah, I'd probably make each of them do one thing. And it's just too many choices. It also might just be how it's organized that it feels kind of tedious to read. That might be part of it. Let's see what the Stubborn Slime does. Creature takes acid damage. When a creature uses its action to remove an ooze, roll a d20. On an 11 or higher, the ooze regenerates faster than it can be removed, and the action is wasted. Creatures have to use their whole action to remove them? That's too strong. It's got to be a saving throw, dude. Got to be a saving throw. Make it a saving throw. Definitely can't require an action to do. Just let them be able to... Like, I guess you don't get that many of them. I think this is my guess. My guess is you had a lot of fun coming up with these features and you just made too many. I think if I were you, I wouldn't necessarily lose them, but I would try to look at them really objectively. And instead of saying, oh, cool, I want to do a bunch of cool Ooze features, say no. What are 3 distinct, unique mechanical benefits or battlefield options I can apply that I think would be fun? And which ones tie to Oozes? And which Oozes could I tie them to? And make it do that. Like, I think you got to really focus your design brain here. Because these all feel kind of all over the place. You know? And corrosive pudding is still one of the better ones. When you attack twice, does that mean you can attach 2 Oozes? I probably would make it so you can only attach 1 at a time. If an ooze sticks to a creature, it remains on the creature until it or another creature uses its action to scrape away the ooze. This, okay, initially I really gawked at this. I think this could work, depending on how these are refocused and toned down, because there's just too many options to really honestly judge if this is balanced or not. Like, it's going to be really up in the air. I would make 4 options. And I would try to make it so none of them were stronger. None of them should be stronger than a 2nd level spell. They probably should be like 1st level spell power leveled. Roughly. Maybe a little bit more. Somewhere between a 1st and 2nd level spell in terms of power. Do these all feel equal to the 1st level spell? That's a spell slot you need to expend? Oh, that's a great question. I don't really know. I think they do, solely because at the very least, it forces an enemy to waste an action to deal with it. And that's huge. You know? Oh my god, so I was off? Wait a minute. When I said 30 creatures, I was not actually that far off. I was off by 10. That's a pretty good guess. Okay, yeah, so main feedback for the first feature, I absolutely love the concept, but I think that the execution right now feels weird. Doesn't sit good in my belly. The other thing, you know what actually might be a really good thing to look at for what you could make these do? The Rune Knight's special attacks and stuff it gets. The Rune Knight gets the Rune Knight, when it picks its runes, it gets like, it always gets like a feature that it can do like once on a short rest. The Fire Giant gets one where it does a bunch of damage and grapples a creature. Look at those for a good way to power balance this. I think that would actually help. And you're gonna and keep in mind how often you get access to those or whatever. But that could be a good way to power balance this a bit. Arcane Archer, I don't like. I think the Arcane Archer is not strong. I hate the Arcane. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's good. I've only had one player use an Arcane Archer in any of my games, and he genuinely struggled to keep up with power balance, and my players were not optimizers at the time. Let's look at Gelatinous Shell. Getting extra attack, I think, makes total sense for this subclass, by the way. Also, if you dramatically simplify these features and make them so that you get, like, 3 options or 4 options or whatever, you have space for, like, maybe like a whole other thing. Let's look at 9th level. Gelatinous Shell. You have a protective ooze tucked away in your attire. As a reaction, when you would take damage, you can release the ooze and take no damage instead, as well as becoming immune to all damage until the end of your next turn. That's maybe too strong, unless it really hampers you while you're in that mode. The Gelatinous is a 10-foot sphere centered on you. Oh, that's funny. It's like an airbag. No creature can pass through the Gelatinous Shell, including yourself, and any creature other than you in the Gelatinous Shell's space, when it's released, is pushed 5 feet out. I would make it have a 5-foot radius, not 10 foot. I'd make it smaller. Creatures pushed out of the shell take 1d6 acid damage and must make a dex save or be knocked prone. Till the feature ends, you can't move or act. You should just be incapacitated. You should be totally incapacitated. Maybe you should be able to see, but that's it. It should be like meld into stone. I think it's really funny and fun. I don't know how I feel about you taking absolutely no damage. I think it might be more reasonable if it's from if it's slightly limited. Like normally it's like if you're hit with, like if you changed this so that when you are hit with an attack, for example, if you made it that, it would make it so you couldn't use this on like a fireball, but you could use it on any sort of monster attack. If your intention is like, no, I want them to be able to use it on a fireball, I don't know how I feel about it just negating all damage. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's fine. It's once a day. No, it's not once a day. It's once a short or long rest. It's got to be once a day, I think. It's similar to Toma Levistus for sure. But Toma Levistus is also something you can get way before 9th level, I think. I'm going to tell you what, man. If I were you... I think this could work. I'll tell you what I think, though. I also think if you made this a lot weaker, this could also take a charge of your Ooze launcher. And instead of it being a big special move you can do once a day, you could give us like 1 or 2. This could be one of like 2 or 3 new things we could get access to. So we could get a charge that we shoot at ourselves and make a big protective bubble. Or maybe a charge that we shoot at the ground that bounces us really high in the air. You know what I mean? Like, you could bake this mechanic into the established mechanic that you spent, you know, I'm sure at least a small amount of time working on here. I think that might be good. Because it would also give us... Because the other thing that I'm a little bit concerned with is, while we get too many options here, they are not radically distinct in a way that is, like, super interesting outside of a couple. Like, oh, all creatures have advantage on attack against this guy. Or, oh, this guy has disadvantage against attack against creatures. Like, that's not that interesting. The little ooze that hits people is fun. But I think we have space to, like, build out more kind of fun things you can do with the oozes. And, like, I mean, if I were you, man, I would lean into what the oozes do. Like, okay, for example, let's just talk about, we're going back to the 3rd level for a second. The Oblex, okay? What does an Oblex do in D&D? This is a ooze rancher. The Oblex is a psychic ooze. They mind control people. They read their thoughts. What if, when you hit a creature with an obstructing ooze, you could read their mind as if you cast Detect Magic on them, for example? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do that I think you're missing out on if you don't really try leaning into what makes the oozes oozy. Detect thoughts. No, T-H-O-T. Thoughts. Detect thoughts, dog. Detect thoughts. Let's look at the 15th level feature. I would not give them a pet ooze, because I think that in order for the ooze gun to be as interesting and powerful and dynamic as it seems like Zach wants it to be, it would eat up a lot of like real estate, power real estate, to add a whole pet. Pets are very powerful in D&D because they're very open-ended in what they can do. Because they exist in the space, they take up action economy, they can interact. Like, a D&D character that doesn't have any abilities is just has stats, has a lot of power. Because there's always stuff that you can interact with in sort of unexpected ways, because that's the nature of D&D. So as soon as you give someone a minion that is semi-permanent, you're giving them a pretty big chunk of power. You can navigate that by making it making it sort of half a minion, like the Echo Knight isn't really a minion, or like there's another one that does something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head. But you gotta be very thoughtful about how and when you give minions to your party. For example, even just giving a guy 2 minions that suck. Like, let's say you had a subclass where your subclass feature was at 3rd level, you get 2 commoners that you are controlling, and as a bonus action, you have to make them do a thing, and they do a thing. So it's just like regular minions, but you have 2 of them, but they suck. That's still better than most minions, because you get 2 of them. It's action economy. Okay, let's look at the 15th level feature. You've grown stronger, more potent oozes to wield with your ooze cannon. Choose bludgeoning or acid. The damage type of your ooze cannon that deals the chosen damage type is increased by 1. See, look how complicated this has to be because of how many different dice you decided to use here. You know what would be so nice here? What if instead of all these words, it was the damage die of your ooze cannon becomes a D8 or becomes a D10? What if it's just that? And that would be lovely. And then you could say, in addition, whenever you deal bludgeoning or acid damage, you can choose to apply one of the following effects or whatever. Creatures hit with your ooze cannon that are large or smaller, they're knocked away 5 feet from you, and once per long rest, you can knock a creature prone after knocking them back 5 feet. I feel like you're trying to put a hat on a hat here. We don't need like an extra feature inside an extra feature. Creatures that have resistance to acid damage don't resist the acid damage. And once per long rest, you can make a creature that isn't immune to acid damage weak to acid damage for 1 turn. Weak isn't a mechanic in D&D. You would say vulnerable. Yeah, hat on a hat. We don't need it. So if you want to make your cannon improve and make it so all of your attacks are now doing cool, unique features, I think cool. If you want to make it so you get these big once-a-day special blaster features, cool. I don't think you do both. And those are my thoughts. Love the concept. I think the execution needs a little tightening. And I think you spend a lot of time building this mechanic at 3rd level. You should lean into it more throughout it. Alrighty, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Zach. Let's give Zach a round of applause. Thank you for submitting. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I have to eat a crow. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, the concept was legit quite solid. All right, let's see. We gotta update the list. Snow Sabertooth. I might need to take like a little break after the next one to both bathroom and rehydrate, but we will go for we'll go for probably the wild night, I imagine. Can yours go next on the wheel? You gotta ask the wheel, not me. Bucket a 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 bucket PHO1. PHO1. Is that like your high school? Let's see what PHO1 says. I already submitted something else, but I think this is cool too. What? My friend Benson told me about the stream and joined in. What? I'm confused by what you said. Well, we'll take a look at it anyway. Maybe they doubled up. All right, chat. Do you think they doubled up or do you think they just wrote a confusing thing? I'll read it again. I already submitted something else, but I think this is cool too. My friend Benson told me about the stream and I joined in. All right, here's what we're going to do, chat. I'm leaving it up to you. I am not in charge here. You are. Starting a poll. Do we read it? Benson, what's the deal? Benson, you have 18 seconds to clarify for your friend. I'm going to count to 18. Benson, no, I won't count to 18. I'll give you a moment. But I won't give you that many moments. Just one. Benson! Benson. Benson. He didn't pick up. All right, we're moving on. No. We'll let chat vote. Do we read it? Yes. No. I don't want to be in charge. I don't like being the bad guy. I'll let chat do it. Chat, do we read it? Yes, no. I did write my subclass. I submitted it. I wrote it in about an hour, and I submitted it almost immediately after writing it. I did like a minor bit of editing. I don't know if it's good or not. I didn't write it in an hour. I probably wrote it in 2 hours. I didn't want to sound like I'm boasting. I meant to mean like I wrote it quickly because I had a very specific idea I wanted to try to write. All right, we are not reading it. Sorry, friend. I apologize if there was a miscommunication there. It appeared that perhaps you double sent stuff in or unclear. Anyway, we love you. Anyway, be here next time. Love you. Bye. Spin again. Bug it. We're not critiquing mine. That's not going to help any of you. But you can go read mine if you want to. I called it a phase binder. It's in DnD Shorts' Discord. A humble bird. A humble bird. Flavored loosely around runes to imbue objects with magic in addition to what the base class already provides. I was going to say, because that's kind of what the base artificer does. Added scaling ritual casting for additional utility and in part for roleplay enhancement. Added a new, mostly unrelated infusion simply because I felt like the official class is too few and everyone else was doing it. Ooh, don't do things because everyone else does them. If it doesn't fit, the first thing I'm going to tell you is to get the fuck out of here. Waste space. Why pollute your brew with other people's with other people's thoughts? Who cares? What the fuck do other people matter for you? Ain't nothing. Oh, you're here. PH1, you're here. PH1, was that your approach? Why did you write such a confusing... PH1, why did you write such a confusing thing? What the fuck did you mean? Did you send in more than one? I'm very confused. PH1, if you clarify, I'll understand what you meant. Did you send in... Did you, like, send in your home... Just say yes or no. Did you send in your homebrew that you wanted me to feedback? Just answer that yes or no. I will happily look at it still. It seemed like you did... It seemed unclear from what you wrote. So I got confused. Chad also got confused. And they kicked you out. But I'll bring you back because I'm the nice one. They're the mean ones. So say yes or no to the question I asked and then we'll look at it maybe. Also, if you're watching this, you might be like behind on stream. It is his? Okay, you'll have to remind me. We'll look at it next. Foundational carving. Wait, Das Birds, no, we're doing yours first. Yes. Oh, yes. Flesh upon the pyre, dear birdie. Flesh upon the pyre. Roasted or fried? You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Foundational carving. Here it is in the chat. You gain proficiency with calligraphy supplies, mason's tools, painter's supplies, and... This is too many. Why are we getting all the tools? That's silly. Don't do that. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Artificers get one tool. Give us one tool. Don't do that. Decor Savant. Whenever you infuse an item, you can pick an Artificer cantrip. It doesn't have to be one you've learned. The wielder of the item can cast that cantrip using your spellcasting modifier. Oh, interesting. you can drop your infusion on an item as a bonus action. When you do so, you recover a first level spell slot. Fuck you. Not you, but this. Get out of here. Get this out of here. Get this gobbledygook out of here. So here's the main feedback. Here's my main feedback for you, my dear bird. My sweet little canary. My feather upon the wind. You got to be really careful when you are making a... You got to be really, really careful when you are making any subclass that you are not just making it the class but more. Okay, Ethan, we'll do yours next, buddy. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. We love you and appreciate you. High five forever. Good team. This is kind of that. We get all of the tools, so we're just... listen. My dear TYGKO Music, who is often here in stream, is almost always just Mr. Positivity. I cannot deny it. He wanted us to look at it. It's true. I didn't see who he voted, but I believe him that he said he voted yes. He's one of the people that sometimes makes me be nice. It's fucking weird. Anyway, this isn't selling in a unique identity. This is just Artificer, but more. And this is kind of the same thing, right? I think the idea of putting an infusion, allowing somebody to cast a Artificer cantrip through an infusion is really cool. I think that's quite fun. But this makes me feel like you're still just doing Artificer, but more. Let's see what other spells, and that's not great for third level. We really want to have a core identity at third level. You know what I mean? Because you want to think about it like this. It is likely that the person who's using your homebrew will not ever get to 5th level. Most D&D games get a lot of D&D games get to 5th level, but very few get to 9th. So while you want everything to be good, it really needs to sell its full identity immediately. Okay, Zach. So Zach said something really interesting. Zach said there isn't an apparent special invention here. Now, if you look at all of the official artificers, every single one has a special invention that they have made. And I think it is a good rule of thumb to build an artificer around a special invention because it can help focus the design in a lot of different ways. But I actually don't think you have to. Like, I think you could make an artificer, like the Chimera artificer that we just looked at, right? If that person wanted to make it around making chimeras and like a type of like science that they do, I think that could work really well. Well, the alchemist gets their special magic bag that they made. Let's see what we get at 5th level. When you cast your... Oh, let me look at the spells. Find Familiar, Unseen Servant, Air Bubble, Find Steed, Spirit Guardians, Fly, Fabricate, Polymorph, Animate Objects, Scrying. Some of these feel kind of out of pocket. Are we the minion subclass? Why are we getting so many animating things? Why are we summoning so many buddies? I don't know. This is a very strong spell list, by the way, too. Fabricate's not super strong. Animate Objects, crazy strong. Polymorph, crazy strong. These are both crazy strong. This is pretty crazy strong. This is crazy strong. I'll tell you what. I didn't used to think Unseen Servant was crazy strong, but I've seen it used in some hectic ways. This is a spell that depends on your dungeon master for how strong it is. Let's look at 5th level. When you cast a ritual spell, if you're going to be doing something tied to ritual spells, literally half of these should be rituals minimum. Maybe all of them should be rituals. When you cast a ritual spell, you can have the time it takes to cast. In addition, once per turn, when you damage a creature with a weapon attack, you can cast a 1st level spell or higher at the same time. In addition, you can cast any ritual spell of 3rd level or lower and must do so as a ritual spell if it is not a spell you'd normally be able to cast. So if I'm reading this right, you get access to all ritual spells. You can cast ritual spells at half time. You get an infinite smite. That's a lot for 5th level. Being able to hit a creature and cast a spell at the same time is basically saying fuck you to anybody that any other Gish that ever existed. That's crazy strong. Oh, it also kind of doesn't feel like it's part of the subclass. Yeah, I think you got to recount. This is. We're honestly, we're still in that place of like, I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. I'm not really sure. If you want this to be a subclass that focuses on rituals, I think you give us something at 3rd level that is ritually. You make all these spells ritually. And again, remember, when you're building a 5th level feature, it's got to be reasonably similar in balance to 1 extra attack, or getting to add between a d8 and a d12 extra damage once per turn to 1 target. That's it. So you got to be careful with your 5th level features, friends. The way to allow this thing to have rituals is to not give it access to all the rituals. It's to use this. This is where you do that. This is where you give it all the rituals you want to give it. Class being base class plus isn't always a bad thing. It really depends, I think, on the type of game you're trying to play. But I would argue that if you have a subclass that doesn't really have an identity, that doesn't add an identity, I think it's an issue. I don't think it's great. But I would also argue Open Hand Monk has a vibe to it. Like, it is selling a very specific fiction. It's not just Monk, but better. It's selling a very specific fiction. I think one of the only subclasses that really isn't selling a fiction well is the Champion Fighter. And the Champion Fighter is not good. No one picks it. No one picks it. The Champion Fighter is from you know what I mean? Like, we can always point at stuff and be like, well, this exists, so I can make it too. But it's like, we don't, don't be better. Be better than them. Let's look at 9th level. When you infuse an item, you can always infuse a 1st level spell on the Artificer spell list into the item. A creature can cast that spell stored in the item using your spellcasting modifier. Okay, yeah. Honestly, I think same feedback. I'm going to skim the 5th level feature, and then I'm going to give you some general feedback, because you're kind of just... You're building on the same core concept, and I think the core concept is flawed. This is just, you're an artificer. The whole thing is basically just Artificer, but better. And it doesn't really have any unique vibes to it, and I think it really needs some more unique vibes to it. Like, the only thing that comes close to the unique vibes is the 5th level feature, which is or rather, wherever we get the ritual casting in less, we can cast rituals faster. That's a unique feature for sure. But I would say build a bunch more unique stuff. Build a bunch more unique stuff. Because here's what's going to end up happening. If somebody plays this subclass, they're not going to feel that different than a wizard that took 2 levels of Artificer. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get anything that's super special. You don't want your subclass to feel just like other random stuff. I haven't looked at the new fighter subclass in a while, so I don't remember it. But regardless, all of these are for 2014 rules, so it doesn't super matter. I don't really have other thoughts, honestly. Like, I think that if you want to make Artificer but better, I think you got to make sure that even in doing that, it is doing it in a focused way, and that it's selling a specific fiction of Artificer still, even if it's not creating a new one. And at the moment right now, it feels like a little scattershot. All right, Humble Bird, thank you very much for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Be bold, be brave, guys. Be proud. It's scary to share your homebrew. It's a scary thing. Let's give our Humble Bird a round of applause. Give him some love. All right, now we're going back to our confused, or rather, our collective confusion friend, Fa. Then we'll spin again after. All right, we got you, Ethan. You're here. Boom. Here's Ethan's piece, if you guys want to give it a gander. The Artificer, Artisan of War. An artisan of war shows great talent for magic at a young age. An opening sentence that tells us nothing about the subclass. Ain't it the way? Every single one of you that's watching this stream, go right now. Go look at your homebrew and ask yourself if the opening sentence says anything about the subclass or if it just says a vague sentence that is like a fantasy introduction sentence. Make it say something about the subclass. By being drafted, don't ever start a sentence by being drafted to a local militia or personal factors, or by personal factors. That is very confusing sentence. An artisan of war uses their skills not only in the pursuit of knowledge, but to create powerful tools to overcome any obstacle. Honestly, this should probably be your opening sentence. Artisans of war use their skills not in the pursuit of knowledge, but instead to create powerful tools to overcome any obstacle. Make that your opening sentence. Solid opening sentence. Boom. Done. But nobody likes fantasy opening sentences. Let me rephrase that. Nobody likes your fantasy opening sentences. And I don't mean that to be rude, but it's honest. We are not professional writers. We are jabronis. We are muck people, okay? We live in the mud, and we are writing with sticks in the sand before the waves wash us all away, okay? We aren't good writers. If you want to try to write the only reason you like fantasy openings is because people that are good writers write them. It's like you could have the coolest dream, and you know it's cool. Nobody gives a shit. Because you can't explain it in an interesting way. Same thing. And that's not a you specific, that's all of us. I'm talking about me too. Okay. Given time, the artisan of war creates legends or becomes a legend. Another thing where it's like, this doesn't really mean anything. Like, the artisan of war becomes great and important. It's like, okay, so does literally every D&D character, right? Like, what is different about this than any D&D character that survives the whole campaign? I don't know. So, you want your flavor text to be telling us about the specific thing. You want to be as you really don't want to be general. Here's an example of why general is bad. Oh, the forest was old and ancient. It's like, okay. Does that mean anything? Sure. But what if I say the oak forest was old and ancient? Suddenly, it's a lot clearer. You might not even know what an oak tree looks like. It's still clearer to you. Let's see what we get. Weapon tool proficiency. You gain proficiency in any artisan tools of your choice. Don't call this weapon tool proficiency if it's not related to a weapon. Do we get weapon proficiencies? Let's go. All right, let's see what spells we get. Magic missile. We get shillelagh. Oh, we're attacking with shillelagh? That feels weird. I accept. I'm here for the ride, but I don't know why we get this. Normally, you would get shillelagh if you're like, the only reason you would give shillelagh to an artificer, I think, is if you intend them to hit stuff with sticks a lot. But if I were you, I would have them build an item. I don't know. Let me see what we get. Tools of war. In the course of an hour, you can transform. You transform a mundane weapon or a weapon infused with one of your artificer infusions. I don't know if you need that. I think you could. I think a weapon is still mundane when it's infused with your infusion. But to become your tool for war, you speak the command word, and that word is engraved along the weapon. Unless speaking the command word does anything, we don't need this sentence. You can don't say may, say can. You can infuse the weapon with a spell of first level you have prepared. The weapon is also given a charge. The level of the spell and the amount of charges increases with your artificer level. What? Clarify. Do you explain what that means? Third level. I'm struggling here, man. All right, let's see. This is too many words immediately. Okay, so you get a magic weapon. You get a weapon. It gets charges. Check the table. You get the charges back on a long rest. This is going to the mechanics here might be solid, but this sentence structure here is hard to navigate. If I was going to do this, if I was going to write this, I probably would say something like, over the course of an hour, you can infuse a mundane weapon with, to transform it into your tool of war. When you do this, you can expend a first level spell slot or higher to charge the weapon. See the table below to see how many charges, blah, 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 blah. Something like that. Okay, so what does it do? It can be your spellcasting focus. You can expend a charge, 1 charge per level of stored spell in order to cast the spell infused. Example, 3rd level spell would require 3 charges. When the spell is cast from within the item, what does it use? Does it still use your spellcasting, spell save DC, and spell attack modifier? You need that language in here somewhere. Parry. You have a plus AC equal to your proficiency bonus until the end of your next turn. So it's just the shield spell. Energize. For 1 minute, it gains an attack bonus equal to your proficiency bonus. That is really strong. As a bonus action, you speak the tool's command word and it materializes into one of your hands. Okay, I think you need to pick a lane here. I think you need to decide, am I making a magic item that allows me to make weapon attacks instead of spell attacks and cast spells on attack rolls? Or am I making a magical weapon that is enhanced and does cool shit like parrying and stuff like that? I think doing both is not doing you any favors. I really think it's not doing you any favors. It's like having a +2 weapon at level 1. Yeah, it's a little too strong. It's a little too strong. Whenever you're doing bonuses, pluses and minuses, specifically to attack rolls, saving throws, and spell save DCs, you have to be very cognizant of the fact that D&D is designed with something called bounded accuracy, which means that as your attack roll goes up, the AC of the monsters goes up, and vice versa. So the difference between your attack roll and the monster's AC is never that big. Your attack roll might be +10 to +5 to hit at level 3, and the monster might have 13 AC. And at level 15, your attack roll might be +10 to hit, and the monster might have 18 AC. But those numbers, the difference there is the same. The math is the same. So you got to be careful with how much you fuck around with AC bonus, attack roll bonus in general. So what do these actually do? We can cast a spell. This spell system also seems like so overcomplicated. Maybe it's overly written, but it's overcomplicated. Okay, so we can cast a spell with a thing. We can use a we get a crazy attack roll bonus for a whole minute. No concentration required. Why would you ever not use this one? This one is also just so much stronger than the others that it makes it so the others kind of become redundant. You get an AC bonus. So you get a parry, you get attack roll, you make the sword come to you, and you cast the spell through it. Honestly, if you simplify those into slightly more reasonable mechanics, and you simplify the spellcasting through it feature, that could work. Because it's not that crazy what they're doing. I would probably make it reaction when you get hit by a melee attack. You can add your proficiency bonus to the attack, not until the end of your next turn. So you get it for 1 attack. And I would say energize, and I would allow you to add your proficiency bonus to the next weapon attack. To 1 weapon attack. Even that is pretty strong. That could be a lot more reasonable. But you still need to figure out how to... You still got to reorganize this casting system. It's a little jank. I don't know if I looked at the spells. Did I look at the spells? I might have skipped them. No. The spells are... Okay, so the spells are basically... You fight people. You do damage and you fight people. I don't know why we have Sending. I don't know why we have Legend Lore. I still really don't know why we have Shillelagh. Shillelagh really makes no sense if we're doing stuff here. Because Shillelagh, you don't cast Shillelagh on an item, on a weapon. So you can't combine Shillelagh with your Tool of War. You're either using your cantrip or you're using your subclass feature. So get rid of that. That's silly. Also, don't know if we need magic missiles. Steel Wind Strike makes sense. Staggering Smite. Any smites would make sense here. Let's see what else we get. 3rd level, well trained. Your dedication to creating great weapons allows you Plenty of time to test them out. You gain proficiency in martial weapons. This should just be what we get here. 5th level, extra attack, solid. 9th level, you have discovered the origin of all magic and are able to augment your weapons and spells. This is an annoying sentence. You have discovered the origin of all magic? No, you haven't. You're a 9th level artificer. You're a half caster. You're barely able to do what a wizard could do at 5th level. Come on now. Come on now. As a bonus action, you choose fire, lightning, cold, thunder, acid. All damage you deal this turn from attacks or spells becomes the chosen type until the end of the turn. The first time you deal damage of the chosen type, add 1d6 to the roll. I think that's interesting. I think I would probably just tie it to the weapon. What I would probably actually do is just make it so... I mean, it could be... If I were you, this is what I would do. I would make it so whenever you attack with your weapon, ever now, it deals an extra 1d6 elemental damage type. I would make it so you could change the elemental damage type as a bonus action. And then I probably would give you more things you could do with your magic. More things it could do. I'd probably give it a whole other thing it could do. Don't give us 3 attacks. Get rid of that. Let's see what 15th level feature does. When you die, your tool for war remains behind. The command word is hidden and unspoken. The tool for war is a legendary weapon. It requires attunement. Oh, that's very flavor. That's fine. Come up with a different 15th level feature. Give your tools of war some other big, crazy, special move. Something or some other unique ways they interact with the world. But 3 attacks feels like you're just feels like you're just trying to be a fighter. You're not a fighter. You're building a crazy big magic weapon. Interesting idea. Lean a lot more into the big crazy magic weapon. I would drop all the spell casting through your weapon. Those are my thoughts. Interesting idea. Focus it in a little bit. Get out every single thing that just makes it Artificer plus. And I think you're in a good spot. All right. That was not a humble bird. That was our dear PH01. But we are going to give them a round of applause. Thank you, PH01. Thank you, thank you. Oh, one more thought before we move on. If you do decide you want to keep the feature where you can use your weapon to cast spells, like you can hit with the weapon to cast a spell, you probably should have more spells here that are like touch-based or single target spells so that you could use them with the feature. You know what I mean? Like, Shadow Blade doesn't really fit either, because you're not using your Shadow Blade with your 3rd level feature. They don't mix together. Shadow Blade is a different thing you get. It's like a separate weapon. None of your features would apply to it. So I would consider doing stuff like blindness, deafness, maybe, or like, things like that. Like things where it's like you target a creature with it and you bop, hit them, cast a spell on them. All right, let's see if we have anybody new. If anybody wants to do a little prayer to the wheel before we go, I'm happy. You're more than welcome to, but I'm going to tell you, just don't make it to me. I don't like your prayers. The wheel is a vicious creature, and she will consume them forever. I used to say humana, 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 and then someone suggested I started saying buggada, buggada, and I realized I could say buggada, buggada way faster than I could say anything else. So that's why I say buggada, buggada now. And buggada, 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 buggada. Boom. Samai 16. Samais. What you got for us today, cowboy? Let's see. It's a painter subclass for the artificer that focuses on control and enemy debuffs. Interesting. Let's take a look. You're in the chat if you want to take it. The painter. I think I can go bigger. I go bigger. Not too big. Artificer, painter. Painter artificers specialize in crafting enchanting inks that allow them to create magnificent works of art that can influence their audience whether willing or not. This is a better opening sentence in that it's telling us what it's doing, but it keeps going. Specialize in, that allow, to create, that can. Oh my God. Don't have a sentence that uses that system of keeping the sentence going 3 times in the same sentence. That's fucking banana pants. It doesn't matter if you're telling us about it. It makes the reader go like, Jesus fucking Christ. I need to take a break and I just heard one sentence. You don't want the reader to do that. They are as much artists as they are tinkerers, scientists, and craftsmen, blending arcane mastery with artistic passion and emotional expression. With a single stroke of their brush, a painter artificer can disrupt thoughts, impose feelings. You're doing it in all of your sentences. You just don't know when to end them. You're giving too many examples. Stop it. Their creations are as mighty as they are beautiful, blurring the lines between inspiration and manipulation, between artistry and warfare. Ooh, I like that. This is a lovely sentence that you have at the end here. But it loses a lot of the luster because of how many times you come up with, you just keep saying shit. Enchanting brush. Starting at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in painter supplies. If you already have proficiency, you gain proficiency in another blah, 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 blah. Okay. You also learn minor illusion. Nice. You can spend 10 minutes using your enchanting brush. Oh, this feature. Just say you can spend 10 minutes. Don't reference the feature inside of itself. You can spend 10 minutes, say, using painting supplies to create a piece of magical artwork. When a humanoid creature spends at least a few moments... What the fuck does that mean? How many rounds is a few moments? How many rounds in a moment? When a humanoid creature spends at least a few moments observing your artwork, it becomes subtly influenced by its beauty. The artwork loses its magic. The artwork then loses its magic. For the next 10 minutes, you have advantage on charisma, persuasion, charisma checks to influence the creature. Oh, you're missing a lot of important features here, my guy. We don't know how to do it. Okay, so when you want something to require a certain amount of time to engage with in D&D, you want it to either be a turn, which is a single creature in combat, a round, which is every creature's turn, like a whole round of everyone going, or a minute, or 10 minutes, or an hour, 8 hours, 24 hours, something like that. So what you would probably say here is, if a humanoid spends at least 1 minute observing one of your magical artworks, they become subtly influenced by it. I probably would actually make this a saving throw they got to make. I would probably make them make a wisdom saving throw or a charisma saving throw. And then on a failure, this effect would happen. But I would also make it where on a success, they wouldn't realize it was happening. Like, it wouldn't trigger something. It wouldn't be like on a success they know that you were fucking with them. You can create a number of magical artworks equal to your intelligence modifier per long rest and may have multiple prepared at a time. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, having multiple of them at a time is not particularly anything. Like, the only reason I could think you wanting to have multiple at a time is like, all right, I'm going to put, we need to charm 4 creatures at a time. So quick, give each one of them one of my paintings. But this feels a little bit weird to be able to do that with multiple of them. I mean, I think it's a cool base mechanic, but I think if I were you, I would probably allow you to create a painting multiple times per day, but I wouldn't make it like you can just collect them. I don't see the mechanical purpose. And if the mechanical purpose comes in later, it's too late. 'Cause, 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 'c Let's see what spells we get. Charm Person, Color Spray, Calm Emotion, Suggestion, Hypnotic Pattern, Fear, Confusion, Phantasmal Killer, Dominate Person, Mislead. I think it's a pretty solid spell list. I don't know if I love Phantasmal Killer. I might do Major Image. Wait, not Major Image. What's the spell that isn't there? I'm forgetting. Major Image is not a third level spell. But I might lean into more Illusion than Phantasmal Killer. I know technically it's an illusion spell, but I feel like it's very... Dominate Person also feels a little rando. Oh, and you're building a whole subsystem? Oh, my brother in Christ. What are you doing? What the fuck? Why are you doing this to me? Don't build a subsystem, friendo. Don't do it. Don't build a subsystem. If any of you out there that are watching this built a subsystem, be careful. I'm telling you right now, and I don't mean this meanly. Unless that subsystem is so smooth, so chill, and so necessary for the outcome of whatever the subsystem produces, is not winning. One of the most important rules when you are doing game design is especially for D&D, where the player has to work through the mechanics, as opposed to in a video game where you just click a button. The player has to understand the mechanic to use it. You don't want the path to be more complicated than the outcome. So I'm talking a lot of shit. This isn't even really criticism of this homebrew, because we haven't actually read this. This might be amazing. It might be super straightforward and simple. But I'm telling you, if this leads to basically you get a couple extra spells, or you can impose disadvantage on creatures sometimes, or things like that, then it is not a great system to get to that. You know what I mean? Don't apologize to me. If you want to make a subsystem, you can. Sometimes they work really well. But they are hard to make work well for a artificer, because artificers already kind of have subsystems. So it just takes up a lot of space. Starting at 3rd level, you can create colorful ink sigils with your brush and mark a target. You learn 2 sigils of your choice from the options below. The options described below, and each time you gain a level in this class, you can replace one sigil with another one. Okay. When you reach certain levels in this class, you learn additional sigils. Okay, so it's sort of like invocations in terms of how you get them. If an ink sigil has a level requirement, you must be that level. Yeah, it's just invocations. Okay, so we get invocations. Let's see what we get. And these are all things we get at 3rd level. Let's see. Or rather, we get 2 at 3rd level. How often can we use them? Unlimited times, it looks like. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong, but you can use these infinitely? Okay, Binding Blue. You use the bonus action to mark a creature you see within 30 feet of you. The target takes 2d8 psychic damage and must make a wisdom saving throw, or the sigil binds it. Okay, I'll tell you right now. This reads like you can use a bonus action to automatically deal... Where does it say once per short rest? Oh, don't put the limit at the end of each one. Put the limit either at under the whole mechanic or under the introduction of the mechanic. Bonus action to automatically deal 2d8 psychic damage before a saving throw is even made is already pretty strong. They have to make a wisdom saving throw, or they're bound. While bound, they take 2d8 psychic damage once per turn. Whenever it moves more than 5 feet. So then change that around. While bound, if the target moves more than 5 feet on its turn, it takes an additional 2d8 psychic damage, period. Forced movement counts? Nah, cut that shit out. We don't need that. This is already pretty powerful. At the end of each of its turns, the target can repeat its saving throw, ending the effect on a success. Once you use the sigil, this sigil can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Okay, so this one is once per short rest. Are they all different, or are they all short per... No, they're all short or long rest. Oh, I see. You wanted some extra strong ones, so you made them once per long rest. I wouldn't do that. I would make them all the same and balance them accordingly. Let's see. Did I skip one? Yes. Betrayal Greed. When you or a creature you can see within 30 feet is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to change the target. Choose another creature within 30 feet of you, other than the attacker. The chosen creature becomes the target of the attack using the same roll. The attack's effects are transferred regardless of the attack's range. Once you invoke this sigil, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Again, make them all on the same recharge. What do any of these things do, other than literally the name having a color? How do these tie into your illusion, painty magic? It seems like they don't. Frightful Black. You can use the bonus action to mark a creature within 30 feet of you. Target makes a wisdom save or becomes frightened for 1 minute. Also very strong. Disadvantage on attack rolls against you. While frightened, cannot willingly move closer to you. This is just the frightened condition. This is literally just the frightened condition, so you don't need to write that. Additionally, the target cannot regain hit points from spells or features. At the end of each of its turns, it can repeat the save. As an action, you can mark... These ones we get at 7th. As an action, you can mark a sigil of intense strain. The target must succeed on a con saving throw or become strained. While strained, disadvantage on attack rolls, disadvantage on all these sorts of saving throws, speed halved. The one thing you got to be a little bit careful about if you have new ones that you're unlocking at higher levels is there is a tendency when you have features that you unlock over time that are resource based, where it's like, okay, at 3rd level you get these special moves and each one requires 1 ammunition, and then at 7th level you get these other 3 special moves that all require 1 ammunition. If you don't carefully design those next tier up of moves, you can create a situation where you sort of make the 3rd level feature a dead feature. Like, if there is no reason for me to keep using these sigils after I've unlocked 7th level sigils, then once you get to 7th level, you sort of lose your 3rd level feature. So you want to make sure that whatever system you're using doesn't replace itself, it builds upon itself. Let's look at what this one does. Like, this one is quite strong. Okay, con save. To remove 1 of the effects? Oh my god, that's so strong. Yeah, that's crazy. So they have to make they have to succeed on 3 Constitution saving throws before this is done. That's hectic. As a bonus action, you mark a creature or an object you can see within 30 feet of you until the start of your next turn. If the target is a creature, whenever the target is hit, whenever the creature hits a target, whenever the target is hit with an attack, here's what you say, whenever the creature is hit with an attack, it deals an additional 1d6 force damage. It takes an additional 1d6 force damage, excuse me. If the target is an object, if the target is an object, say any weapon, any attacks against the object are critical. Also, if you say when the target is an object, but you talk about it as if it's a creature here. You know what I mean? So you got to switch that up. Yeah, I mean, here's where my head is at. All of these are interesting. All of these are interesting mechanics. But I don't see how all of them build together into one coherent subclass, and how that coherent subclass is a painter artificer. I also think you got to worry about there's a lot of power in here. The only other thing that I would say initially, we're gonna look at the higher features, but as it's written right now, we get this feature that is like a fairly complicated feature where we can make a magic object that charms people. And then we have a completely different system for sigils. Why is this not a part of that system? Or vice versa? Like, why isn't it that this can impose different effects that you choose from this list. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're fighting yourself in this initial construction. I don't care if it's based on a One Piece villain who uses colors to manipulate people. If it doesn't make sense, then you have to do a better job of making it make sense. Or you have to decide it's okay for someone that doesn't get the One Piece reference to feel like, I don't understand why this is a painter. Those are your two options. Doesn't matter. Because the person who's reading this is not going to be thinking to themselves, let's read a One Piece subclass. They're going to be like, oh, painter artificer, cool. What are we doing with our paint? How are we being painterly? We get this very unique painting feature where we can make magical paintings. That's awesome. What else do we get? Oh, a bunch of, like, curse-type effects. Okay. You see, like, there's a dissonance there. If your goal is to make it, you have to build the mechanics in such a way that the reader can find the connection without understanding the context, or you have to decide you don't care if the reader understands or not. 5th level. Your magic manifests as chromatic splashes that shield and inspire. Chromatic splashes is a really nice phrase. Whenever you cast a spell from the painter spell list, you gain temporary hit points equal to your intelligence modifier. This feels completely random. Doesn't really feel like a 5th level feature. And by what do I mean when I say it feels completely random? I don't understand where this is coming from a flavor perspective or from a mechanics perspective. I'm not sure how us gaining temporary hit points uplifts the narrative of a painter artificer. And I'm also not sure why us gaining temporary hit points, how it ties into any of the initial features that you gave us. There's nothing in here that makes us feel like we should be tanky kind of at all. We're very utility. I feel like we're very not in front. Whenever you mark a target with an ink sigil, you can choose one ally within 30 feet of you, gain temporary points equal to your intelligence modifier. I mean, I'll tell you what. If you drop this and keep this, that makes a lot more sense to me. Not from a narrative perspective, but at least you're tying it back into the core mechanic. It still is a little dissonant. I'll tell you what, if you want to do something like this, you could, but you got to be careful with this thing feeling a little random. Most artificers at 5th level, they're dealing extra damage, or they're maybe doing extra healing. This is a little bit in the extra healing booth, which is sort of where, like, alchemists sit, for example. But it kind of just feels random because we haven't gotten anything positive. We've got no buffs we give anyone yet. Everything is we're hurting people. So why are we now helping? I don't know. Masterful Creation, 9th level. You have perfected your painting technique. Whenever you use your enchanting brush to create a magical artwork, choose one ability. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw tied to that ability, you use your reaction to invoke the painting's magic and impose disadvantage on the roll. I see we're getting 2 features at 9th level. I was going to say this isn't super powerful, so I'm okay with us getting 2 features at this level, but it seems like it's doing here's my concern. I see how this is sort of tapping back into this 3rd level feature. They're opposite sides of the same coin. This is giving you advantage on stuff. This is giving other creatures disadvantage on stuff. So it kind of is the same thing, but just from different sides. This allows you to affect any ability. The 3rd level feature, only charisma. I think this could work. I think this is probably fine. I want to see what the other 9th level feature is. I will say it feels like this feature and the other painting feature just belong to a different subclass than the sigil feature. Like, they feel like they're just two different subclasses. What the other feature? Violent Brush. When you hit a creature marked with an ink sigil with a weapon or spell attack, you deal extra psychic damage equal to your intelligence modifier. This is fine. I would probably make that the 5th level feature. And I would say once per turn. Although you don't have sigils on creatures that often, I guess. This is not that strong either. Well, I guess the sigil lasts a long time, potentially. So you could use it a bunch. I want to see... I guess where I'm at is I just wish I saw us being able to do more stuff with our paint. Or manipulate people in more ways than just imposing disadvantage on skill checks. Like, what if you could do things like you could make, like I almost want to be like, you could make a creature, like, charmed by another creature. Or you could, like, you know, make a creature lose track of where they are. Or things like that. Like, there's all sorts of stuff you could do with illusions and paintings that kind of, like, discombobule people, you know? Let's look at the 15th level feature. At 15th level, you now use each of your ink sigils twice instead of once per short rest. If you want to stick with the ink sigil feature, having you get more uses at 15th level is perfect. That is totally reasonable. Overall, I think deciding to force the ink sigils with the more sort of painter vibes is not doing you well. I think you have two pretty interesting ideas that are both being a little bit dampened by the way they don't interact but exist together. Those would be my thoughts. Love a painter. Artists, artificers are... Let's give Samus a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Big round of applause. Come on now. Come on now. There are a lot of artist-type artificers. So what you could maybe do is, if you want to make yours stand out, you could sort of specify in the description and the design that they are not an artist in the traditional sense, but they learn to use color to, like, to dominate people's minds and emotions. You know? And they, like, maybe something like that. Like, they wield the color spectrum. And then you could describe the sigils they're throwing on people on, like, altering the color, like the light spectrum around them, like putting them in certain, like, colorful hazes or something. I don't know. But you could maybe keep those two features working together if you use that to sell sort of a fiction that makes them a unique version of an artist from a flavor perspective, not just from a mechanical perspective. Are you guys enjoying this? If you haven't gotten spun on the wheel, do you feel like this is still enjoyable or fun? And if you have gotten spun on the wheel, do you still feel like this has been enjoyable or fun? I hope so. If you guys like this, by the way, you should know that, like, I do these streams all the time. This is what I do. So I am not trying to tell you to watch my streams forever and always, but consider watching my streams forever and always. Next week, we'll be doing 2 streams. Probably the first stream is going to be a little different than this. But it's one where instead of me reviewing your homebrew, it's one where you send in information about your D&D campaigns, and then we make homebrew for them on stream. So that's going to be next week. And then later in the week, we will probably do a homebrew review or homebrew feedback stream where you can send in homebrew and you decide whether you want me to do a review like this, or you want to call in and talk about your homebrew and ask a question, or you have like one very specific thing you need help with, or like an unfinished piece of homebrew that like you don't know what to do for the capstone feature or something, where it's like we're not really reviewing it, we're sort of helping you build it. So I do that all the time. If you like this, consider joining for some of them. No pressure. Well, a little pressure. Okay, we got... Ooh! What's up, cat? You learned to watch homebrew? You learned... Listen, you did not learn to write homebrew from watching my stream. My stream might have inspired you to learn to write homebrew, but you learned to write homebrew by putting in the work, my friend. Okay? You deserve all the credit for that, you silly gobbledygoo. Chat can be very judgmental. People are a little bit more judgmental in chat today than they often are. Or let me rephrase that. People are a little less constructive in chat today than they often are. But that is only because a lot of these people don't do a lot of streams or don't do a lot of critical reviews. And it's as much as I spent a little while at the beginning of the stream talking about the way you want to give feedback on stream, it's very hard to actually do. Like, you can learn it, listen to it, like, okay, but you're still going to fall into that trap of saying, I don't like this, instead of saying, this is confusing because it's written in a sentence that's 17 words long. You know, it can be very hard to remember to be constructive. So I'm assuming that I'm not, that's why, like, I've seen a couple people say stuff that normally I'd be like, don't say that. But I'm just like, all right, you're all new. Okay, this is our dear Penlordant, the Wild Magic Artificer Specialist. As the name might imply, might it? This subclass is made around the idea of wild magic, specifically stuffing it into an item you can harness later, to varying degrees of success. Okay, before I read it, here is my thoughts. I'm going to give you feedback before I even read it. If you used the Sorcerer's Wild Magic table, I really am very curious about how you implemented the use of the wild magic. You have to be very delicate with how you implement using wild magic if you just copy-paste the Sorcerer Wild Magic table. If you build your own wild magic table, then you can implement it in literally any way you want, because you can build it to work in any way you want. For example, the Barbarian... The Wild Magic Barbarian has a completely different table than the Sorcerer, and it is entirely combat-focused, and everything on it is good. So that, A, makes it so it always is reasonably good when you're raging, which is like when you're in combat, and B, it always, you can use it all the time, and that's okay. Because it's not going to do some terrible thing, and it's not shockingly overpowered. You know what I mean? Data Dude is great. Data Dude is great. Dat Dude? Oh, I know a different guy named Data Dude. I don't know Dat Dude, but Dat Dude's great too. No doubt. All right, let's take a look at your homebrew. With that little caveat about wild magic. The very first D&D game I ever ran, I found a homebrew wild magic table that had 10,000 things on it. And I used it with my wild magic sorcerer because we both thought it was fun. And to be honest, it was a lot of fun, but it was not balanced. And the only reason why it became okay was because it was a very jokey party where we were just didn't care if crazy things happened and everyone died all the time and stuff. The Wild Magic Barbarian is not well designed right now. The easiest way to fix the Wild Magic Barbarian Gald, you're exactly right, would to be to have the damage die of all of their wild magic features scale up, or to have them add some amount of extra damage to it. Yeah, one time the guy who rolled on it rolled a number that made it so it summoned 100 naked clones of him that copied whatever action he did. So it was like startling, and then he used his action to cast Firebolt at something, and then all of them did, and it did 100 d10 fire damage. And it's like, that's fun, but I don't know if all campaigns should have that. All right, let's take a look at this. Did I post it in the chat? I don't remember. Here's again. Wild Magic Specialist. Excuse me. Artificers, who specialize in harnessing wild magic, are among the most curious and reckless in their profession. This dances with being vague, but it's also okay. Here's the only thing that I'm going to say. I would argue that all artificers are curious. I don't think all are reckless, but I think curiosity is sort of built into the nature of an artificer. Where many stop at creating arcane machinery, wild magic artificers pride themselves in studying and eventually harnessing chaos itself. Okay. Genuinely, this is your opening sentence. So there's a thing that a lot of people do in writing that, and usually you see it in an opening sentence. Here we see it in a second sentence, where they write it in this way where they say, most things are like this, but this thing is like that. Instead of saying most things are like this, but this thing is like that, just say, this thing is like that. Do you know what I mean? You're not getting anything from these words. And when you're writing flavor text, you don't want it to be too long. So you kind of want every sentence to really matter. Flavor text doesn't matter at all when it comes to how a piece is balanced. But it matters dramatically in two ways. One, how excited someone is to read your homebrew, and how excited someone is when they read your homebrew is going to impact the way they judge it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Or how much they like it, or how kind they are to it when they're reading it. What was the other thing? There were two things. I don't remember what the other thing was. Fuck. Oh well, we're gonna move on. There's another thing too, but that first one was important. Let's see what spells we get. Chaos Bolt, Color Spray, Alter Self, Misty Step, Blink, Hypnotic Pattern, Confusion, Polymorph, Animate Objects, Awaken. Pretty solid spell list. I don't actually have any big The only thing I would say is if there are other spells that use random tables, I would use them too. Can't think of any off the top of my head. Chromatic Orb, but Chromatic Orb and Chaos Bolt are kind of like different sides of the same coin, so you don't need both. But if you could replace one of these with a spell that rolls dice, that does a random thing, if you could replace one of these with a thing that does a random thing, or one of these with a thing that does a random thing, I think that'd be solid. The vibe is very chaos magic, though. So, chat, what does this do mechanically? Is this mechanically all on the same page? No! It's fucking all over the place mechanically. We're getting utility features. We're getting movement stuff. We're getting combat focus. It's all over the fucking place. But it doesn't matter. Because they all are really nicely tied to chaos. Like, I don't need to spend a lot of time to question why Awaken or Animate Objects is on this list. Although I will say they both do the same thing, right? They both represent the bringing things to life aspect, so maybe you don't need both. But they both make sense. Either one makes sense. All right. Is this a new table? I hope so. All right, let's see. Wild magic infusions. You have managed to infuse a scrap of wild magic into an item. I don't know why I want to say it or the accent. Choose one of the following: weapon, shield, or spellcasting focus. The weapon must be one you are proficient in, and the spellcasting focus must be a tool set you're proficient in. The armor doesn't have to be, though. Or the shield doesn't. I guess you're not... All right, it's not armor, it's shield. I misread it. The item functions as normal. However, you can release its infused wild magic to give it an additional random effect. As a bonus action, you activate the item. Roll a d8 and consult the activation table to determine the effect produced. Why is there so many words about what sort of item we can make? Unless it's doing something... Okay, unless the thing that you're infusing does something different, whether it's on a weapon, a shield, or a spellcasting focus, you don't need any of that language. Okay. It's a normal item. Bonus action, you activate it, roll a d8, and see what happens on the table. If the effect requires a saving throw, use your spell save DC. The infused item remains active for 1 minute before going dormant, ending any activation effect currently applied to it. I don't like that you're using the word activation effect. This is a wild magic sorcerer. Why don't you say wild magic? Why are we calling these activation effects and not wild magic effects? Or wild fission, right? Or like what's find a science engineering word and mix it with the word wild, and then make that the word you use for these. You get proficiency bonus number of items. Is this per day? Is this... Let's see. Any further attempts to activate it overloads the item, overloads the wild magic within it, and causes the item to let out an explosion, dealing a bunch of fire damage. Remove this. Remove this. That is so cheesable, it's silly, dude. That just means that you can just force an item to have a 10-foot radius, unstoppable 2d6 fire damage forever. You put it in somebody's pocket. You know what I mean? So get rid of that. Just make it where you can use it an amount of times, and when it's done, you can't use it anymore. Wild flux would be a good word. Wild discharge. Okay, but okay, I mean, listen. Sure. Listen, I'm not going to... Okay, listen. Sure. Discharge. Yes. Definitely a word that immediately makes me think of engineering, science, and electricity. Not anything else. All right, let's see what these things do. So we get proficiency bonus. We basically okay. So this is really overly wordy, because basically what this says is proficiency bonus number of times per day. You can infuse an item with wild magic. When an item is infused with wild magic, you can use your bonus action to activate the wild magic. Roll a d8 and consult the table. That's the only thing this does. So I don't think this needs to be 3.5 paragraphs. All right, let's think what these things do. Keep in mind, we're 3rd level. We get another feature at 3rd level. Actually, let me read the other feature first, because that's going to help me judge how powerful the wild magic should be. Magic transfer. While difficult, you have learned how to transfer wild magic the wild magic infusion between items. After finishing a long rest, you can change your infused item to be a different item in your possession of the same type. A different shield, a different... that sort of feels like a nothing burger. Couldn't this just be... Okay, here's something that Pen Lord. Here's what you need to know here. I'm not sure if you are talking about changing all infusions or just changing your wild magic infusion. So that's a level of clarity that this needs. Secondly, couldn't you just do that anyway? Like, what is the point of this? Can't you just, over the course of a rest or whatever, choose to infuse a series of items? This is what I would do if I were you, man. If I were you, I would make it where at 3rd level, over or whatever, you can infuse proficiency bonus number of items with wild magic. They're wild magic. It says so at the beginning. Okay, I got... Oh, okay. So here's okay, yes. I see what you're saying, but I don't understand the point. Because let me explain. This is a paragraph that adds one single mechanic to the game. And that mechanic to that game is you can only infuse one of the following. Okay? That's the mechanic. Then at the exact same level, you get another feature that's like, you can change what the infusion's on. Why are these not just the same feature? Why do you have a whole, you know what I mean? You give us like a boundary in one feature, and then you tell us how to break it. You build a whole new feature to tell us how to get around it. Just tell us how to get around it here. The end of a long rest, you pick one item. That item becomes your wild magic item. Well, it does all the stuff. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change what your wild magic item is. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I just assume everyone's a neckbeard. I don't mean to. All right. But do you see what I mean? You can combine this feature. I do apologize. I do try to get people's pronouns correctly. I almost said proverbs. I do try to get people's proverbs correctly. So might be. But if I were you, I think this needs to not exist, and this needs to be half the words. The feature is too long because you take too long to explain what it does. It's not too long. Literally, the feature could be half this length and include this in it. I'm confident. All right, let's see what these things do. The only thing we get at third level, this is the only thing we get at third level. The only thing we get at third level with this subclass is proficiency bonus times per day. We can activate one of these features. I would say I don't think that's enough. Even if you're like, well, I wanted these to be really strong, I still don't think it's enough. I don't want a subclass that only gives me something proficiency bonus times per day. What if I use it all? Now I don't have a subclass. So if these feel too strong, what I would say is tone them down and make space for a whole other feature. Something else that makes you cut, so you're always a little wild, you know? How about something like, whenever you cast a spell that deals damage, you can choose for the spell to deal its normal damage, or you can roll a d6 and it deals damage equal to what it rolls on the table, and you have like a little table. So you can make your magic just always a little chaotic. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if it's more of a ribbon feature than a good feature, but something that fills that space so you don't feel like when you run out of your resource, you don't have your subclass. That's really the most important thing. Okay. Let's see what the features are. The item sparks with elemental flare. Do all of these take a how do we activate these again? I need to remember. It's a bonus action to activate them. Okay. Item sparks with elemental flare. If you hit with the weapon or hit with the cantrip using the arcane focus, you deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. If you take damage while using a shield, you reduce that damage by an amount equal to your proficiency bonus. The extra damage you... Okay. Oh, God. Do all of these have different explanations for all three objects? Don't do that. Don't do that. No one wants to read that, my guy. No one wants to read that. No one wants to read that, and no one is going to be able to keep track of that. If you want each thing to... Okay. If you... My dear. What's their name again? I want to say their name, because it was a fun name. Penlord. My dear Penlord. If you want each item to do something different depending on what the object is, I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. I'm just going to do this really quickly. I'm just going to show you how I would organize this. So, oops, don't mean to do any of that. Stop doing shit. Okay, here's what I would do if I were you. This is not your document, so I'm not messing with your document. Don't worry. But this is what I would do. I would do this. So when I'm looking at this chart, and then you say weapon thing, shield thing, etc. You see what I mean? So, because here's the thing. When I'm looking at this, I don't want to have to read 3 sentences before I know what this does every time I use it, which is going to be the case a lot of the time. Hey man, I don't have good. I don't have great spelling. I don't listen. We are all flawed. Do you know what the real problem is? I'm gonna make an excuse for myself, but then I want you to decide I'm just making an excuse and not believe me. But the excuse I'm gonna make for myself is that in order for me to sit in a position where I can comfortably look at the homebrew, have my microphone in a good place, and have chat in a good place, my keyboard is at a weird angle. So I sort of am always, like normally if I'm typing, like if I wanted to type comfortably, I would sit like this. This is me typing comfortably. But I'm like off. And I can't like see you guys that well. So I have to move my keyboard over here so I can sit like this. Anyway, sorry. But reorganizing this like that would actually probably help. And it might make this whole thing go from pretty unreasonable feeling to very reasonable feeling. Because this is not actually doing anything that complicated. It's just for the next minute, if you hit with a weapon or cast a cantrip, it deals an additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. And if you take damage when you're using a shield, it reduces that damage by amount equal to your proficiency bonus. It's just fucking annoying because you're explaining it. You're writing the whole sentence for every single one. So don't do that. Reorganize it. I bet if you reorganize it, it's actually going to just immediately not only feel a lot better to read, you're probably going to notice things in it more that you might want to tweak, adjust, or uplift. Okay, we're not going to spend as much time on all of the other ones, but we are going to read them. The item is masked in horrific illusion. Whenever an attack misses you with the shield, you hit with a weapon. Target has to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened until the start of your next turn. Flickering out of existence and teleporting to random spots. Weapons get their reach extended or their range extended. Focuses get cantrips get your stuff extended. Shields allow you to use a reaction when an ally is within 5 feet of you to get hit with an attack. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading these here. These, and I mean this as kindly as possible, these don't feel like chaos magic. They just feel like good tactical features. That might be okay, but I do think it's something you should think about. These don't feel like chaos magic kind of at all. Like, if I was going to do a chaos magic thing for number 3, I would probably go in the direction of, like, sure, the sword teleports randomly, and then make it where the item becomes like an AoE effect that like randomly hits creatures with damage as the sword flickers around or whatever. But like these just feel like good features. Like good features is fine, but like you're missing the chaos. The chaos isn't there. The wild isn't. It's missing the wild. The item becomes light as a feather and begins to float around you. It's just, okay, that's fine. I think that's great. More like that is fun. Item hums with arcane energy, releasing magical explosion whenever an attack misses you with the shield. Okay, I'm doing the thing where this is just my opinion, and you're already adjusting to this, so I need you, Penlord, to not take anything I'm going to say now to heart, because I am not talking about you. This is a really fun idea. Reading these sentences is making me actually angry. Having to read the sentence where you write, it does this for this, and this for this, and this for this every time, genuinely is making me angry. Like, irrationally frustrated. So I am going to skim the rest, because I don't want to put myself through that. But if you fix it so it's not doing that, it probably will be a lot more fun to read. Okay, so what does this one do? Creatures take damage around you when they miss with an attack or when you hit with stuff. So this one, okay. So this one, creatures take damage around you. You can use a reaction to manifest the following effect. Oh my god, this language is fucking killing me. Add to damage rolls. Add to this. Okay, these need to be more wild, man. You can't be doing. You can't be doing just making numbers go up. You can't. All right, make all of these feel more wild, please, 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 please. This doesn't feel like wild magic. Whenever attack misses, target has to make a dex saving throw or be restrained until the start of your next turn. Thorny things do that. That's pretty strong. That's pretty cool. Glows and dazzles. Blinds people. That could work too. I think that the thorny one, the blinding one, the light one, although this is pretty weak, I think it's still an interesting idea. I think all of those are really interesting and fun. I think everything else you might need to rethink. Or maybe you won't if you reorganize it and they feel good. But they don't feel magic. They don't feel wild. They really don't feel wild. And you also, like, there's kind of no wild to it kind of at all. The wildness... Let me rephrase that. The wildness comes from you rolling the dice. But there is no element of wild to activating them. Maybe that's fine. That's how it works with the barbarian. But I think that's still something to think about. All right, let's see what we get at 5th level. Your wild magic infused items leak arcane energy that causes slight alterations to reality. You can exploit this in your favor. When you activate your wild magic infused item, roll a dice. When your wild magic infused item remains active, you gain access to a special reaction based on whether you rolled even or not. You need to, this, if you were going to publish this would be considered plagiarism. So you have to decide how you feel about that. This is almost word for word how the Star Druid's Wheel and Woe feature works. It's minorly different, but not that different. It's certainly not different enough. So the Star Druid gets a thing where you roll a die. If it's even, it's one. If it's odd, it's another. And I think it's a D6 instead of a D4. But, oh my god, and you just get so many more uses. So the Star Druid, I think, gets proficiency bonus time at 6th level. You get basically double that. Careful. You don't want to make... You don't want to copy a feature that already exists. What's up, Baizalyul? You don't want to make a feature that already exists. Occasionally, you actually can. There are some times where taking a feature from the Rogue and putting it on a special Warlock subclass or something like that works really well. But you only really want to do that when that feature is really, really important for selling the fiction of the subclass. I would put to you that taking the even odds ability check saving throw up down with a dice is not integral to the wild magic's artificer. At least the way that it's written so far. Doesn't feel like we necessarily need it. But also, if you are going to be pulling something from one class or subclass and putting it into another, you really got to make sure if you can't make it more powerful if you're getting it earlier, you know? Yeah, evasion is used on multiple official classes and subclasses because it is a really simple, straightforward, easy way to be like, you're quick. The difference between 1d6 and 1d4 is not... The difference between 1d6 and 1d4, from a power perspective, I still think might not balance out you getting double proficiency bonus times per day. That's the first thing. Because the difference between a 4 and a 6 is like 1.5-ish. It's minimal. And the other thing is that it's not different enough from the Star Druid. So like, I'm going to give you some very specific homebrew for feedback for this, the goal of this stream. And this mechanic is probably fine. I think if you made it so you couldn't use it quite as much, it would be reasonably balanced. I don't know if it really feels like a 5th level artificer feature. But the bigger deal for this is that if you want to win this $1,000 contest, you have to remove this feature. This will not win. One of the first things they're going to do when they're reviewing Homebrew is to remove anything that is too similar to something that already exists. Guaranteed. It's going to be the easiest way for them to thin the herd. So if your goal is, if you really like this feature and you want to keep it, keep it. But if your goal is to like potentially win this contest or be in the top 10 or whatever for this contest, this is going to be regardless of how cool these features end up when they look more organized, because honestly they might be really cool when they look more organized. My struggle with them was entirely formatting based, not mechanical at all. This is like it's like putting a target on your back. So just think about that. All right, let's look at power magic item. You can harness the wild magic in your infused item to recharge other magic items. As an action, you can target one magic item within 30 feet of you that has charges. It can recover. The magic item instantly recovers the number of the charges it normally would. That might be too... Okay. I really like this idea conceptually. But I want to say two things. One of them is about balance, and one of them is about vibe. We'll do vibe first. I don't think this helps sell the fiction of a wild magic artificer. It doesn't really feel like this doesn't feel like it's doing anything to make you more wild magic-y or to represent your mastery of wild magic. From a mechanics perspective, it just doesn't feel like that. From a vibe perspective. From a balance perspective, anytime you have a feature that is a subclass feature, a class feature, a species feature that relies on some extant element, that means it relies on magic items or relies on specific types of monsters or specific types of terrain, you are creating a situation where this feature is very, very, very hard to balance because you don't know what kind of campaign you're running. This is why the favored foe and favored terrain of the ranger is so messy. If I am a dungeon master, I might be the kind of dungeon master that doesn't use charge-based items that much in my games at all. So this might be like, okay. I might be the kind of dungeon master that really likes making homebrew, makes lots of charge-based items, and this is like really fun and solid. But because I'm pretty good at balancing my stuff, I don't make anything overpowered. I could be the type of dungeon master that really wants all of my party members to have like one really big special magic item that does something fucking crazy every day. Now, this feature is completely overpowered. You know? So you don't want the power of your feature to be beholden on things that you can't reasonably predict. That being said, the idea of a feature that recharges magic items I think is really cool, and I really like it. If I was going to put a feature like this in something, I would probably make it where once a day you could return one charge to an item that specifically had more than one charge normally. So if you had an item that was a once a day item, it wouldn't work on that. But if you had an item that like every day you rolled 1d6 and got those charges back, boom, it would work there. That's how I would probably balance that. I still would probably not put it on this subclass. I would probably put it on a subclass that felt like it was more about like energy transfer than wild magic. But that's a way that could be sort of balanced down. Does the new artificer do that? Does the new artificer recharge magic items? I haven't Wait, there's not a new artificer, is there? What are you talking about? You can't turn to leave while activating the Cloak of Billowing without saying, I'd say good day. True. Oh, the UA one, I see. Controlled activation. Unearthed Arcana stuff is very hard to... I would not judge our Unearthed Arcana stuff for balance, because a trend I have seen in a lot of Unearthed Arcana is that they throw in more than they plan on keeping, because they want to see how people respond to a handful of ideas. Not just one idea. Whenever you roll the activation table for your wild magic, you can roll twice and choose which of the two effects. If you roll the same number, you ignore those numbers and choose the effects. For a wild magic focused subclass, I think this is an absolutely fine capstone. I do wish... I guess by level 15 we have 5 or 6 uses. That's reasonable. I do wish we had some more just like general wildness throughout the subclass. It's an interesting idea. I give you credit. We got to give credit where credit's due. They spent a lot of time building this list out, and the list is doing new things. None of them are super jank. All of them are reasonably understandable once you reorganize them into a reasonable way. And that's a lot of work. And that's pretty solid. I like this. I think that if you reorganize this chart, I think it's going to be in a pretty solid spot. I do still think you should make it more crazy, but that I'm acknowledging is more of an opinion thing than like anything you need to decide you need to listen to. I mean, you don't need to listen to any of this, but that's really just an opinion. Okay, I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's a fun thing to try to make. I like wild magic. I like that you didn't just use the wild magic table. I like that you built your own. Go team. Get rid of that 5th level feature because you have a lot of fun things and it's creative. Your whole homebrew is fucking creative. You don't want some fucking jabroni, bald, bearded, DnD shorts motherfucker to not respect your homebrew because you took part of it a little bit from another subclass. You know what I mean? Somebody clip that and send it to him. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Okay. We are going to keep going. We are going to keep going. We are not done. But I need to pee. So I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go refill my drink. We'll be back in probably 3 to 5 minutes, maybe less. Don't go anywhere. If you do go somewhere, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to put a weird smell in your kitchen. Not a bad smell, just a weird one. And it's going to be disarming and alarming. Because it's not going to be good. It's just going to be weird. And you're going to be like, ooh, what is that? But for a long time. All right, I'll be back in a second. Alrighty. You guys good? You survive? Oh, my light turned off. Bah! What's up, nerds? You died? Dang. Better try the new Unearthed Arcana Artificer that has the subclass that does resurrection or whatever. I read that. I got seltzer to drink. I don't want to do any more I was up so late last night. Just couldn't fall asleep. And then I got like hyped on this stream and I was like, all right, I'm just going to make a thumbnail and get ready. And I didn't go to bed till too late. The wheel is a tool of torture. The wheel is sort of a tool of torture, but it's also the only way I can think about doing this fairly. I know a couple streamers do things where like people can send stuff in. And I feel like usually they like randomly pick. And it's like, I don't want you guys to... I don't want to be responsible for picking what gets looked at, you know? Boom! Alright. Shall we spin again? Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. If you donate any money to my channel or if you gift any memberships, the wheel doesn't like it. So don't do that. Okay? 7-Bit Brian. What you got for us today? Oh, they sent in something very recently. The Shadow Forge. Bend the Shadowfell's illusions into reality and reshape the battlefield through deception and darkness. Ooh. Reggaetonia. That's, yeah, you need to donate to the wheel itself. Oh, I thought you didn't. Oh, I almost got sad. But then I didn't. I couldn't find your document for a second. Okay, this is the Shadow Forge. It's a cool name. I originally just noticed the list and thought, oh, well, I'm only a few off the top. Then the RNG began. Yeah, we spin it, dude. We spin it. Because I want everyone to have a chance. Here's the thing. My goal was that anybody could submit Homebrew for it at any point up until basically the end of my stream. And whether or not they can make the stream, they still have a chance of getting looked at. Because I acknowledge that sometimes people can't make a thing, but they still want to participate in it. And because we're doing this just on YouTube, it's easy. We just got the VOD up. Fate Weaver spells. I think they may have copy-pasted the layout of the Fey Weaver. That's my guess. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, hey, hey. That is a smart move. Yeah, change that right now, my guy. Don't feel bad about doing that, though. That is a really smart way to make sure you are going to get the right formatting. Just make sure you get all those changes in there. Change this one, too. Change this one, too. Change this one, too. There you go. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. All right, normally I really hate when people edit their homebrew while I'm reviewing it, but that was really funny, and I'm glad you did. But don't edit anything else while I'm reviewing it, or it makes me lose my mind. Okay, Artificer, Shadowforged. The Shadowforged specializes in drawing upon the energies of the Shadowfell to craft potent illusions, bend them into reality, and infuse items with necrotic power. This sentence is too long, my guy. I would probably say a Shadowforged specializes in drawing upon the energies of the Shadowfell to bend them. I mean, honestly, you could probably just end the sentence there. Come up with, don't overdo your details. There's this thing that we can do where we can under-explain or we can over-explain, and they both kind of do the same thing, where if you under-explain, it leaves the reader feeling kind of like uncertain and a little like, I don't really know what's going on, okay? And if you over-explain, it actually does the same thing. You sort of can lose track of where an idea started if you have too many like pit stops before you get to the end of the idea. Where others see only deception and gloom, you see untapped utility. Literally the same feedback I said for the other guy. Try not to do that where you say, others are like this, but this is like this. I would say something like, for a Shadowforge, deception and gloom are untapped utility, or whatever, I don't know. Tools of darkness that can reshape the battlefield, deceive the senses, or strike from beyond the wall. By the way, if this is your first time watching my stream, are you enjoying it so far? Do you guys like this? Is it fun? Have I been too mean? All right, let's see what spells we get. Silent Image, Hex, Phantasmal Force, Shadow Blade, Major Image, Blink, Hallucinatory Terrain, Shadow of Moil, Creation, Modify Memory. I think we should get Darkness, right? It's the Shadowfell, right? We don't need it. But it does feel like it's missing. It does feel like it's missing, doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like it's missing here? I think of gloom. I think of darkness. I think of shadow. I think of darkness, the spell. Oh yeah, this could just be the spell darkness. That would totally work. Honestly, replacing either of these with the darkness would work. I will say, the Shadow Blade stands out the most as, like, a little bit odd. You are getting... The other thing that I want to point out here is you're getting some spells... Okay. You have to be a little bit careful with the intention behind your spells here. Hex. Does Hex fit this subclass? I would argue no. I think from a flavor perspective, kind of. Yeah, sure. You could argue that for sure. But let's think about what Hex does. Hex allows you to make a creature make ability checks at disadvantage and allows you to deal 1d6 extra damage every time you hit them. So that Hex can be really good on like a Warlock because they can do a lot of attacks with Eldritch Blast. It can also be really good on like a Monk because they can hit a lot. This Artificer never gets more than one attack. So they're either... So they really aren't getting really any use out of Hex, I think. So that's the kind of thing that you might want to think about a little bit with some of these spells. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid. Is Hunger of Hadar second level or third level? Because you have to keep in mind, these have to be first level spells, these have to be second level spells, these have to be third level spells, these have to be fourth level spells, and these have to be fifth level spells. So you got to put it in the right spot. I think Blink and Major Image is fine for the third level spells. I could see an argument for Hunger of Hadar, but they mentioned that you're not just using shadow magic, you're like manipulating it to like make stuff. So Major Image feels like that to me. Okay, let's see what else we get. At third level, you learn to infuse your Tinkerer's tools with magical energy from the Shadowfell. With these tools in hand, you can cast when you cast Minor Illusion spell to create the image of an object. You can spend 1 minute of uninterrupted work to infuse this illusion with energy from the Shadowfell, making it real for an hour. That could work. You got to be real careful with stepping on toes of other things that do that already in the game. So what else already does this in the game? There are two things that do this in D&D right now. One is the Conjuration Wizard. The other is the Illusionist Wizard. The Conjuration Wizard gets the ability to summon small objects. The Illusion Wizard gets the ability to make their illusions manifest into reality. Illusion Wizard, that is their capstone feature, so we're not really going to worry about that for the purposes of this. Abjuration Wizard, the objects don't last that long, and they are evidently magical, and we're going to probably want... I want to see the intention behind this before we're done looking at it. I want to see the intention behind it, and I want it to feel like I understand why we get this in a more meta way, like why this is part of the subclass, other than you can make a physical object. Like, I want to see this baked into the core class, and we'll see. Yeah, you're going to need to clarify some stuff. It's going to need to be evidently magical. You got to clarify how expensive it can be, what size it can be. I think you might say what size it can be. Minor Illusion. No, Minor Illusion, you can make a fucking huge object. You can make a barrel. Minor Illusion's 5 foot squared. With this, you got to be real. Okay, so here's the problem with this. The way this is written currently, I could create a 5 foot cube of steel. That's a little too strong, I think. I could create a 100-pound golden nugget. Objects created this way give off smoky shadow. Ooh, I like that. That is doing... Basically, that is the... this is the alternative to they look magical. Weapons and armor created in this manner do not provide additional effects, but do count as magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance. And I think you just say count as magical. I don't think... What do you mean don't provide additional effects? Does that mean like they don't work? No, you don't need that. Just cut that out. Just say they count as magical. That's also pretty strong. How many times a day can you use this? At third level, you can maintain 1 such forged item at a time. 2 at 7, 3 at 11. This needs a lot more limitations. And I think if you want it to be able to make weapons and magic that count... weapons and armor that count as magic, I think, unfortunately, it needs to be pretty limited in use. I don't think this can be an infinite use feature. And I also think if you make it so you can make weapons or armor count as magic that you make, I think they could have a bonus. They could have a benefit. Like, what if you can use this feature once per short rest? Okay? And the item that you create lasts 10 minutes, or we'll say lasts an hour. What if when you make armor out of it, creatures get a bonus to stealth checks while they are in dim light or darkness equal to your intelligence modifier? And what if when it's a weapon, it could deal necrotic damage, or the creature, something like that. When it's in darkness, it deals an extra 1d4 necrotic damage once per turn. Like, you could make it have some power if you limit it a little bit. Also, if it's kind of the only feature they get, it could be infinite in use. It could just be like, you always basically have someone wearing your special stealth armor or your special stabby sword. But we get another thing at this level, which makes me feel like maybe it shouldn't be that. Also, at 3rd level, your understanding of shadowy illusions allows you to subtly reinforce them when they begin to unravel. When a creature succeeds on a saving throw against an illusion spell you cast, you can force them to reroll the save and take the new result. Okay, now is where I'm going to stop you, and I'm going to say, I think you are now... You're getting dangerously close to just making this a better, earlier version of the illusion wizard. I would just cut this out entirely, and I would just give us something else. Something else very ribbon feature. Like I would probably cut this out and give you a feature where it's like, you can use your shadow to emanate darkness in the same way that others use light to torches to emanate light. As a bonus action, you can create an area of darkness within non-magical darkness that emanates, has like a radius of 5 feet that emanates from you, or something like that. Some element of like, or maybe you could do it to an item that you have infused or something. But like, I don't think this is it. Yeah, this has 4 first level. I mean, the cantrip's kind of half a feature. But the be able to make any object is crazy. Magical swords is pretty strong. Yeah, I think if anything, I would expand upon the Shadowforge feature and just chop this out. Remember, what do we get at 5th level? Boys, girls, creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. What do we get at 5th level? Say it with me. Something as powerful as extra attack and nothing else. All right, let's see what we get. You've learned to infuse your items with more powerful shadow magic. No. You always know the following infusions. No. If you want to do something like this, do it at 9th level or 3rd level. When they do not count against your total number of infusions. But the utility cannot be more valuable than between 1 and 12. Basically, the utility cannot be more powerful than roughly 1d12's worth of damage in terms of its influence around. Ooh, I forgot I got seltzer. Oh, I love seltzer. +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Don't do that. We already have an infusion that does that. We don't need to be doing more things that already exist. If you're hitting a creature with an attack, you can use a bonus action to expend a charge, deals more necrotic damage to it. Is getting a special infusion that lets us do like a mini smite, does that sell the Shadowfell? I don't know. +1 armor while when struck by an attack, the wearer can use a reaction to use a charge to cause it's more damage in AoE. I'm gonna say these don't feel Shadowfell-y that much. Also, you've built a mechanic at 3rd level to let them summon magical weapons and armor. We don't need to give them infusions now. We just, you know what I mean? We're giving them magical weapons and armor here. Let's just make this do cool shit. We don't need to now do this on top of it. Because now you're in this weird position where it's like, we now get 1, 2, 3, 4 new infusions that we permanently have active because they don't count against the number we know. Oh, no. Maybe they're not always active. That would be nuts. Hopefully they're not always active. I'm assuming they're not always active. If they're always active, you're crazy. AoE necrotic damage. What does this do? 3 charges. Don't make a magic item. Don't do this. Don't make one that does multiple different things like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Also, that's really strong. This is 1 infusion that gives you the power of either 3 first level spells or a first level spell and a second level spell. That's a lot. Don't do that. Yeah, infusions don't do that. Just make them on or off. Or I mean, make them so they could do a special thing, but you know, don't make it like charges per long rest. That's crazy. Soul Lantern. 30-foot radius, light. Invisible creatures of the light are revealed. Illusions of the light are clearly outlined once per long rest. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot, dude. Like, even just this. This is a second... You now have a second level spell just on all the time. This is... You have see invisibility permanently. Also, it's actually like you get 2/3 of a 5th level spell, True Sight, because you can clearly see through illusions and you can clearly see invisible things, which is like 80% of when True Sight matters. Requiring an attunement and an infusion slot doesn't mean anything. If you want to... Okay, 7-bit, you might have missed the beginning of my stream. But if you want to defend your homebrew, you can until the cows come home. But I will start to attack in terms of explaining why you're wrong. Or why I feel like you're wrong. And I don't want to do that. Because I disagree with most of your the defenses you've given so far. Because here's the thing. I'm gonna address both of the things you've said so far. And then we're going to decide that you can either like that I'm giving feedback or not like it. And if you don't want to take it, you don't need to listen to anything I say. But here's why it's really important that you... I'm gonna address both your things, but here's why it's really important that you defending your homebrew doesn't help you at all. When you send this in to D&D Shorts, you are not going to be there to defend it. So you arguing, you making a claim that leads to people going like, oh, okay, maybe I see it. Does it work without you there to make that claim? It has to speak for itself. Okay, so the first thing that you said was, you know them, but you are still limited by the number of infusions. Okay, cool. That was just a clarification. Requires attunement and infusion slot. Okay, so does taking away from your core power balance getting something overpowered? I would say no. I would say no. All infusions take an infusion slot, so that doesn't really mean anything. If you build an infusion that is just unquestionably better than the official infusions, that's not balanced because it takes up an infusion slot. If anything, it makes more of the class bad, because now if you don't take this infusion, you're hampering yourself, because this infusion is so much better. All of these infusions are so much better than any of the base class infusions that you're basically like, okay, cool. If I take this subclass, I am losing access to all of my base class infusions, or at least 2/3 of them. So you're sort of not uplifting the artificer. You're sort of diminishing it. Now, making it require attunement is definitely a way to power balance and scale magic items, but it's really not a big deal when it's an infused magic item, because infused magic items they're ethereal, right? They're here and gone. You can change them. You can swap them. You can make new ones, destroy old ones. So it's sort of like you can decide, okay, we're doing this thing. All right, I guess I'm using this infusion slot this day for this thing. So it's very good when you need it and totally not there when you don't. So I don't actually think that balances it super well. Does that clarify? Now, I'm sorry if I jumped down your throat a second earlier when I felt like you were trying to defend your piece in a way that was not what I was looking for. You are more than welcome to speak, and I won't do that again. But it's important to remember that, like, when you're getting feedback, you're not asking to explain your homebrew to someone. You're asking someone to just give you the raw interpretation, and then it's your job to decide if their interpretation is worth you considering in what changes you make, or if their interpretation is just not great, and then you can just ignore it. And I said this at the beginning of stream, but I would say, in all of my experience running creative writing workshops, doing like college writing workshop things that I ran for a while, and doing this for a couple of years, I would say you probably should always ignore like 30% of the feedback. Probably. Minimum. Because people don't know what they're talking about. And often, including me, and often you will have a vision for your homebrew that doesn't quite align with what I'm seeing. So my feedback might not necessarily help guide it in the right direction. I try to give feedback that helps capture what you're going for, your vision. But if I'm ever like off with it, you know, don't ignore what I say. Yeah, so this is just like way too much for 5th level. If you want to do some weird extra special infusions, do them at 3rd, bake them into the core feature. Again, 5th level, you don't want to be doing that much more influence than 1d12 worth of damage around. That's about the amount of influence you want to be doing, give or take. Let's take a look at Shadow Savant. By 9th level, your prolonged exposure to the Shadowfell has granted you resistance to its effects. Resistance to necrotic, advantage on intelligence, investigation checks to see through or study illusions. Resistance to necrotic is fine. So honestly, it's almost a ribbon feature. This feels redundant. If you give us if you give us an infusion that specifically helps us deal with illusions, we don't now need to devote a whole other half a feature to dealing with illusions. It's just genuinely, if you get rid of this, you just have more space to make more new things. When you are, it's like this is that you're just making a thing that these both do the same things. It would be the equivalent of like having a magic item that makes it so as a bonus action you can deal 2d8 fire damage. And then at 9th level you get a special feature where as a bonus action you can deal 4d4 fire damage. It's different. Right? 4d4 is different than 2d8. But it's not that different. It's basically the same thing. And they both are going to feel the same to the person who's using it. They both are going to feel like bonus action dealing damage. You gave us a tool to investigate illusions. We don't need another feature that does it. And by the way, that's a good thing. Because that means you have more space to build more things. At 15th level, you can... Oh my god, my brain turned off. At 15th level, you can weave shadow magic into your illusions, partially manifesting them into the real world. When you cast illusion spell at first level higher, you can choose to make any non-magical part of the illusion. This is just the 14th level illusion wizard capstone. Same exact feed. The person that we looked at before, where they took a feature from the Star Druid and changed it a tiny bit. If the people judging this really like it, if they're like, oh man, I am on board, I am here, I'm here for it. When they get to 9th level, if they're like, okay, this is top 10, like minimum top 10, this feature is going to be them going like, oh, maybe not top 10. Because it kind of already exists. If you can make it feel and interact really differently than the Illusion Wizard's capstone, it could work. But I think you have to come at it from a very different angle than the way the Illusion Wizard comes at it. You don't always need to be original. Like, we talked about this before. There are subclasses and classes that swap features and get mirrors of certain features. You know, the Oath of Ancients Paladin gets gets an orc species feature at level 15. So it exists, but it's extra noticeable when it's like a capstone that you're taking from one capstone to make your capstone. You know what I mean? And it's also sort of like the capstone feels like an improved 3rd level feature, making something real. The capstone feeling like an improved 3rd level feature is very good. I actually like that because that's a good book ending thing. There is no such thing as original. Everything has been done before. Every story has been told. What makes it unique is you. 7-bit, Brian, that is a cop-out. That's a cop-out. That's saying to yourself, I accept that I don't have an idea. So I'm going to take something that already exists. And if you are fine with that cop-out, that's okay. But that's a cop-out, man. It's a cop-out. Don't be mean to him. Chat, be nice. We are all floating ethereal entities on the internet. I'm sure there is absolutely nothing any of us can do or say to change anyone's mind that is watching this stream about anything. So it doesn't matter. That wasn't a defense of my product. It was a reply to them. Reply to who? It sounded... All right, 7-bit. I appreciate you sharing. Don't get sassy with me now, my boy. Don't get sassy with me now. How is it not a defense? That's not really that original. One person says that... Let me rephrase that. Person A, that's not that original an idea. Person B, no idea is an original idea. If that is not a defense, if that is not a defense of the thing, I don't know what is. That being said, we're moving on from this argument because it's not helping anyone grow as a writer, and I'm not here to get annoyed with people when they're being silly on the internet. That's for other streams. Anyone that is judging this is not going to say to themselves, there is no original idea. Anyone that's judging this is going to say, oh, they took the Illusion Wizard's capstone. So what you want to do, if you want to make something that is similar to the Illusion Wizard's capstone work, you need to go out of your way to make it different. It has to come at it from a very different angle. So in the same way that you're making illusions manifest through your spell slots, don't do that. Do it in a different way. Or you've already built this nifty 3rd level feature where you can manifest objects. What if it's just bigger? What if at 15th level, the objects you manifest can be up to huge in size and can have moving parts? So you could build like a wagon or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, that could totally work. But you don't want to rely on a mechanic that already exists whenever possible, unless it really is the only mechanic that sells the fiction. But that is extra bold, underlined, italics, when the thing that you are taking is very iconic. This would not be nearly as big of a deal if it was like, when you cast an illusion spell, you can like cast 2 at the same time, or you can extend the range of it or the radius of it, because that's like, okay. But the wizard, the Illusion Wizard's capstone feature is such an iconic feature that it is like, it is so centrally tied to their identity that it's very, it's like, it would be like it's like giving someone else a rage mechanic or something like that. It's almost that level of iconic. So you just got to be careful with that. All right, 7-bit. I don't really have more thoughts. I think that you have the bones of something really fun and interesting. But I think that you are in some places sort of diminishing the artificer by just giving us options separate from artificer options that are just better. And I think that all of your upper level stuff has a lot of space to build new things if you want to. I think you could build a lot new in the 9th level feature, and I think you come with a whole new 15th if you wanted to. All right, those would be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Let us give them a round of applause. Where is the button? There it is. Sanjiro says the formula for the Artificer subclass is to upgrade the most flavorful 3rd level feature. Yes and no. It is a very common thing for that to be what happens, but you don't have to. If you have a reason to not, here's what I'll say: you need to have a reason not to. If you break that rule, there needs to be intention behind it that the person who's reading the homebrew will understand as they read it. Like, the mechanics make you understand why they are different. If you don't have a reason to go against it, then yeah, it might be good to lean on that. But not always. There's exceptions to everything with D&D Homebrew. All right. Shall we spin again? You can always break the formula. It's true. You just have to do it with intention. The best way to break the formula is to do it in a way where your writing makes the reader understand that you really understand the formula you're breaking. You can't break a formula if you don't know you're breaking a formula. If you're breaking a formula unintentionally, it shows in your writing. It's like, ooh, this is probably not that balanced. Buggadoo, 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 buggadoo. It's Doran. I know the wheel is a fickle mistress. Oh, this person just is not done their homebrew. They have a question they want help with. Let's see. My artificer subclass is made around Da Vinci machines concepts and building around creating mounts. As of right now, I'm working on it. I want some thoughts on the concept. Did I make it OP or not? I need some thoughts regarding the Vitrevium machine. All right. Okay, so let's see. You want to know if it's overpowered, and we're looking at the Vitrevium machine. Those are our main two missions right now. All right, let's take a look. Vitrevium machine. By third level, your magnificent mind has opened you secrets of magic engineering. That sentence is grammatically bad. Has opened you to secrets of magical engineering. Has shown you opened you secrets is not grammatically correct. Letting you create a Vitrevium machine. See the game stats. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It must be mounted to be able to do any action. I would say it can only take actions while mounted. Counts as a mounted mechanics suck in D&D. You're fighting an uphill battle by trying to make something work with mounting mechanics. Mounted creature can use their bonus action or its bonus action. A mounted creature can use their bonus action to access the actions that are written in. Okay, so you're gonna copy paste this. You're gonna copy this. You're gonna hit delete. You're gonna rewrite this, and you're gonna say, in order for a Vitrevium machine to use any of its abilities, a creature that is mounting it must use their bonus action to activate the feature. Period. That's it. When you finish a long rest, your machines immediately perish. You can have more than one? Hopefully not. Music, where'd you go? Oh, music. I just met a music named Music. Oh, you're gonna turn. You're about to turn to Christmas music. Not today. I see you. No. We don't want Christmas music right now. Okay. Oh, don't do that. Don't let me write in here. Look how much power I have. Don't do that. Okay. Who sent this in? What's your name again? Doran. Doran, are you in chat? Somebody said basically amount for all team. Is that you, Doran? I would argue that amount for the whole team is too strong, unless the mounts really aren't that strong. So that's a thing you got to keep in mind. Normally, when you have a special summons, it can do something in combat once. You can use your bonus action to command it. If you can have multiple mounts and everyone is using their bonus actions to command them to do a thing, you are essentially doubling the team's action economy. So if any of their actions are anywhere close to an attack, for example, that's no good. That's no bueno. Also, having a feature that passively just increases everyone's movement speed, really strong. So even if they're just like a horse, still pretty dang strong. Yeah, they do need to be large if medium creatures are going to be able to ride them. Which is also kind of a big deal, because a large creature is quite powerful simply because you now have it's like a utility. It's almost like having a 10-foot by 10-foot flesh cube you can move around the battlefield to create or affect things. So you got to be careful with that too. How about 2 Eldritch Cannons? Eldritch Cannons aren't creatures, and no one else is using them. They're not doubling the action economy. It's making it make 2 attacks instead of once. It's giving you 1 extra use of it once per turn, and I believe it's a capstone feature. So it's fine. It's completely different than this. If you're building, here's the thing. If you are building a special, for your artificer, for all of you, we've seen a bunch of artificers tonight. I'm sure we'll see some more. If your artificer is building something special that only they use, it can be a lot more powerful than if your artificer is building something that everybody uses. That's what it comes down to. So if you want to have a really cool, powerful mount, having 1 that you can summon at a time is infinitely more reasonable than having many. If you want to have an artificer that can do a lot of different things to a lot of different creatures at the same time, those things got to be pretty mellow. Okay, when you choose, you create new variations of the machine will unlock on 3rd level, you can make a wheelie. On 5th level, you can make a walkie. 9th level, you can make a helihover. These are all really funny names. 2 + 5 times your artificer level, AC 15, speed 40 feet. Only wheelie, only walker. Yeah, I mean, like, that's pretty strong. Let's see what else does it do. These kind of don't matter. I mean, everybody permanently ignoring difficult terrain is really strong. Yeah, so like this right here. Literally this is where it's too powerful. If you have more than 1 of these before level 15, power is too high right here immediately. Because each one of these features you're using more than once. So think about it like this. How many of these can you have? Where does it say how many you can have at a time? It doesn't actually, does it? Oh, I see. Okay, so you can just have as many as you need. Okay, so a good way to think about this subclass so far is that its 3rd level feature is that your artificer can expend a spell slot, and then everyone in the party gets a movement speed of 40 feet, can ignore difficult terrain, and as a bonus action can either get a special ranged spell attack, a special attack that knocks creatures back, or a AoE that deals damage to everyone around them. Everyone gets all of that forever. It doesn't matter, man. If it's 3 max, it's too many. If you're giving 3 party, like it's not overpowered. I'll tell you what, it's not overpowered in that it will make your artificer too powerful because it's sharing the overpowered across the board. But it is making it so your entire party gets a massive power boost permanently. Here's what I would do if I were you. If you want everybody to be able to have a walker, then I would get rid of all of these bonus action attacks, and I would make it so the players could do weird stuff with the walkers that augment them in combat a little bit. So, for example, maybe a player could use a bonus action to make it jump. Or maybe a player could use a bonus action to make it try to protect them or something. But even that would be a lot. Maybe it could use a bonus action to impose disadvantage on the first attack against it, or something like that. That happens over the next round. But even that would be a lot because that is like, think about it like this: you're competing for power balance. There is another artificer that makes mounts, by the way. It's called the Battlesmith. Now the Battlesmith can't make mounts for everybody because the Battlesmith the mounts are medium. yours are going to have to be large. So the Battlesmith can make... At 3rd level, the Battlesmith makes 1 of this. That's all. It does get a special attack. It can heal itself, or it can deflect an attack. And you get 1 of them. This is a mount. This is a mountable creature. If you are a gnome, if you are a halfling, if anyone casts enlarge reduce on you, get small, this is a mount. So, for the purposes of how you want to balance this feature, remember that Steel Defender is a mount, and you get 1 of them. And that is going to be your best bet through how to balance this. Because I think you are really underestimating how much action economy and how many features you're giving your players if you can have more than 1 of these things. What else? Did you ask another question, or was that it? It is OP. Those are my thoughts on Vitruvium. Okay, cool. If you have any other specific questions, let me know in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the next one. I think the concept of summoning a mount is interesting. Again, I think you're bumping up with the hurdle of this already does that. So that doesn't mean you can't make one around summoning a mount, but you need to make its features and its whole... I would make its whole design... It has to be really different feeling than this at 3rd level. So lean into something that is radically different than what the Steel Defender does. Steel Defender does attacks and helps you be defensive. This probably shouldn't do any of those things. If you want it to be for everyone, then I think that you gotta really, like, it's gotta be, like, the power level's gotta be, like, stupid low. Like, at 3rd level, everyone gets a special wheelie shoe they can wear that gives them plus 10 to their movement speed. If you had, if your base 3rd level feature was a thing that cost no resources, no concentration, lasted all day, 10-foot movement speed bonus, something like that. Maybe at higher levels, then it becomes a climb speed. Maybe at higher levels, it becomes a jump or a fly. But I would almost take the stat block out. I would almost make it like, sort of like in the same way that the artillerist has little cannons, but they don't really have a stat block. It'd be like, you make special little, like, leg augments that people can wear. Costing starting the day without a spell slot is nothing. That's not fun. If it's not fun, it's not a good mechanic. Don't do it. Do you remember earlier when we were talking to the other guy and he had the same thing where it was like you can expend a spell slot to make a special thing? And I was like, that should be an action, because if it's at the beginning of the day, it's just your subclass has this sub feature called, if you want to use this feature well, you get to start the day with less spell slots. It's literally exact same feedback that I gave that guy applies here. If you think it's fine, keep it. I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's fun to make something require you to expend a spell slot to get the real value out of it. Because then you are in this weird situation where you need to make it balanced if you make 1 or 2 or 3. And that's almost impossible. You know? Because the argument is, okay, well, you don't need to waste the spell slot. You just use the regular version. Okay, then it's just an underpowered artificer subclass. Okay, well, I'm going to use the higher level spell slot, so I get the better version. Okay, you're a artificer that always has less spell slots than all the other artificers. I don't think either option feels good. What about the 9th level feature with casting from the mount? By 9th level, you find a way to use magic to improve your magnificent creations. When you cast a spell, you can assume you are casting it from any of your Vitruvian machine's positions within 60 feet of you. Very strong. And you can make a special new machine. I'm going to be honest. I feel like you're building two separate subclasses at the same time. I think you're building one subclass that gives you special mount that you can do cool shit with, and it grows, and you can put infusions into it. And you're doing another subclass where I want to give everybody bonuses and have really big, wide utility use. And I feel like trying to do both is you're struggling. You know? This doesn't take courage. This takes patience. Because what this basically means is it increases the range of all of your spells by 60 feet and makes all of your touch spells have a range of 60 feet. So that's pretty strong. I don't know if you need that on top of also getting these kinds of things. Or vice versa, I don't know if you need these kinds of things on top of getting that. I like the idea of a guy that creates mounts. I think probably the question you have to ask yourself as you move forward with this is, what is more important for you, the vibe or the mechanics? Is it more important for you that it feels like you're making horses for everyone? Or is it more important for you that you are creating things that you can give to your allies that they can use? Because I bet this whole thing would work a lot more smoothly if you eliminated the aspect of these things as them being creatures and with stat blocks, and you made them like special shoe augmentations or things like that. But if you really are in love with the flavor of like, no, I'm making like horses, I want to make horses, then that's a lot trickier to contend with. Like, you might need to rethink some of the core mechanics in order to make that vibe work. Well, they can you want them to be able to be used with feats? I mean, feats, unless I'm... One second. You guys, I'm in the way. We can't even see the whole thing. What do you mean by feats, dude? Like, how does this not work with feats? These are just features. They all just do what they do. What in here doesn't work with feats? Do you mean the mounted? Maybe you mean the mounted combat? Okay, well, I think that's your biggest issue. I think your biggest issue then is you are forcing it to be something so that it can work with a single feat. And the question that you should ask yourself is, what if somebody wants to use this subclass and not use that feat? Do they, you know what I mean? Like, if the whole point of this subclass, if you're spending this much time, if it's this trickily worded, if it's this sort of trickily organized and worded and hard to power balance, all of that extra headache is coming singularly from the fact that you want it to work with the mounted combat feat. I think you are doing a lot of work and you're giving yourself a much harder job to get to a very specific endpoint. But if that matters to you, then that's fine. I'm not gonna tell you not to do that, but that is a lot of work for one feat that somebody might not even ever take. All right, Doran, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I think the idea that you make a little herd of horse-type creatures that your party rides around conceptually is fucking awesome, by the way. I just think it's hard to make work when you're dealing with, like, the physicality of large creatures that there are multiple of, that all of which are doing things. The other thing that you could do is you could make it so they don't all do things. Like, you can use your bonus action to do something on any of them. So let's say you have 3 mounts. You could have a feature where you could use your bonus action to give a creature that is mounted on one of your things some bonus. That could also be a way that it's balanced. So it's like, not everybody doing a million things. You are doing things, but you can affect anybody that's riding your horses. That could actually work really well. How many more do you think we're going to do tonight? I don't know. Me either. I did that so you guys didn't have to. Thanks. You're welcome. This is a fun idea. It's a fun idea. I'm a big fan of trying to do stuff because you think it's cool. All right, guys. How do you want? You can beg for the. You can get your wheel begging out. Get it out there. By the way, the best way to make the wheel recognize you is to subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, that is the best way to get the wheel to notice you. If you want to support me financially by either gifting a sub, becoming a YouTube member, or donating some money, you are more than welcome to, and I will appreciate it. But the wheel will not. The wheel will be like, so be careful. You can only do any sort of financial support if you don't care about the wheel getting mad at you. Care about the wheel being mad at you, you have to subscribe, but you can't financially support. I don't know why I thought it was so funny to just say that to instead of asking people to instead of doing the thing where you like occasionally ask people to gift subs or whatever, do the opposite. Where it's like, you better not. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. But it was. Bucket. You can sub on Patreon too if you want to. That works too. Bucket. Oh. The big benefit to becoming a patron or a YouTube member or a sub on Twitch is that every other stream I do, the wheel only has people that are YouTube members or patrons or Twitch subs. So this wheel has 30 some plus people on it, but any of my member streams, the wheel usually has like 8. So, and I usually do a member stream once a week, once every 2 weeks minimum. So that's, if there was truly a benefit to it, that is the benefit, is that when I do my review feedback challenge streams, sometimes they're open for everybody, sometimes it's just for those folks. But no pressure. Genuinely no pressure. Okay. Dungeon Isaac. What you got for us, Isaac? Ooh, another Biomancer. Well, not really. The Chimera wasn't really a Biomancer, I guess. The Biomancer is a subclass based heavily on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, along with other body horror stories about scientists who conduct twisted experiments on themselves. The main mechanic of the subclass is a mutation that they undergo during combat. Kind of like a barbarian's rage. The subclass is a little bit geared towards evil. Totally fine. All right, I don't mind that, dude. I made one of my favorite subclasses I ever made was called the Behemoth, and it was a barbarian subclass that was designed to make you. It basically was the giant barbarian, but I made it like a long time ago. But it made it so instead of you doing elemental stuff, you could jump around and you could carry people and throw people. And you got really big. So it's sort of a redundant subclass now because the giant exists. But my 6th level feature was one where you could eat people. you could consume the flesh of a dead humanoid to spend hit dice to get hit points back early. And people didn't like that. I got a lot of negative feedback on the Unearthed Arcana subreddit where people were like, I do not want to have to play this. You should not support a game where your monster character is cannibalistic. It's like, all right. It's called the Behemoth. All of the subclass, all of the flavor text is about how you are a monster person. Whatever. Alrighty. Too big. Too small. Just right. No, same size. All right, let me fix this. Okay. Don't write like this. Most artificers do this thing, but my artificer does another thing. Do you guys remember when I said that everyone starts their homebrew that way? Don't feel bad that you started your homebrew this way. Everyone does. Take out the word however. Take out this whole fucking sentence and say Biomancers do whatever this sentence does. Biomancers see biological organisms as nature's ultimate machine, one that can be tinkered with and altered just like anything else. That's your opening sentence right there. We're not reading the rest of the flavor text. That was good feedback. Also, the rest of your flavor text isn't nearly as important as your opening sentence. We got Cause Fear, Arms of Hadar, Alter Self, Enhance Ability, Fear, Vampiric Touch, Death Ward, Polymorph, Contagion, Reincarnate. Pretty solid spell list, I think. No immediate thoughts. I see what you're going for. I see why it bends a little evil, but I think it's a pretty solid spell list. What do we get? Alchemist supplies and poisoner kits. Ooh, double tools. How do we feel about that? Is that reasonable? Forehead. Is that reasonable? I don't know. Who's to say? Not me. It's probably reasonable. I think it's fine. Poisoner's kit is a kind of powerful tool to get compared to any of the others. It's sort of like Thieves' tools. Like, all the tools are okay. Some of them are pretty useless. And, like, 2 or 3 are, like, very good. Poisoner's kits and Thieves' tools are probably the most actively usable. I would probably give them 1, but I'm not going to yell at you. Biological mutation. You can undergo a monstrous transformation into a mutant beast, granting yourself extraordinary power and resilience. You can undergo... Don't start the same sentence the same way twice. You can undergo stop it. How about this? How about this? Instead of using this here, how about you just take this bonus action? How about this? If you are not wearing armor, you can use a bonus action to undergo a monstrous transformation. Period. There's your whole sentence. How long does it last? It lasts a minute until you're incapacitated or voluntarily dismiss it as an action. You can do intelligence modifier times per day. You gain 1 expended use when you finish a short rest. So you get more uses of this than a barbarian gets of rage. That might be okay. It might not. But that is worth thinking about. Everything else that gets a different version of barbarian rage gets like 2 uses. The giant, the rune knight, for example. That's kind of the only one. But the rune knight, I would give you less uses. Choose 2 of the following abilities. Your armor class becomes 10 plus your intelligence modifier. I would not do things like that. I would give you a bonus. I would say your AC goes up by, you get +1 to your AC or something like that. Don't make me recalculate stuff. You have advantage on dex saving throws and you can't be surprised. You have, unless you're going to be active... How long does this thing last? It lasts a minute. Unless you're going to be activating this before combat, the not surprised is basically redundant. Also, advantage on perception and investigation checks. Very situational. Not terrible, but very situational. Breathing underwater. You're doing that thing that the other guy did, the Chimera stuff. You're covering all the base grounds. Give us weird stuff. Come on. Who cares about fucking fins? You want to give us fins? How about this? At 5th level, at the start of your day, you can choose to have fucking fins or fucking climbs or whatever. Don't make me waste one of my mutations on something fucking boring. Fucking fins. Who wants fins? Like fins, you never use them, and then the one time that you do need to use them, it's exciting, and then but it's not that exciting because you have to use them. Hard to kill. Does this mean you just immediately get those temp hit points? I guess so. Yeah. You get an unarmed strike. As a bonus action, you can take to undergo your... What? As part of the bonus action you take to undergo your biological mutation, one creature within 30 feet of you that can see you must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or become frightened. This is a waste of space. You give us the fear condition 2 separate places. We don't need it again. Look at that. Boom. Boom. Waste of space. Don't need it. Your walking speed increases. Genuinely, the main feedback, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, you are covering the basics. We don't want the basics. The basics are boring. The basics are really boring. You are a biomancer that can manipulate the flesh of the creatures around you and yourselves. You alter your body, granting yourself, what did you say? Extraordinary power and resilience. Pray tell me of this extraordinary power that I may gain. Well, good sir, you could, for example, get a unarmed attack that uses your intelligence modifier. Oh, what else can I get? Oh, you could get advantage on perception and investigation checks. Okay, well, what kind of weird monster stuff could I get? Like, can I get tentacles or lasers or weird teeth? Oh, well, you want monster stuff. Well, you can make your walking speed increase a little bit. You're trying to cover too much ground here, and that is diluting the evocativeness of these features. If I were you, I would make this way less options, and I would make each of them genuinely gross and weird. Instead of giving you a mutated claw that just gives you a basic bitch unarmed strike, bone spine spurs. You get a special unarmed strike that you can make a bone rapidly break out of your wrist and stab a creature. It deals 1d6 piercing damage and poisons them. Or it deals 2d4 necrotic damage and melts part of them, you know? Just get weird. Get weird. I seem like I want to be like 2024. I don't know if I seem like it or they seem like it, but I don't know who you're directing that at. I don't know what I seem like. But this is too basic. There's nothing super crazy. Even the Rune Knight, which gets the special alternative get big feature, they get to grow in size to large. That's fucking crazy and awesome feeling. None of these individual things feel like awesome, you know? They're just kind of like, all right. Let's see what we get at 5th level. Implanted mutation. Chat, say it with me. How powerful? What should your 5th level artificer feature be? What should it be roughly equivalent to in power? An extra attack? Or 1d8 to 1d12 damage? It doesn't need to literally be that. It can do other stuff. For example, like the artillerist, which gets to add the extra dice. In a lot of ways, they can add it to a lot more things than the battle master can do with their extra attack. Their extra attack they have to make with a weapon. So like there can be some elements of wiggle room, but you really want it to be like that. The other thing that I'm gonna say is that let's look at what we're getting when we are building this. We also just get this from the barbarian. I don't know how I feel about that. What does this... Let me ask you a question, guys. If we didn't just skim up and look at the 5th level feature, what do you think the 5th level feature for this subclass would be based on these features? What do these features do? Let's think about it for a second. They make us better at strength. They make us better at hitting stuff. They give us better armor. They give us temporary hit points. They make us fight. Every single thing in this 3rd level feature is saying, like, you are a martial melee character. Why are we not getting extra attack? Why are we getting something else? You're building a core class mechanic that is not gonna... It feels off. Like, you are literally never gonna use mutated claws unless these become good and you get extra attack. Ever. Let's see what we do get. You can utilize your artificer infusions to enhance the creature's body instead of augmenting an item. You learned the following infusion, and it does not count against the... All right, where's the infusion? You can infuse an item with it without it counting towards the number of items. Okay, so you get an extra infusion. It needs a person. Choose one of the abilities from the unnatural transformation section. This infusion has 4 charges. It's bonus action the creature affected by this infusion. Okay, so I'm going to say something right now, and I think it's interesting. This is literally the exact same infusion as the Chimera. Did you notice that? So the Chimera Artificer got a couple weird things you could do at 3rd level. And then got an extra infusion that let you add one of those things. This is exactly the same. Divergent evolution. Divergent evolution. Clearly, you guys didn't copy each other. But you got to the same place. Great minds think alike. That might be one way of putting it. I would also say sometimes you take the chicken out of the oven before it's done cooking. You know? Sometimes something needs to bake a little bit longer before it really gets that lovely golden crust. I think you should think about this subclass a little bit more. I don't know if you need this. If you want to keep it, fine. But this should not be the 5th level feature. Maybe it could be the 9th level feature. But at 5th level, we really need to be doing something that is impacting our ability to affect combat more actively. It needs to make this feel good. Feels a little too safe. Safe might not be the right word, but it's certainly the kind of thing where, and this is not dissing either of the creators, by the way, but it's like it's an idea that makes sense to come up with for a biomancer. And sometimes an idea that makes sense to come up with means you should totally use it. Sometimes an idea that makes sense to come up with means if you use it, it's likely not the first time it's been done. And you sort of have to decide, do I want to compete with the other versions of it and try to make mine more interesting and better? Or do I want to acknowledge this moment and say, no, I'm going to try to make something totally different here. Even if it's not as obvious, I think the new thing I'll make will be more flavorful and unique and make it stand out. There's not a right or a wrong thing to do, but you should just know in general that, like, this is not even for this specific creator. This is for all of you. I skimmed a lot. I skimmed way more than we read. I would say realistically, I think I bumped into 3 of the same artificer at least twice. So there were at least 6 people that made this... 3 people that made the same artificer as each other twice, at least. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Totally reasonable. But one of the things that is going to make you grow as a writer is to educate yourself about the field that you are making stuff for. So, for example, let's use the biomancer. If you want to make a biomancer artificer, go to the Unearthed Arcana subreddit and see how many are already out there. See what features they get. See if there's any trends. See if there's any things you've seen done a lot before. Sometimes you'll see something and you'll be like, oh shit, I don't even need to make Homebrew. They just made the thing that I want. But educate yourself about how common ideas are within the space that you want to make something so that you aren't blindsided by your idea being less unique than you maybe thought it was. Let's see what we get at 9th level. Enhanced mutations. You can choose one of the following greater transformations in addition to the 2 basic ones. Solid. So what's happening here is really, really strong, which is where, and strong in a good way, like good design. You're not getting one new option. You still get all these options. You get all these options, and on top of them, you get one of these options. So that means that all of these are still super useful. You're never going to be in a situation where you're like, oh, shit, I'm going to take this because it's just so much better than this. Now, I'm noticing that we see resistance to bludgeoning, pacing, and slashing and shit. I would not do anything that is barbarian. Because by level 9, you can just rage better than a barbarian more often than a barbarian. And that's not fun. It's not fun for the barbarian. It's annoying to have to... for the dungeon master to now have to deal with social refereeing and holding the barbarian's hand to make sure they still feel special. But I would not take anything from rage. I would really go out of my way to avoid the rage mechanic. You can attack twice instead of once. This is way too late in the game to get extra attack. Flying speed could work here fine. Honestly, you could probably get a flying speed equal to your movement speed. I think that would probably be fine, honestly. Depending on what else we get. Let's see what we get at 15th level. You gain the following benefits. Whenever you use your biological mutation, choose 3 instead of 2. While you are within your biological mutation... What the fuck? Do you mean while you're Okay. I understand. I'm dumb. Change the way this is worded. Say, while your biological mutation is active. You are never inside of it. You do not enter inside your mutation. Your mutation is not a lovely little cottage you climb into for a deep slumber, to look upon the lilies and think about the wind rustling through the meadows and all the strange shire creatures churning the dirt. You know? You don't think about that. While you're within your while it's active, you can use a bonus action on each of your turns to change one of the unnatural transformations. I think that this is a little bit... I think if you're going to do this, don't do this. Either give us more options that we can activate at the same time, or give us the ability to change them. Don't do both. I don't think we need both. This is really good. Really powerful. Really dynamic. Really... It makes this thing potentially really powerful because you can be flexible, which is fun. I don't know if we need both of these. And monstrous resilience is fine, but also not super exciting. I'm gonna say I think you got to make this thing more weird. I think you got to make it more noticeably different feeling than just barbarian, but better, because that is what it is right now. And I think that if I were you, I would seriously reconsider the infusion. It's taking up a lot of space that's not really adding anything that sells the fiction that everything else in the subclass sells. You know what I mean? Monster Resilience is the regular Artificer capstone? Oh. Okay. That's maybe worth noting. Your 15th level feature is almost identical to the core Artificer 20th level feature. Might want to change that. The 2 things that you should always research when you make a subclass, regardless of your experience, you should take the time to read the whole core class, and you should take the time to read all of the officially published subclasses for that class. Because you don't want to unintentionally make something that already exists. You also want to make sure your thing reasonably fits with the core class features. I've seen this a lot also where, honestly not with artificers, but like with other subclasses where somebody will make a subclass feature. Well, somebody will build a subclass for like the monk, for example, that will make it a spellcaster, and it will build a whole new system of spellcasting inside, and it's just literally just a base monk, but now also part wizard. And it's like, why is this a monk? There's no reason for this to be a monk. If you're not tying the way you're casting spells, the type of spells you're getting, the way you're interacting with magic to your core monk features, it doesn't feel like a monk spellcaster. It doesn't feel like a monk subclass. This is not doing this at all. That was a rant. I love the idea, though. Same thing that I said with the Chimera guy. Like, this is such a fun place to play. I think that the 2 things you should think about... Okay, let me rephrase that. I think you have to ask yourself what direction you want to go in. Do you want this to be a biomancer that does weird body horror stuff? Or do you want this to be a biomancer that does... Penlord, don't rush, man. The forms, your final submissions aren't due till like the 10th, I think, or the 11th. Don't knee-jerk completely change something. You want to percolate a little bit. Okay, so here's what I think. I think you either need to lean on the body horror, the thing, monstrous shit, gills and eyes and stuff, or lean into, like, the Mr. Hyde, but you have to make Mr. Hyde feel different than a barbarian, and I think the way that you do that is you make Mr. Hyde more of, like, a jumpy guy. Like, you make it so, like, while your transformation is active, instead of you pick 16 different things, you just get a crazy jump and maybe, like, a slam and a way to throw people or stuff like that, you know? If your thing is a carbon copy of something that already exists, it doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means that you had the same thought as someone else. Like this feature, implanted mutation, is not a bad infusion idea. I think it's fun. I also think that I don't know if it is what is going to uplift this specific subclass, but or any subclass that isn't specifically starting to be built around fucking with lots of people. But I also think that it works. Like, it totally works. It's just a matter of making sure that your weird mutations work. It's true. They do have that feature. Okie dokie artichoke. Let us give our dear Dungeon Isaac a round of applause. Another really, really nice, fun interpretation of the Biomancer. Make it weirder or make it more uniquely Mr. Hyde. One of the two. Or, alternatively, don't listen to anything I say because I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, I think I saw somebody new submitted something. Yeah, Luciano. Ahoy hoy. Welcome to the wheel. How long have we been going so far? 4 hours. Achi mama. That's okay, Isaac. It is hard. One thing that people that come to my show regularly, what I know that some people do, is when they send in a document, they'll make a copy of it so they can start editing the copy while I'm reviewing it, so I don't see them making edits. And that I don't mind. The only reason why I don't want people to edit while I'm reading it is because it like makes it annoying to read. And also sometimes I have feedback that I say at the beginning that becomes not good by the end. Because sometimes I don't understand the concept until I'm like halfway through it and I need to like readjust. So sometimes people start making changes before I feel like they should because I'm like, I'm not even done understanding this. Don't change it yet. All right, Wheel. I think we're going to have probably 1 or 2 more spins. What I don't like doing is continuing to stream when I run out of energy because I like to be able to give people, I don't want to, what's it called? Snub anybody or like not do them justice. Bucket a 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 bucket oh, it's Tez is Jazz. Tez is Jazz. I saw them in the chat earlier. I wonder if they're still here. Somebody go tell them that it's being reviewed in the Discord. Okay, let's see. A divine take on the Artificer. Okay, I'm going to be looking for something very specific when we look at this. That works for any god or even an artificer that steals divine powers. What you don't want to do when you are making a divine anything is you don't want to make artificer but cleric or wizard but cleric. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you are thinking of a cool way that the artificer mechanically and flavor-wise could interpret it doing something with the divine. I'm very curious to see how you're going to pull that off. Here it is in the chat. What's up, Tez? Tez, I looked at one of the features of this subclass when it was being discussed in the Discord. That was crazy OP. But then I saw you mentioned you changed it, so I'm curious to see what it is now. Let's see. Artificer Theologist. Theologists are not satisfied by blind faith. Divinity is as much the study of the arcane or the mechanical side of the world, and a well-versed theologist will wield all three in service of, be it their god or personal ambition. Change this sentence. Change it. I'm going to read this sentence. Okay. Tez, I want you to listen to me read this sentence. I think you're going to understand that you need to change it. I'm going to read it clearly now because I just made my way through it. But I did stumble as I read it because it was sort of weirdly worded. But this is this sentence. Theologists are not satisfied by blind faith. Divinity is as much a study as the arcane or the mechanical side of the world, and a well-versed theologist will wield all three in service of, be it their god or personal ambition. I feel like you changed grammatical structure like 3 times in that sentence. This is a really good example of I have no idea what the theologist artificer is supposed to be like. Because you're just trying to squeeze in way too much. This could probably be 3 separate sentences. Theologists see faith as secondary to true understanding. This could be your first sentence. Even if the devotion to a deity is what sets them on that track. After all, the only... Okay, this flavor text right now, and I'm not saying this to diminish you, but it is failing at its most important job. I have no fucking idea what makes a theologist artificer different than anyone that is interested in the divine. Do you know what I mean? Like, how is this different than a knowledge cleric? Or literally anyone that is interested. Where is the artificer in this? Maybe the artificer in this is the true understanding, but that's not enough. There is no artificer in this flavor text. We need to understand where the divine meets the artificing. An artificer, they artifice, they craft, they create. How is this interacting with that? What spells do we get? Bless, Guiding Bolt, Spiritual Weapon, Prayer of Healing, Spirit Guardians, Tongues, Death Ward, Sickening Radiance, Commune, Summon Celestial. I would not give them Spiritual Weapon and Spirit Guardians. These are probably the 2 most powerful cleric spells in the game. Spiritual Weapons specifically has like a very weird sort of place that it sits, where it has a little bit of meta intention behind its design, more so than other spells, where it sort of is the cleric's second attack, and it's partly why it has survived as being so powerful compared to other spells. I don't know if I love you getting both of these. Let's see what things we get. Your intensive study brought you to a deeper understanding of deities and divine. You get proficiency in religion. You get expertise in religion. Okay, so you get expertise in religion. What else do we get? You learn one of the secrets of divinity and are able to capture it into a tiny magical mechanism, usually referred to as the Box of Revelations. The box is immune to all damage. When holding the box, you gain the following features. So you have like a little magical box that holds divine energy. There is a lot of fiction that I feel like you probably understand in your head that is not making it to the page here. This is I don't know why. I still don't know why this is an artificer. I feel like anyone could have this little box. I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why do they have a box of revelation? What does that mean? It's a little too like meta. Okay, what do you get while you have the box? It can be your spellcasting focus. When you cast a cantrip, you can choose to make that cantrip deal necrotic or radiant damage. Oh, that's fun. When changing the damage type of a cantrip, you can add your intelligence modifier to one roll of that cantrip. No! This is way too early to do that. This is way too early to do that. I'm sorry. Is this subclass supposed to be, hi, I am the best damage-dealing artificer cantrip? I'm the best damage-dealing ranged... I'm the best cantrip damage-dealing artificer? If that is not the intention, don't do that. Because when you add this plus this artificer does not feel like it is attached to the divine, or the unholy for that matter. It's just, I am a really good ranged damage dealer. Better than anyone else at this level. Yeah, this could be level 5. This could be, honestly, this could be the whole level 5 feature. When you cast a cantrip or a spell that deals damage, it can deal extra damage equal to blah, to one target. You have advantage on skill checks to uncover illusions or detect lies. This is weird. I'm not... Here's where my head is at. The fiction of this thing is pretty unclear to me. Up here. And I'm wondering if the fiction is unclear to you. Because this feels like a bunch of random stuff. Necrotic radiant damage, I get that. Makes sense. dealing extra damage, I don't understand why we're doing that immediately. Now, why are we better at uncovering illusions or detecting lies? Are we like capturing divine sight or divine knowledge? Like, what is the it feels kind of mechanically and kind of flavor-wise a little confusing to me. Because this would super work if the context was slightly better. I agree. Right now, these two feel like they belong to one subclass. This feels like it belongs to another. And I don't understand why any of these are tied to a magic box. None of these feel like things that you pull out of a box, or open up a box, or activate a box. You know? The box element is adding it to another level of I'm not sure what's going on here. It's the omnipotent part of divinity. If that is the goal here, then you need to make us understand that before we read it. Because I would argue not all divinity is omnipotent. That's especially in D&D. D&D does not follow the Judeo-Christian system. Gods in D&D are quite omnipotent. They're not all knowing, they're not all powerful, and they're not all places. Divinity in D&D is none of those things. It's much closer to like a Greek pantheon. Now, there are a lot of celestials that can detect lies and things like that. But if you don't build us a bridge to make that connection, it just seems random. So if you talk about the omnipotence of the divine up here and wielding the divine to wielding the divine to better investigate and craft and explore and learn or whatever, then this feature would make more sense. But right now it's sort of just up in the air. Yeah, I think you got to rework this concept here. None of these mechanics are busted, although the damage thing is too strong for 3rd level. But they don't right now, they don't mix together in a way that I'm like, this makes sense. If anything, it's like sort of feels like random magic item stuff more than it feels like a subclass right now. Let's look at 5th level. Fabricated Blessing. You are able to unravel the divine power and enhance your spells beyond your standard capabilities. Whenever you cast a spell from your Theologist spell list, which is these boys, you can treat it as if it was cast using a higher spell slot. Ooh, that's too strong. That's too strong for spells like this. That's too strong, my friend. This would be maybe this would be reasonable if it was once a day. But right now it's proficiency bonus times per day. So it's just a little too strong. Here's what I would say. I would say whenever you cast a healing or damage dealing spell, you can, or maybe, you know, tie it to necrotic or radiant damage if you want, or healing or damage, but do that. But this can't just upcast. There is one item in D&D that does this, by the way. Does anyone know what it is? First person to guess it wins. I'm going to count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the Book of Exalted Deeds. It's a legendary item. It allows you to cast all your cleric and paladin spells 1 level higher than normally would. Now, that is an artifact, but that's always on. Always on is completely different than this. This is proficiency bonus times per day, and just these spells. But are these bad spells? No. Are these actually spells that all upcast really fucking well? Most of them, yeah. So, this is not made underpowered by being limited to the spell list. It might be reasonable. It might be okay. Here's what I would say. This is very similar to the 5th level feature of the D&D Shorts Fey Weaver, The Fey Weaver gives you the ability to cast a spell as a bonus action instead of it as an action from your spell list. But it's still the only spell you're casting that round. Your action is not can't be a whole other spell. It still is limited to cantrips and actions. So it's good, but it's not like crazy good. But be it more so than that, I almost want to say like it's so similar structurally also to the Fey Weaver that I wonder if that's I would try to make it more dissonant from it. Your action has to be a melee attack that hits to make that work too. Are you talking about the Fey Weaver? Yeah, so it's stronger than the Fey Weaver. No doubt. If you want this box to be the main feature, like a little celestial, you know what it could be? You know how like in Hellraiser there's like the puzzle box? It could be like that. It could be like an extra planar puzzle box that you can like do stuff with. And if you do and you make it so it's something that you're like kind of fighting with, which you kind of are here, that could just be enhanced here. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. A Xenobite puzzle box would be a really fun artificer, I think. Different than this. This is the feature that was crazy busted that I read before, but it looks completely different now. Divine magic is known for perseverance, be it the healing light or unkillable shadow. Now you can harness that energy. Any creature of your choice within 15 feet of the box of revelations, including you, has resistance to necrotic and radiant damage. Honestly, that's pretty dang strong. I don't know if we need anything else. Additionally, when you use Flash of Genius, or this should be an activated ability, not a permanently on ability. That would also work. Whenever you use Flash of Genius, I like when we tie things into core class features. A spark of divine health manifests around you. If you used it on a different creature, you and the target both gain 2d8 temporary hit points. If you use it on yourself, you gain... Too much, my dar. I said deer. I was going to say deer and darling at the same time, and I said dar. Okay. How about this? Whenever you use your Flash of Genius, whichever creature uses it gains 2d8 temporary hit points. Done. Lovely. Cut everything else out of that. And then make this activated. Make it resource-based. Something like that. That's how I would balance these. I am going to put a pin on that, though, and say I don't think that's the larger issue here. I think the larger issue here is we are now at level 9, and I still don't really understand the vibe of this subclass. It really does feel like we're getting a haphazard collection of ideas that somewhat arguably could connect to the design of Divine Celestial, but I don't see a through line of what binds them, and the lack of clarity in the flavor text and the sort of unusualness in the features really makes it feel a little bit gray. None of these things are really particularly bad features. This one is just not the move for this contest in particular, but all of these features can work fine. But I'm not the sinew between them is I'm not feeling right now. I mean, you can have some really fucking strong artificer features. They just need to sit right. They just need to sit right. Let's look at the 15th level feature. At the moment of need, you can now break the seal and harness the full potential of the box. If you mentioned a seal earlier, I do not remember it. While holding the box of revelations as an action, switch these words around. As an action, you can destroy the box. Just make that the whole thing. You've repeated yourself. Instead of saying at the moment of need, saying that this. As an action, while holding the box, you can break it open, destroying it, or whatever. Doing so allows you to cast any spell from the cleric spell list of 6th level or lower with a casting time of 1 action without expending a spell slot. Okay, so your 15th, and you can make a new box every day. So your 15th level feature is you can use, you get a 1 free casting of any spell of 6th level or lower from the cleric spell list, and then you cannot use the box again for the rest of the day. That is basically what this feature does. Here's what I'll say. I think it could work. If you really like this, I think it could work. But I think you're doing yourself a disservice with this feature. Because this feature doesn't make the artificer feel like a divine... Let me put it simply. This feature doesn't make the artificer feel like the theologist subclass artificer. This feature makes the artificer feel like a cleric. And I don't think your goal is to make a cleric. I would make a feature that makes this feel like the theologist artificer. Balance-wise, I think it's probably fine. Maybe make it 5th level or lower. Actually make it 5th level or lower. I don't love that once you use it, you don't get your other features for the rest of the day, but a free 5th level spell slot. Keep in mind, you don't even have access to 5th level spell slots until you're level 17 with this class. So it's quite strong in that regard. The benefit here is you can cast spells way above your punching pay grade too. But again, it's like, if my goal is to be casting high-level cleric spells, if that's the pinnacle of my existence, why not become a cleric? You know what I mean? So if your inspiration for this subclass is the divine, get more specific and go out of your way to make it not artificer plus cleric. I want the box to matter more. Like, it's a really interesting idea that you have like a box. I wish I understood what the box of revelations was more, and there was more built around it. The box is a vessel of a god. That could be really cool. But I think we need to understand a little bit more about the literal what the fuck is happening, like from a story perspective, not a narrative perspective, and that can be done mostly in the flavor text. How about this? Artificers that choose the path of theology learn to craft a special divine battery called the mechanical miracle, period. This object can absorb the power of divine creatures and allow the artificer to filter it into their own magic and creations, period. And then you make it do that. It doesn't have to do that specifically, but like, tell us, you want this to tell us about the journey we're about to go on. So if I were you, I would pull out all the vague cleric stuff, build more on the box, or the siphoning divine power to fuel stuff. And those are my thoughts. Who sent this one in? Tezis! Tez, thank you for sharing. Let's give Tez a big old round of applause. Bold! Be proud, Tez. Be proud. Be proud. You've got some really fun flavor in there. I think if I were you, do whatever you want. Obviously, don't listen to me. But if I were you, I think the most interesting thing you got going in that is the box. Both from a vibe perspective and the mechanics you're starting to play with. And I would just lean into that. But you don't have to. But that, to me, was my favorite part. Because that really felt like something new. And I think that whenever, at least for me, when I'm reading Homebrew, I get most excited when I read something new. If I see a feature that's just like your AC goes up by 2, you can make a bonus action unarmed strike, or, you know, just the stuff that already exists everywhere. It's like, okay, this isn't doing anything different. But it's like, oh no, you have a magic box that lets you change all of your cantrips to deal necrotic or radiant damage. That's fucking weird. That's weird as heck. That's weird as HE double hockey stick. You know what I mean? And we like weird. Weird is memorable. Okie dokie. Oh man, alright. I'm trying to decide if I want to do one more or not. I think I do. Just trying to... Okay. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to say, though, if the piece that I look at is really convoluted, like it has systems inside systems, I'm probably not going to give you feedback on the totality of the systems. I'm probably going to give you feedback on the use of doing that. Does that make sense? All right. Knock, knock. Who's there? Buggada, buggada, buggada. And if it's a short one, we'll just do another one after it. Buggada, 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 buggada. No, chat doesn't get to vote on things that I want control over. Shades! We know Shades. Shades is a longtime viewer of the show. What does Shades have for us today? All right, maybe we'll do 2 more. I like doing more new people's too. Also, I know Shades is writing, so I don't know. This might not be one we have to spend that much time on. I made this a while ago. Ooh, maybe we will have to spend more time on it, Shades. You have much improved as a home brewer in the past year or so. More so. I made this a while ago. Not sure how well it holds up. Figures it was a good test for that. Only concern is 3rd level might be overtuned. Also, I might have submitted this before. Okay, it doesn't matter. This is a weird stream we're doing. Normally, when I do homebrew review streams, I don't like people submitting homebrew they sent in before. But I don't remember, so it doesn't matter. The first thing that I'm going to say is, let's just make sure the word count is good. Let's just make sure the word count is good, because you wrote it a while ago. Yeah, look at that, 833. See? Look how many words this fucking thing has. And it's not even close to 1,000. You guys can make it out. You guys can do this. I believe in you. As long as the thing isn't posted recently, I think it's probably fine. I think I don't remember. I think you just can't have, like, I don't know. Maybe it is within the year. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. I don't care. I'm reviewing it anyway. We're gonna look at it. A Bioforge sees no. Third Biomancer of the night, boys and girls. A Bioforge sees no difference between flesh and steel, tinkering with their own body to become their ultimate creation. That is how we do an opening sentence. You literally... Here's the difference between an opening sentence that works and an opening sentence that doesn't work. I don't need to read the rest of this flavor text to understand what this subclass feels like. I know exactly what this feels like. I know exactly what this does. I don't need anything else. I could keep reading. I may keep reading. I should keep reading. But I don't have to. If someone can stop reading your flavor text after the first sentence and immediately jump into the mechanics and be on board, you have just gotten off the shame boat and onto the gravy chain. Gravy train, not gravy chain. I'll tell you what, a gravy chain don't hold things that strongly. All right. Arms and legs are replaced with weapons, but also oh, your second sentence is garbage, though. Come on, I just shouted you. I just fucking blasted you with glory. You're gonna give me arms and legs are replaced with weapons, but also tools to help. Okay, Shades. You can't give us a sentence that is this good, an opening sentence, and then follow it up with this. It's like, this is the situation that you've put yourself in, and it's an unfortunate one. Because you have now gotten to be decently good at writing. Which means, when you write a decently good sentence, if you write two... Okay, you're in your apartment. You're in anyone's apartment. It's a little messy. But not terribly messy. Okay, you don't really think about anything. You're in someone's apartment. There's a chair that's cleaned, and polished, lacquered, varnished, and shining, shimmering. Smells of downy. And then there's a chair next to it that's as dirty as the rest of the room. You notice that fucking chair. So you made a really nice chair. Don't put it next to a dirty chair. These artificers are often amputees serving in an army. Ooh, weird, interesting, and creating their enhancements to get back into the field. I don't know. Okay, this is, you could keep this if you want. I like this idea. This is very world buildy. So you have to decide as a writer how much you want to do world buildy in your flavor text. Let's see what spells we got. Jump, Zephyr Strike, Alter Self, Enlarge, Reduce, Haste, Vampiric Touch, Freedom of Movement, Stone Skin, Far Step, Steel Wind Strike. We're probably going to look at another one after this, by the way. I just skimmed it. My brain isn't going to be done when I'm done with this. This is very readable. Depending on how readable a piece is, usually means how many I can do. I think the spells are probably fine. Steel Wind Strike feels a little rando. Far Step feels a little rando. Everything else I buy. Let's take a look at what else we get at 3rd level. Only watch them if you want to. But you should. I do this at least once a week. My next stream is going to be on, I think, Monday. And we're not reading Homebrew, we're writing Homebrew. And we're writing Homebrew for you. And anyone can send it in. There's going to be a forum on my Discord. There will also be a forum in the video description. There will also be a forum that I post in my YouTube community thing. But basically, it's going to be where you send in a little bit of information about your D&D campaign. You ask for either an NPC, a monster, a magic item, a environmental effect, or like an encounter. And we build one for you. And then we share the document with everyone. And I post the documents in my Discord. Okay, unarmored defense. The metal and magical materials implanted into your body act as makeshift armor. While you're not wearing any armor, your armor class equals to 10 plus your dex plus your intelligence modifier. You can use a shield. You're also considered wearing metal armor for spells and abilities. Okay. This is fine. It's pretty strong, but it's fine. But I love this second part. This second part is This second part is 9 times out of 10. This second part where you are affected by things that affect metal it's a debuff. And normally you don't want to put a debuff into a subclass. But this is a very situational debuff. And the flavor that we get from this is so big. Like, if it was just this, it would be fine, and you'd probably be like, cool, I am a metal man. I am a metal man. But this is like, no, I'm a fucking metal man. You know what I mean? The flavor is so good. Even though it's a down, this is like a really good example of this is unquestionably a debuff, but it also makes this whole feature unquestionably feel much better. That's rare. Also, it's strong, but we're moving on. Let's see what else we got. Your tinkering has allowed you to imbue your body with special magical weapons known as your integrated weaponry. You can use a bonus action to summon or dismiss your integrated weaponry to a free hand. Do you want to summon it, or do you want to transform your hand into it? Think about it. While summoned, you cannot be disarmed of your... Oh, man. Dude, oh, no, don't transform. Stop. Come on, it's so cool. You can't be disarmed? That makes so much more sense if it's your fucking hand. Dude, I don't want to summon a weird laser. I want my fingers to split open and a little laser gun to shoot out. Transform. Simple weapon. You can use your intelligence instead of strength or dex. Okay. When it's summoned, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength for athletics checks while it's summoned. That you need to sell me the fiction for. That feels random, because I feel like my hand is now full of whatever I summoned. I shouldn't be more athletic. I think the only reason that, if I were you, I would bake that into one of these. We'll see, but like maybe the arm blade or the hammer fist, you can use while the hammer fist is out, you can use intelligence instead of athletics. But why would the energy cannon let you use intelligence instead of athletics? Doesn't make no sense. Careful. This has good flavor so far. You don't want the good flavor to lead to confusion where the dull flavor is easy to build mechanics for, because everything kind of fits because it's dull. Sharp flavor, which you have done already in 2 very nice ways. You can build much more exquisite things off of it, but you have to be a little bit more careful with making sure the mechanics match the flavor. Okay, so, what is it? It's a bonus action. Bonus action. You summon or dismiss it. Uses your intelligence. While it's out, you can use intelligence for your athletics. You can apply infusions to it. When do you apply them if it's not around until you summon it? I guess you have to summon it and then apply the infusion. That's a little. You might have to figure. You might have to. I don't love having to think about that. Figure that out. We need to organize that into something that makes more sense. When you summon it, you choose the form, and you can change it again as a bonus action. I would make you. I would push you here, and I would say, if you want to change it again as a bonus action, or you want to get special changes of it, let's get that later. Let's get that at higher levels. You're already getting a lot at 3rd level. We don't need a special weapon that does extra things, uses our best spellcasting modifier, and then becomes any variety of special weapon we need. That's a lot. Okay, let's see what the arm blade does. 1d8 slashing damage. When you hit a creature with this weapon, you can make another attack with your integrated weapon against a different creature within your reach. So it gets like, so it just does the extra d8. So you do d8 plus intelligence modifier and then d8 to another creature. That's pretty strong. I'm going to be honest. If we're going to be getting features like this, we probably should not get extra attack. And this should be more of a rogue-style power increase, where instead of us getting extra attack, we're getting some... These get stronger. Because that's a lot to immediately get at 3rd level. Like, it's a lot. Energy cannon. A gem-like node or gun barrel emerges from you. Yeah, but where? It counts as a simple ranged weapon, 30 feet, 60 feet, 1d6 force damage. When you hit a creature, they can't make opportunity attacks against you until the start of your next turn. I think that's fine. Do we want it to be they can't make opportunity attacks against you, or they can't make opportunity attacks? I think either is actually probably okay. It's pretty shitty damage. Let's see. Your integrated weaponry takes the form of a metal fist or a hammer. 1d8 bludgeoning damage. When you hit a creature with it, you can push that creature back 5 feet. You're doing a thing that is not bad, but it is a thing that I think you need to consider. Pushing a creature back 5 feet. Totally reasonable. Getting to do a little extra bonus action light attack. I also think potentially reasonable. I think the dice might need to be lower here, but still reasonable. But do you know what those also feel like? Just things other people get. Like these don't feel that special. They feel they're like halfway to special. They're not quite special enough. I don't love how much these feel like things that just make me feel like things that other people can do. Like anybody that does light attacks can just do this. I believe it's the feet, but maybe there's that. But I don't know. I would play around with trying to make the extra thing these things do feel a little bit more distinct. You can attack twice rather than once. I think that could be okay if you lower this damage die. Also, these features that it does probably should only happen once per turn. I don't think they should happen on every hit. So I don't think you should be able to make 2 creatures not be able to take opportunity attacks. And I don't think you should be able to knock a creature back twice. All this about transforming arms really makes me wish mine will come up next, considering we've now had Divine. And this is yours about Divine arms that you summon? There's already a subclass that does that. Just kidding. But there is. It's the Astral Self Monk. But you can make your own version of that too. Listen, the flavor is amazing. I think the flavor is great. And I even think the variety is good, right? You get the quick up close, you get the distance slight utility, and you get the heavy hitter. But the heavy hitter doesn't feel like a heavy hitter. This should be a D6, and this should be a D10. I think that would make this feel a lot better. I think that would actually just do that. I'm not even going to tell you should or shouldn't. You actually just have to do that. That's the rule. You've watched my stream enough that I can tell you to do things sometimes. All right. Not all of you, but Shade Sass. Okay, 9th level. Modified Body. The maximum number of items you can infuse increases by 1, but it must be to your integrated weaponry. Fine. I don't know if the wording there is good or not. Look at the Armorer Artificer, because they have a feature that does this at 9th level. In fact, let me just check what theirs is, actually. Okay, so now you can infuse your armor with more than one infusion, and you get 2 more infusions so long as they are part of your armor. That's what that's what the Armorer gets. All right, let's see what this guy gets. You get 1 more infusion, but it has to be part of your body. Additionally, you can modify the parts of your body to help you adapt to situations. When you finish a short or long rest, choose one of the following benefits, which lasts until you finish a short or long rest. I don't love that you started end the sentence with that. That's so funny. As an action, you can expend a spell slot to change your current benefit. You get more movement speed and a climb speed or a swim speed. You get dark vision and better checks. You get stealth and resistance to a damage type. I don't know. I don't hate this at all. I don't know if we need the infusion. This might be enough on its own. Maybe. Unsure. I don't know if we need the free infusion. Or I don't know if we need the free infusion and this. Let's take a look at 15th. Oh, come on, music. We don't like lyrics. We like to be able to read. Thank you. I also just gonna call it like I see it. Similarly to, actually, similar to a lot of the feedback I've given tonight, none of these are doing anything that crazy. Like, none of these are doing anything that memorable, I should say. Yes, getting more movement speed and ability to climb or swim is useful. Yes, getting dark vision and bonuses to wisdom or checks is useful. Yes, getting a damage resistance is useful. But I don't know if any of them are, like, particularly memorable. And I think we want them to be more memorable. If not memorable, they need to either be more memorable here or here. One of the two, if not both. 15th level, we get our weapons improve, it looks like. When you summon your integrated weapon, you can use a bonus action to change its form. You gain the benefit depending on the form the weapon takes when it is summoned or the form you change it into. Each creature of your... So you use a bonus action to make it into an arm blade. I wrote a class that is almost entirely built around that mechanic. So the only class that I've written recently, or in the past like 5 years, it's called the God Slinger. And it's about a guy who summons a gun that they can change into other types of guns. And when it changes form, depending on what form it changes into, it gets a special move. I think it's a really fun mechanic. Okay, so you bonus action change it into an arm blade. Each creature of your choice within 10 feet of you takes slashing damage equal to half your artificer level. This needs a saving throw, and it should be dice. Don't make it based on your level, you silly goose. Bonus action. All creatures within 10 feet of you have to make a dexterity saving throw or take 2d8 slashing damage. Or something. Energy cannon. It's part of the bonus action. Don't say it's a part of the bonus action here if you're not going to say it here. This is boring. You just get an extra attack. Boring. This is cool. Make it cool. You have it in you. We already got extra attack at 3rd level. We don't need it again here. And at 5th level. When you activate it, you can launch yourself in a direction. When you activate it, you can steady your aim to like focus in and like precision blast someone. I don't know. Hammer Fist. You gain the benefits of half cover until the start of your next turn. That is just... You get +2 to your AC. I don't love that, but I don't hate it. It's not crazy. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's probably fine. I wish it was more combat. I wish it was... I wish it wasn't defensive. I wish it was also an offensive feature. I wish all of these were offensive features. Those are my thoughts. I think you got a lot of good juice in here, dude. If I were you, I would drop the 9th level feature. I would make the 9th level feature an improvement of the 3rd level feature. And then I would make the 15th, and then make the 15th level feature this. But you don't need to listen to me. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. The 3rd Biomancy Artificer we've looked at. Let's give our dear Shades a round of applause. We are definitely going to look at one more, by the way. Thank you for sharing. What's up, Rachel? What did you say? Long-time watcher. First-time worker. Thank you for making such enjoyable content. I look forward to paying the joy forward. Oh, you're very kind. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the show. We love to see it. Modular can work. Ain't nothing wrong with modular. The thing you got to keep in mind is that the more options you give a thing, the more you have to make all of those things balanced against all of each other. It's like a multiplication game. Somebody just wrote their name Yes, but I'm going to assume that's a person, so I'm going to add them to the wheel. If you're very close to 1,200 words, you either, most likely your thing is just overwritten. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. It just means that you have not used the optimal sentence structure to convey the mechanics you want to convey, which is totally fine. If it's really low, if it's overloaded with stuff, that could be an issue, but that's often not the case. Oftentimes, people's writing is too wordy because they just don't know how to write a sentence, which is fine. You shouldn't feel bad about that. No one knows how to write. You're all dumb. I'm dumb too. Bug it. If it's 559 words, it's probably pretty tight. The shorter is usually better with Homebrew. Baba. What you got for us, Baba? By the way, I'm gonna say the same thing I said for Shades. If this is a fast one, we'll do another one. Inspiration, because I'm not tired. Inspiration for this came, and I never get tired. I never go to sleep, and I'm always dancing. And if you get that reference, you get a high five. Inspiration for this came from the shape-themed homebrews we had over the years. Like a circle of circles druid. This artificer harnesses the power of cube. I'm worried that two features that give options are bad design. All right, they might be. This is the Cubist artificer. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. You might be over the word count, dude. Nope. Good. Hey, Cinder, if mine doesn't appear, would you mind checking it after the stream? I'll say this. After stream, when I finish stream, here's what I'm going to do. When I finish stream, I'm going to eat some fucking candy. I'm going to make a poop. And I will go on Discord into DnD Shorts' channel if people want to talk homebrew. And I will try to give them thoughts. But I don't think I'll do crazy deep dives. But I have one request if I do that. And that request is that you have to decide right now. You have to do one of three things. You can pick which one. Number one, you have to commit to subscribing to my channel and coming and participating in at least one more stream. That's thing one. You could do that. Thing number two, you have to tell someone else that you think will like what I do about what I'm doing and encourage them to subscribe and check me out. That's thing number two. You can do that. Thing number three, you could write me a song. And you must perform it. And you could DM it to me on Discord. The audio of it. And I don't remember why you have to do these things, but that's what I decided you have to do. So you have to do them. You can do all three. I might not respond to the song, but you can do all three. Oh no, I remember. What you want me to go into? Yeah, I'll hang out in the Discord afterwards. I'll go into DnD Shorts' bounty room chat and I'll just party there a little bit. But I need to take a little bit of time where I'm not yelling at the camera, looking at bright lights burning my eyes. Artificer Cubist. Cubist artificers are hopelessly enthralled with the elegance and power contained in the shape of the cube. They devote themselves to the perfect mechanical expression of this shape and summoning massive supernatural cubes to command in battle. I think this is so dumb that it might be amazing. That's what I think. I think this is so dumb it might be amazing. I'm really hoping it's amazing. But it's so dumb in a way that is amazing. You know what I mean? It speaks for itself. I will become vocal when you see me start chatting in the bounty chat. Just reply to me and be like, "Here, look at this," and I will. I can't promise a giant deep dive, but I'll give some thoughts, as many as I can. It's best for the community if you win. I agree. Can't deny that. I also, cards on the table, I submitted Homebrew for this competition. Like, I'm in it. So I'm hoping that I win. I don't think I hope I win as much as other people hope they win. But we're all in it. All ships rise with the tide. That would be, I thought about that. That would be really funny to run a stream where I intentionally tried to make people's homebrew worse. I think you guys would notice I was doing it. I think that you guys are actually pretty smart. And as much as I am tearing up this homebrew and have a million things to say about everything, you guys do too. You guys also are picking up everything that I'm putting down. Like, you would notice if I was bullshitting. You guys are smarty pants. You act like you're dumb because you're on the internet and you chat in a fucking YouTube video, which means, you know, it's easy to become a degenerate. But you're clever fucks. If any of us ever met in real life, we would probably have a deeply cordial, friendly moment that would feel quite nice and not like degenerate nah-nah-nah-nahs. Even though you are degenerate nah-nah-nah-nahs. By the way, if you do ever see me in real life, you are more than welcome to say hi. I will like you more if you bring me a gift, and specifically a gift of chocolate milk or root beer or beef jerky. You bring me any other gift, can't promise I'll like you more. But if you bring me a gift of chocolate milk, beef jerky, or root beer, I will like you more. All right, let's see what we get. You gain proficiency in mason tools. Can you tell that the stream is... the longer stream goes, the easier it is for me to get on tangents. You already have this okay, we get mason tools. By the way, Baba is one of my mods, so I'm going to be a little bit meaner here than I might normally be because he can usually take it. Let's see. We get Grease Thunderwave, Cloud of Daggers, Enlarge Reduce, Erupting Earth, Slow, Private Sanctum, Secret Chest, Control Winds, Transmute Rock. Okay, I'm going to say, okay. I see what you're doing with Grease and Thunderwave, and I see what you're doing with Cloud of Daggers. Does Erupting Earth also make a square? Does it affect a cube? If there is any spell in here that does not count, that is not shaped like, is not cube spelled, get it the fuck out. It has no business being here. Enlarge Reduce. Why? So you can make your cubes bigger? Bitch, make a big cube. You trying to be disrespectful to squares? Nah. Make them big. Or make them little because they're squares and they're supposed to be whatever shape they're supposed to be. Fine, you can keep Enlarge Reduce if you really want. But I think that the gimmick is strong. Lean in. Just make sure all of these are cubes. And if any of them aren't cubes, go find another cube. Hypnotic Pattern is a cube. What's another good cube spell? I don't know. But Hypnotic Pattern's a cube. It's a really good spell. You need more good spells. Okay. At third level, we get a feature called Battle Cube. Now, here is where this is either going to be something amazing or something that is not fun to read. And almost nothing in between. That is my guess. Your intellect. Oh, don't call it your intellect. Your intellect doesn't grant you power to a cube. What is it, your intellect? Your studies. All right, whatever. Using Mason's tools, you can spend one uninterrupted minute creating the cube in an unoccupied space on a horizontal surface within 5 feet of you. The cube is friendly to you and your companions. Oh, it's a creature. Okay. It obeys your commands. See, oh, it's a creature. It's like a living thing. Okay. Okay. Not the direction I thought we were going to go in, and I am immediately intrigued. Wait, how do we use it? Uses your initiative. You have to use your bonus action to demand it to do stuff. Okay, so it's your basic summoning stuff. That's solid. Can't summon it again until you finish a long rest, or you have to expend a spell slot to create one. Okay. Basically the Drake Warden. Fine. Wait. Where's the stat block? Okay. Formatting, Baba. Formatting. Give us the stat block before you give us another feature here, man. What are you doing? All right. Let's look at this. Let's look at this cube we summon. 10 plus 5 times your artificer level, so he's a chonky cube. Very high AC. That is heavy armor AC. Don't know how I feel about that. Slow movement speed. Is it slow enough? This thing better only be able to be moving like a rook in chess. This thing better not be able to turn. I don't know how I feel about the AC being so high. I think the intelligence and the charisma could probably be lower. I think these could be 1, and that would be reasonable. It's got a bunch of immunities and shit. Creatures can't move through the cube space unless they can pass through a 1-inch wide gap. It just takes up the whole block it's in. That makes sense. Blocks vision, and creatures can use the cube as cover or hide behind it if they are not larger than the cube. That's fun. So it's like a moving wall that you always have with you. Cubicle. Because it has no limbs. That's how you know you're getting something good. When you got to have a sentence that starts with because it has no limbs. That's how you know it's getting spicy. Because it has no limbs, the cube can't hold objects or grapple creatures. Its shape makes it difficult to hold onto, and it can't be grappled by creatures that are the same size or smaller. Unless you want to have mechanics for it is difficult to hold onto, I would drop this out. I think you could just say, it can't hold or carry objects, and it cannot be grappled by creatures that are the same size as it or smaller. I would just... This makes me feel like we're waiting for a mechanic that doesn't come. The stats should only be 1, 8s, and 27s because they're cubes. Man, fly on over to my garden, little bird. You're going to be making puns like that. We need you. That hurt me. That hurt my body. In a good way. Okay, actions. Push and glow. Push. A creature within 5 feet of the cube must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they are pushed 10 feet away from the cube. Creatures more than one size larger than the cube automatically succeed on the saving throw. So it just bumps into them. It should move into the space they were standing in. It should literally push them, I think. Because right now it just feels like how is it pushing them and staying in the same place? You know? Glow. The cube starts to or stops shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius chosen by you. Okay, chat. Folks that are watching at home, agree or disagree. I think this is a really good stat block. It is fucking crazy. It has an insane AC. It's super beefy. But it doesn't exist like a creature. Like, it's a barrier that is alive. It doesn't deal any damage. The only thing that I might add to help balance it out, because it is a little strong, it's very circumstantially strong, is I think it should probably auto-fail dex saving throws. Surely this thing has never made it... Like, think about it like this. When you make a dexterity saving throw against a fireball, the implication is that you are moving your body in such a way that you can avoid the fire. I don't think this thing has a body that moves, other than, like, in space. I just think it should, unless there's a really specific reason why you don't want it to auto fail dex saving throws that I'm not thinking of. I think you either make them at disadvantage, or you make this like 5. Okay, and for the love of God, put it here. Put the stat block here. Don't make me start reading about something else before I understand the stat block. One of the easiest trip-ups we make as writers is we we move on to the next thing before we understand the first thing. I haven't seen any in the ones we've reviewed on stream, but in a couple of the ones that I scanned before I started stream, a lot of people did this mistake where they started talking about the resource management of a feature before we knew what the feature did, for example. You got to be really thoughtful about the order of information that you give. You don't want to explain the limitations of something before we know what the thing even does. You're not doing that here. You're doing different reorganizing mistakes, but that's fine. Okay, third level. We also get something else at third level. Ooh, this can't be that strong. Force cube. As an action, you can create a translucent 5-foot cube of magical force at a point you can see within 30 feet. It remains there for 1 minute. The force cube can support 500 pounds of weight. If you use this feature again, or more than 500 pounds of weight is placed on it, the force cube disintegrates, and anything else on it falls. You can dismiss it as a bonus action. How long does it last? Can't be infinite. Can't be infinite. It's infinite. Can't be infinite. Right now it looks like you can... Oh, 1 minute. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Can you make infinite of them, though? So could I... Here's the question. No, it says 1 minute. I know. Guys, I missed stuff. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I apologize. Could I use an action to create a cube? The cube exists. And then max turn using my action to create another cube, and now 2 cubes exist. Or can I only have 1 cube at a time? If you use this feature again. Okay. I answered all my own questions. I think it's... I would put a period... I would put a space... I would put a paragraph break... here. Just to make this pop a little bit more. Or I'm an idiot. You decide. Arcane Extension, 5th level. By the way, from a balance perspective, I think it's probably fine. The only thing I might play with is maybe it's not infinite in use. Maybe it's not infinite in use. That would be a way I would tone it down if it felt a little hectic. Like, this could very easily be proficiency bonus times per day, intelligence modifier times per day, and I think it would probably be more balanced. Because it's not crazy, but it's another one of those things where it's like, it's pretty circumstantially... I mean, magical force is pretty great. Like, can creatures move through it, or is it just like force wall? Is it like a 5-foot cube of wall of force? If it's a 5-foot cube of wall of force, where, like, things can't pass through it, it's very strong. If things can pass through it, and it's literally just a platform, then it's less of a big deal. You're trying to impress me and get my attention? You should be trying to impress... your loved ones. Which I am not. I don't know what love is. 5th level. When you cast a spell, you can choose for it to originate from the cube instead of you. This is okay. As far as 5th level features work, I think it works fine. I don't love it. I want us to do... It feels... I feel like the spells we get are really fun if they're cube themed, but they don't make me feel like I want to be casting them from other positions that much. I don't know. I got mixed feelings about this. It's probably fine. I don't love it though. I want this to be some. I want this to feel like it makes more sense after I've read this spell list. Which I feel like would mean you'd have to adjust the spell list to be less cubey. Which I don't know if you want to do. But from a power balance perspective, it's fine. 9th level. Improved Cube. Each time you create your cube, you can grant it one of the following modifications. Resize, or magnetic, or hands. Do not fucking do this. Get rid of hands. What the fuck are you doing? How dare you? How dare you build us up to be these ultimate masters of cubes and then defy the cube within the fucking sub... What is... Delete! Delete! I can't! Get rid of that. Resize. Let's see. Action. If all of the things the cube gets are actions, write it as actions. Don't say modifications. Say you can grant it one of the following actions, or one of the following actions of your choice. One of the following actions is added to its options or whatever. Modificate, because this thing. I don't like this. I don't like being like action. Make a sentence. Sentences are better. The cube size becomes large, medium, or small. The cube can only grow in size if it is unoccupied. If there's unoccupied space for it to grow into, it can't displace creatures as it grows. This is going to be very strong. I think reasonably so, but still very strong. Okay, wait. I had a thought, but I'm taking it back. Magnetic. Creatures in a 30-foot cone originating from the cube that are wearing or holding metal items must make a strength saving throw. On a failure, they are pulled within 10 feet of the cube. A creature that is being forced to make this save. Wait. I got angry because I thought of something that you should have done that would have made this better. I'm going to finish reading it. A creature that is being forced to make this saving throw only because they are holding metal can release... Okay, that's all fine. What are we doing? Man, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Is that a cone? A cone is not a cube. A cube is an AoE. This literally could be a cube. 15-foot cube centered on the cube. What are we doing? Come on. Seriously, though, I think that both of these are fine. I actually do think this will just be more fun if it is a radius. I think it's just better if it's a radius. I don't think it's stronger, but I think it fits so much better. This is good. This is fun. I think this is sort of stronger than this if you're clever, which I like. And yeah, we're not even going to talk about the hands. Super Battle Cube. Each time you create your cube, you can grant it one of the following advanced modifications. Is this in addition to these? So it's like when you activate it, you can resize and invisible. You need to clarify that in the wording if you're picking from these options and these options, or you are adding these options to your options. Cube becomes invisible. Cube gains a flying speed of 10 feet. The cube locks in place. It can't fall. Any creature... That's fun. So it becomes an immovable thing. 5 plus your artificer spell save DC. This is kind of weak. Oh, I guess it's fine. I would make it your artificer spell attack bonus plus 10. Or make it so you can roll with your spell attack, but make it yours. If you wanted to make it sort of like a contested check in the way a saving throw would work, make it the spell attack bonus plus 10. Is the intention that it's supposed to be like much stronger than your normal spell save DC? That feels a little weird too. I don't like it if that's the intention. I like it, but I don't like that intention. What I would do if I were you is I would burn this. And I probably would... Here's the thing. I like what all of these do, but I do think that lock-in is probably the most interesting and best of these features in terms of, like, making in terms of like the lore around the might of the cube. So what I might do if I were you is just get rid of these two. Maybe make flying one of the options at 9. And make this a lot stronger. Make this almost basically a immovable rod type mechanic. That's what I would do. I wouldn't copy a movable rod exactly, because you don't want... It's weird to have a static DC that's not based on something based on your stats. That's not really how D&D mechanics are made. If you have any feature that requires a saving throw or something like that, or has to hit a DC that's built into your core class, and by that I mean your class or your subclass or your species, it's always... it's never a flat number, ever. It's always, like, tied to something. The only time it's a flat number is when you pick the turtle. I really like this, Baba. This is so fucking weird. This is so fucking weird, dude. I don't even know if it's strong. I'm gonna be honest. I gave best feedback as best as I could. It seems so reliant on you to be creative with its use, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But I really, it's hard to judge the power. But the concept is so fun and so weird. It's so weird. It is funny, but it's funny taken really seriously. You know? I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. If a player of mine wanted to try this subclass, I would be inclined to let them. Not even because I think it's the best designed one we've looked at or anything like that. Because I'm not going to... We're not playing that fucking game of playing favorites, okay? You're all my favorites. But I want to see how this cube works in combat. I want to see how good or bad it is. Like, I would want one of my players to try this as, like, so I could do, like, an experiment to see what it felt like. Because I can't tell if it's... I genuinely can't tell how strong it is. But it's interesting. Very funny. Very weird. All right, let's give Baba a round of applause. All right, chat. I am going to probably make this next spin the last spin. We started stream at 6. It is almost midnight. That is 6 hours of streaming. That is a lot. And none of you gifted any subs or donations. No, I'm kidding. I don't really care about that. I'm very lucky that most of my income comes from my YouTube shorts, so I don't need to worry about stream making money. So I don't actually care about that much. Yeah, it's a long stream, dude. One more, and it is RNG someone. We are ending. Ironic that there's RNG is in their name. And also when we're done stream, I will go into DnD Shorts' Discord, and I will skim people's homebrew. RNG someone? Wow, that's crazy. How do can I show this on stream? RNG someone was the first person to send something in. They were the very first person to submit anything. That's crazy. The Munitionist class is designed to facilitate ranged attacks by upgrading your ammunition. Your main source of damage is your ranged attacks, using buffed ammo that deals more damage or applies all sorts of nasty effects. Additionally, spells that use your ammo. Oh, I skimmed to this one. I'm gonna give you some feedback immediately. Okay, we're gonna look at this. This subclass needs a little help. So this is one of the ones that I read. So here it is. Now, let's talk. I'm gonna read it. We're gonna read it out loud, same way we did the other ones. But we're also maybe just gonna talk about it a little bit. This is a subclass where you get a lot of spells where where an element of the spell is that it uses ammunition. And then you get a bunch of enhanced ammunition features that you can use to enhance your attacks. Or enhance the spells that use ammunition. And that is where this fails. The complicatedness of making the things work both as enhanced munitions that do things for... We're skipping around. We're just going to skip around because this is really what you need the feedback on. Okay, so you make special ammunition. You can touch an object. How many can you make? Let's see. Proficiency bonus times per long rest, you can make 10 pieces of magical ammunition. Cube. Thank you for the 5. So that means you get 40 pieces of magical ammunition. Or 20 pieces of magical ammunition at level 3. So that's the number we're starting with. You have 20 uses of whatever feature these are. Okay? It's not a lot of ammo if they don't do a lot of stuff, but they do a lot of stuff. And then at 9th level, I think you can make more. Okay. Sharpness. When throwing this weapon or piece of ammunition is used to make when it's okay. +1 to attack and damage rolls. That's what this one does. When it requires a saving throw or is part of a spell component, it increases the DC by 1 and the damage by 4. That doesn't work. Increasing the DC by 1 is so much stronger than increasing an attack roll. Spell save DCs are much stronger than attack rolls. So immediately, my alarm bell goes off a little bit. The second thing is, what the fuck does 4 damage mean? Does it deal it to all creatures that make the saving throw? Does it do it to one creature within the area? Where is this happening? Conjure Volley, okay? Hits all creatures in like a 30-foot cone. Is this extra 4 damage to all of those creatures? Too much. Too much, mon frere.
I'm cubing it so good.
You are cubing it so good. Oh my god, are you guys just giving me money and saying cube? That's so funny.
Cube.
Okay, yep, cube it is. Cube it is. Thank you again. Ocean Winds, thank you for the 5. Benson, thank you for the 5. You guys are sweeties. You guys are sweeties. So like that's pretty fucking jank. And it's not going to be jank if you don't worry about the ammo working with spells. If you just want to infuse ammo and make magic ammo do cool shit, I think that will work really well. If you wanted to also do cool shit with the spells, you are adding so much power balancing that you need to account for, and so many weird little nuances. It's genuinely just not worth it, I think. It's genuinely just not worth it. Okay. The magical ammunition could deal extra fire damage. Literally the same thing before. How many creatures are affected by this 2d4 fire damage? All of them? Poison. Creature gets poisoned for 1 minute. Can they remake the save at the end of their turn? The creature needs to be able to remake the save at the end of its turn. Okay, it is. Okay, good. And then impact. Pushes the creature back or knocks them prone. Also, like, making a spell now have all creatures in the area be pushed back and knocked 5 feet or knocked prone. That makes that spell so much stronger. So, like, your power balance is just fucked. So I think that, unfortunately, that is probably the most nuanced part of this at 3rd level, but it also, in my opinion, it's fallen apart. The other thing I want to point out is that 2 of these do the same thing. Sharpness makes you hit and do more damage. Fire makes you hit and do more damage. Too similar. You don't need more than 1 piece of ammunition that makes damage numbers go up. You don't. What you want to do, you know what makes Hawkeye cool in the comics? What makes Hawkeye cool isn't that he has 6 different ways to deal damage. He has 6 completely different arrows that do completely different things. So if I were you, I would push you to make this less like a thing that enhances basic attacks and enhances spells with sort of like basic stuff, like basically just numbers go up, which isn't super interesting, and make them do more stuff. I think the impact is probably the best one because it's knocking creature back 10 feet is fucking cool. And that's fun. But I would make all of them do stuff like that where like they're impact in it a little bit. They're doing sort of different types of stuff. You probably should not be able to use more than 1 magical piece of ammunition on a turn also. Alright, let's see what we get at 9th level. Starting at 9th level, you learn to use ranged projectiles to effectively deliver explosives to the enemy. Whenever you are a willing creature within 5 feet... Within 5 feet of what? Makes a ranged attack with one of your... And I'm not asking you because I want you to answer. I'm asking you because you need to clarify. If you want this to make sense. Whenever you are a willing creature within 5 feet of maybe you, make a ranged spell attack with one of your enhanced munitions. You can use a bonus action to modify it with... This is sentences. This is taking too long to read. To modify that enhanced munition by strapping explosives to it. This is flavor text. Do not put flavor text in the middle. Just tell us what it does. All creatures in a 20-foot radius have to make a dex save or take 3d8 fire damage. Oh my god, that's not that complicated. We don't need this paragraph. Okay, let me read that again and see if there's anything that I missed. I'm going to read it quietly to myself. Okay, this is so... Okay, when you hit a creature... This is how I would write this. When you or an ally hits a creature with enhanced munition, it has to be your reaction if it's something other creatures can do, because your reaction only... You can only use reactions on other creatures' turns. So I would say you can... when you or another creature hits a target with one of your enhanced munitions, you can use your reaction to make that munition explode. All creatures within 20 feet of the target have to make a dex save against your spell save DC or take 3d8 fire damage. That cannot be on all the time. How many times can we do this? Intelligence modifier times per long rest? That's pretty reasonable. It's a little... If I were you, I would make this probably the capstone. And I would make the 9th level some sort of improvement or more options for special ammunition. This feels cool, but it's sort of like we're the magical ammunition makers. We've been making the same fucking magical ammunition for 10 levels. You know? Let's see. 15th level, we get perfected munitions. At 15th level, the performance of munitions you work with has reached their pinnacle. That is a weird sentence. That is a confusing sentence. How about just your work with munitions has reached its pinnacle? You have mastered crafting munitions. The performance of munitions. You're doing a dance that we don't need to do. Bonus to attack and damage rolls increases to +3. And plus 16 is insanely too high. +3 and +3 is insanely too high. So here's the problem. It doesn't matter that you're 15th level. You can't make it so that whenever you use the magic ammunition, it counts as somebody having a legendary weapon that can stack on top of an already legendary weapon. +3 is legendary weapon status. +3 here is +3 to spell save DCs is more like is dancing with artifact power level. +16 to anything is insane. So stop doing numbers go up. Give us more interesting options. Same feedback here. How long does the... Dealing persistent poison damage while the creature remains poisoned is actually fine. Knocking creatures back 20 feet is fine. What? Why is it doing anything else? It doesn't... Don't make it do more than that. You're overcomplicating this, my guy. Can knock creatures prone in addition to pushing them away. Honestly, maybe that's all it needs. It doesn't necessarily need anything more. I would drop everything here, and I would make it where they can... It pushes them back an additional 5 feet and knocks them prone, or just knocks them prone. And we learn we learn more enhanced munitions. You got to be careful with these. If any of these are dramatically stronger than any of these, it makes these ones basically useless features. Don't make it crit on a 19 or 20 and do extra crit damage. I so strongly disagree with that. Yeah, this is just power creep. You're just doing power creep. And when you do power creep within your own subclass, in this... So, what is power creep? Power creep is... Let's say you're playing a video game, okay? That is popular. And Magic the Gathering, the card game, okay? Every time a new edition of Magic comes out, new cards come out that are more powerful than the cards in old editions. And what it does is it makes it so you have to use those new cards or you're not powerful. And it makes... That's why, that's why they do it. So you keep buying new cards. If you didn't have to buy new cards, if you could just get all the cards for free, you would only use the really good cards. So you've created this situation where we have 1, 2, 3, 4 enhanced munition features. we're not going to use them 99% of the time because you have power creeped them out of viability. Let me look at Inspelled. Choose a cantrip that requires a ranged attack roll, and this thrown weapon or piece of ammunition hits, or a creature fails to save from a spell. Does it just do the cantrip? This is a really, got it. Get rid of both of these. They're not making this any better. They're not helping you. This one is weird. What a weird, it's like weird, not a way that's interesting. It's weird, like, instead of just saying, when you hit a creature with this piece of ammunition, you can cast a cantrip on them or whatever. It's like, you have to do this weird dance around to be like, they suffer the effects of the cantrip. That doesn't read well. It doesn't feel good. I would just get rid of that. I would drop both of these. I think you got some interesting ideas here. I think that you are underestimating the power of all of these spell effects here dramatically, and I think you are making this much more complicated than it needs to be in order to get those spell effects in there. I just think you just cut all that, and then you probably have a little bit of space to add more stuff, and that's what I would do if I were you. Drop these. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, RNG someone. Ooh, I feel like I could do one more. We did that one kind of fast. Let's give RNG someone a round of applause. I mean, it's not that I don't agree. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that if you just changed the language from enhancing, like you're just a lot of artificers are about imbuing magic into objects. So I think that's I think it fits the artificer vibe. I don't disagree with that. I just think that the current implementation is not doing all the things it should do. Okay, this is the last one. This is the last one. This is the last one. Bug it. If it's another biomancer, I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out in a video game. Bug it. It's Heckle. What you got for us? A defensive artificer that protects its allies. I'll do more streams, guys. We do this regularly, so there's always more chances. Although this is the only one I'm doing before the the deadline of the contest. The shield holder. No flavor text. Put flavor text. Put flavor text. Here's the thing. If you don't put flavor text, you create a situation where you are really just hoping the players understand what your intention is with no guidelines. Okay, what's up, Tradosio? How's it going, buddy? This stream is entirely artificer subclasses, dude. We're just doing fucking artificer subclasses. Dude, Tradosio, you should participate in the contest. You should 100% participate in it. I bet you got something weird you could put in there. I don't feel like you need to rush make an artificer, but I know you would do well, buddy. All right, what do we get at 3rd level? Masonry tools. Also some spells. Shield of Faith, Sanctuary. We don't get the shield spell. Isn't that funny? Warding Bond, Lesser Restoration, Counterspell, Wind Wall, Death Ward, Mordekainen's Private Sanctum, Wall of Stone, Dispel Magic. Okay, so it's basically like, we're helping others. Get out of here, you. We get 2 more 3rd level features. Why? Beginning at 3rd level, you have advantage on saving throws that make you avoid or end. Why? Okay, unyielding. I'm going to be honest. Get rid of it. Cut this shit out. We don't need Fey Ancestry. This is just reworded Fey Ancestry. We don't need Fey Ancestry. You want to make this guy unyielding? Maybe give them something that can't move them against their will. Maybe they have advantage on checks and saves maybe they have advantage on contested checks against being shoved or being knocked back or something. But this is Fey Ancestry. You're hiding Fey Ancestry under the word unyielding. Don't do it. Shield of the Century. Beginning at 3rd level, you can manifest a magical shield for both you and your allies. Using Mason's tools, as an action, you can manifest a shield onto your free hand. The shield is arcane. The shield is arcane focus. Is it an arcane focus? You can use the shield as an arcane focus, and also a simple weapon for you, granting you +2 bonus to your AC. What? Okay, fix your sentence, dude. It's a shield. We don't need to talk about the AC. It's a shield. It's doing shield shit. As an action, you can manifest a unique spectral shield onto your arm. It has the following special benefits. 1, bullet point. It counts as an arcane focus. Bullet point 2. It counts as a simple melee weapon that deals 1d6 force damage. You see what I mean? Reorganize. It'll be so much easier to read. It's so much better. Plus the modifier used for the attack roll. That is not a way anyone ever writes in D&D. Strength. Just say strength, man. Unless it's a finesse weapon, it's strength. When you reach certain levels in this class, both damage and the AC increases. I don't think that's good. Damage increasing is fine. AC shouldn't increase like that. AC is bounded accuracy, friends. You can't have the numbers keep going up too much. A +2 to your AC is just as good at level 3 as it is at level 20. You don't need that +2 to become a +4. That's how you make it go from balanced to unbalanced. You could make it intelligence. I would make it intelligence. Oh, it is intelligence. Oh, it says that. Did I misread it? Wait. I'm sorry. I misread it. I got fucking confused. Okay. Word this the way that the battlesmith works. When you attacks with this weapon, you can use your intelligence in place of strength and dexterity for attack and damage rolls. That is the way you write that sentence. I misunderstood what the fuck you were saying because of the way it was written, but I will take the blame for that. Whatever I just said, that's the way it needs to be written. When you see one creature other than you within 30 feet of you is hit, when a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you other than you is the way you write that, is hit with an attack. Not an attack roll, an attack. You can use your reaction to manifest a projection of your shield floating around your ally, granting them a bonus to the AC equal to the shield's bonus to the start of your next turn. If you are going to be doing this kind of thing, don't give us Shield of Faith. That's just what Shield of Faith does. So I think what you could... It's also kind of warding bond. Not warding bond. The light clerics thing. What I would probably do if I were you is I would just make this... That they just... Whenever you see a creature... Whenever somebody makes an attack roll against a creature, but before, like, you know whether it hit or not, you can use your reaction to give them a +2 bonus to their AC against that specific instance of attack. But it shouldn't just be the shield spell. Shouldn't just be the shield spell. Or if it is going to be just the shield spell, I don't think we need to be doing things like Shield of Faith. Like, the problem here is you are now creating a situation where it is very reasonable for you to casually be giving your allies +4 to their AC. Which means that your game no longer works. Because you are now level 3, and you can just casually have... People can just casually have +4 to their AC. Very easily. On top of whatever other stuff they're doing. It's just way too much AC. You can't be stacking AC like that. Creatures you choose can use the shield for attack and benefit from it. The bonus of AC it gives, but can't use the abilities of it. What? Why would they use it to attack? What? 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 I'm so confused. Okay. Cut all of this. Don't let other creatures use the shield as a weapon. I don't care if that's what's really... Actually, I do care. If that's what's exciting for you, then figure out how to make that work. It's not working right now. You are the one that uses the shield. You don't need to deal with anyone else attacking with it. Why would they? No one else is going to be good with it. Doesn't matter. You attack with the shield. As a reaction, you can give it to someone else for an instant, but then it comes back to you. It's not like it's now on them forever. That's nuts. Don't do that. If that is the intention, if you have designed this item specifically where I want to make a magic shield that I can send to other creatures, then you need to rewrite the way this is. You need to reorganize the way this is written, because that is not what this feels like. And again, you don't need to do that because that spell exists on your spell list. It's called Shield of Faith. We don't want to build a core subclass feature around something that we can just do exactly with a spell, you know? Because then anyone else with that spell just is as good as you. Okay, you're not special anymore. You can get extra attack. I think that's fine. We get something else at 5th level. Also at 5th level, your shield gains the thrown property with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. While the shield is in 30 feet away, you can return it to your hand. Just say it gets the thrown property and it returns to your hand. I don't think you need the May nonsense here. Gains the thrown property, range of 20 feet, long range 60 feet, and after it hits or misses, it returns to your hand. Done. Wall of Sentry. At 9th level, while holding your shield as a bonus action, you can create a 15-foot area centered around you, granting creatures of your choice a benefit of half cover. Okay. Once in a round, a creature that is in the area. You're missing a lot of words here, buddy. You're going to need to redraft some of this. Once in a round, a creature that is in the area... What? I'm sorry. Once in a round, a creature that in the area is hit with an attack roll. Fuck me with a skewer. That is a weird way of writing that sentence. You better fix that up. You can instead use your reaction to swap places with the creature. Holy shit. Okay. Just delete this whole thing. This is really strong. If you want to keep this feature, here's the way that you do that. When a creature within the area is hit with an attack, you can use your reaction to swap places with them, becoming the target of the attack. That's all you need. When you use this feature, you or any other creature holding the shield only benefits from half your shield's AC bonus. Stop making things more complicated. I don't know what this means. And I'm really trying. I don't understand why we're getting this. You know what I mean? Also, there being no limit to it is a good point. Yeah, that's this. Even the first part's got to be pretty limited. Don't make us do math and stuff in the middle. Just get rid of this. Oh, the area lasts for 1 minute. This should be like a once-a-day feature. 15th level. You gain resistance to all slashing and piercing damage. Boring, but I accept it. But boring. Unquestionably boring. Area of the Wall of Sentry increases to 30 feet and also grants the benefits of 3/4 cover. 3/4 cover is too much. 3/4 cover is too much. That's +5 to your AC. So let's just play a game here. We're going to do a little bit of things. How many features here add to a creature's AC? 1. Let's rephrase that. How many features add to creatures' defenses? In that they make it harder for the creature to hit or easier for the creature to survive being hit. 1. 2. 3. Literally everything. Literally everything we get in this subclass gives creatures more AC or makes them harder to hit. And these features can stack on top of each other. You need to diversify what these things are doing. It's the idea of like a sentinel, sentry, warden type artificer, I think is great. But you gotta make this do more than one thing. And if too many of them are doing the same thing, it's gonna stack into a way that it becomes broken. But also, just from like a flavor perspective, you don't want your whole subclass to be so one note. Like, lean into some other features a little bit. Like, the throwing the shield around is cool. Maybe lean into that a little bit more. But, like, everything we're doing is just more AC. More armor, more AC. And D&D games are broader than that. Even the most single-noted D&D subclasses have a slight variation to the types of things they can do. They have a touch of variety. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, what Ocean Winds is saying is kind of, I think, the bigger deal here. The reaction heavy is, I don't know if I noticed that. It might be. But the bigger thing is what they said. It feels like all I can do is just shield. And that's kind of it. It's like, yeah, that is kind of it. And it should be a little bit more than that. We should feel like an artificer that is creating cool shieldy things that maybe have other effects. Like, what if our shield gets a special thing that it becomes, like, more unique? Like instead of it just adding to AC, we can, like, repulse people back with it. Or it can absorb damage types to give resistances. Or it can, like, every time it gets hit, it gets charged up. And then when it gets hit enough, it can, like, blast a big energy beam or something, you know? Like, we just want a little bit more than just you get AC. We said the same thing at the same time, I know. Whenever you're making a subclass that is very focused, you got to be careful with how one note it becomes. I think the subclass that I made for this might be a little too one note. Anyway, Heckle, thank you for sharing. I think it definitely needs a little bit of tightening up. And if you get rid of some of the sort of redundant extra shields on shield stuff, you have a lot of room to add new things, right? Like, you have a lot of space to build it up, which is good. We like building up. All right, let's give Heckle a round of applause. Okay, so here is... Let's give Heckle a round of applause, please. Button. Hello? There we go. Thank you for sharing, Heckle. Seven Brit says, took feedback to heart and redesigned my idea. Don't ever feel like you need to do everything I say, please. Ignore at least some of my feedback. And also, don't lose your old draft. Like, don't... I mean, maybe you already did. But if I were you, instead of redrafting it, make a copy of the document and then redraft it. So you can always reference your older drafts to, like... Because maybe there's something in your older drafts that ends up being really useful in a later draft. You know what I mean? Boom. Thank you, Heckle. Okay, so here's where my head is at. I want to do one more. I want to keep going. But even with Heckles, I felt my patience wearing thin. And I'm concerned that I will have very little patience if I do one more. That's what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned that I won't give it the time of day it deserves. That's where my head is at. That's what my concern is. So I think what we're going to do... Aragon, what if I... what did you send me? Is your name Aragon in the document? Nope. I can't find... What did you... A masochist? AMA. What? Oh, I did look at the Pact Smith. What was your name in the document? Because I can't just look up Pact Smith. Was it the Bale Pact Artificer? We got more than one Pact Smith, by the way. Amaranth? Was it the Bale Pact? Just Pact Smith? Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it, dude. If your name, if you don't know what name you submitted, if you don't know what name you submitted, I'm not gonna be able to look at it. But I looked at the Bale Pact one. I don't care if you have the link. I need the link here. I don't want you to be DMing me weird links. I can't survive as a man that takes weird links from people. I don't know what it's gonna be. If I take your link, I'm gonna have to take all of them. If I can find it in 18 seconds, I will look at it. Okay? Is that reasonable? Or if you can guess what name you put. If you can figure out what name you put, I'll look at it. That's the real thing. Doesn't matter what it's called. I can't look it up by the item's name. I can look it up by the name you sent me to put on the list. That's all I can do. I'm going to count to 18. If you give me a name, I'll look it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. SDN Duke. All right. Only because you were so fucking crazy in chat, I will give it a gander. But I'm also going to tell you, if it's convoluted or long, instead of me breaking down why it's convoluted and long, I'm just going to tell you that it's convoluted and long, and you're going to have to trust me because it's late and I'm tired. It's convoluted and long, but I'm going to keep reading it. I'm going to look at it a little bit, but I can tell you right now it's got too much in it. How many words is this? I bet it's close to 1,200. Okay, I'm going to stop before I start. Do you want me to actually look at this, knowing that right now my patience is deeply thin, and I am only mostly in critical mode? I will be very impolite. My courtesy is mostly worn out for the night. I will certainly use the word jank and jabroni at least twice. If you do not want that, do not. I will stop. I will stop. But if you are comfortable with that, I will look at it. But it's going to be a lot of yelling. Let me know if you like that. If you're cool with that, I'm happy to take a look at it. But I'm not going to go ahead. Okay, chat, you saw it. All right. The Packsmith exchanges short-term spellcasting potential. Read spell slots. God, why is that there? Cut that out. For channeling unique abilities, weapons, and even short-term summoning, blah, blah, blah. This sentence is too long and is saying too many things. Tighten it up. Evolving the drudgery of interplanar contract law with the wonder of magic and science. Evolving is not the right word here. And it makes the whole sentence kind of not work. Also, is this the whole sentence? Holy shit, that's a long sentence. Make it shorter. And let's take a look at it. We're going to dive in. Contract stationary. Starting at 3rd level, you become proficient with calligrapher's tools. Okie doke, what else do you get? You gain the ability to summon a quill and inkwell, magically writing a single page worth of non-magical script in 6 seconds. This writing still appears as if you have written it. If you use this ability to write a forgery scroll or spell book, the time required is reduced by half, and the DC involved in the check is reduced by 2. This does not decrease any gold costs. This feels weird. This just feels weird. I see what you're going for here. Is it like you're better at forging? But I think that this, what is the DC? You don't know. The Dungeon Master doesn't know. How do we know there even is a DC? You know what I mean? Like what? Just give advantage on forgery checks. Yeah, overly complicated. Kind of probably unnecessary. Let's see what spells we get. Arms of Hadar, Unseen Servant, Flaming Sphere, Misty Step, Call Lightning, Spirit Guardians, Banishment, Dimension Door, Conjure Elements, Summon Celestial. This spell list does not feel super... It is both too strong and not focused enough. Spell list is both a little all over the place and way too strong. Every spell on this list is not just a banger. Like, unquestionably a banger. No bueno. Tone that shit down, and these things should make it feel like part of the subclass. I have no fucking idea what this subclass is supposed to feel like when I look at these spells. It doesn't matter if they're all conjuration spells. You can't pick the best conjuration spells and say that's okay. It just don't work that way. I mean, you can. It's also going to lead to you losing the contest, though. Let's see what else we get at 3rd level. Whoa, we're getting a lot at 3rd level. So at 3rd level, we get 1, 2, 3 features. That is probably too many, regardless of what they do. Very rarely do artificers get more than 2 things at 3rd level. Sometimes they only get 1. All right, let's see what we get. Extraplanar obligations. Your contracts with extraplanar creatures and your magical and technological prowess grant you unique knowledge. Your spell effects are reinforced by your arcane formula. This sentence literally means fucking nothing. This is your flavor text. We don't want to read more flavor text. We want to read how the mechanic works. When subjected to spells or effects that would negate or cancel your active spells. What the fuck is that sentence? What the fuck are you trying to say? Such as dispel... Holy shit. Are you trying to say that when a caster attempts to attempts to negate one of your spells, they have to make a roll to succeed in doing that. If that's what you want this to do, fucking write that. Holy shit. What are we doing here? Christ almighty. What? You're writing your sentences like you're trying to take me backwards through a labyrinth. What do we do? The path to the mechanic should never be more complicated than the mechanic. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Okay, so what the fuck does this actually do? When somebody attempts to end your magic by casting Dispel Magic or Anti-Magic Field or something, they have to make a roll to cancel it. What kind of roll? We don't fucking know. An Arcana check, maybe? That would make sense. Would be great if it was written here. If the DC is not specified in the spell, why would the DC be specified in the spell? What spell has a DC specified for ending it? I guess Counterspell and Dispel Magic is based on levels, but it's still not a like maybe that's what you're referencing? Is that what you're referencing, I think? Aragon, why did you shoot yourself in the foot so fucking dramatically? I feel like you were like, okay, cool. I'm going to make a subclass. This is what you did. This is what you did with this feature. This is what you did with this feature. You were like, I'm going to learn how to fly. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bury myself in the sand 10 feet, so I have to dig out before I can get above ground. Why would you make the first feature we get something so fucking convoluted as this? This is not a good intro into the subclass. This is off-putting. A, this doesn't have anything to do with the flavor of this thing, literally at all. That's the first thing. B, you know that Dispel Magic is fucking finicky and weird. You know that. You know that because you tried to explain this feature in such a way that you could make it work with Dispel Magic. As you were slowly but surely crashing your car over and over again into a tree, at a certain point, you should have taken a moment and said to yourself, maybe my car doth not belong against this tree. This is gobbledygook, my guy. This is gobbledygook. This is the gobbledygook feature. Get rid of it. When you gain access to a new spell slot, you can choose to replace one of your prepared artificer spells with a conjuration spell of the same level from any list. Don't do this. You literally just said all of these are conjuration spells. We just learned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 conjuration spells. We don't need a subclass feature that gives us another conjuration spell. Get rid of this too. I would cut this whole feature, honestly. I just cut it. If you like the idea that you get some sort of magic warding stuff, you got to figure out a different way to reinterpret it. I don't think this is doing any. I don't think this is helping your piece at all. And this just feels redundant after the spell list. Third level, open contract. By third level, you have learned to. By the way, for chat, is anyone watching? I did a whole speech. Aragon gave very clear permission that I can be loud and boisterous and mean because I'm out of patience energy. So the only way I can keep reviewing Homebrew is if I don't have to put on airs and I can just say when I think something's fucked. And I can say it like that. But nobody tell me I'm being mean right now. Am I doing this tomorrow? I wasn't planning on it, but I could, maybe. What day is tomorrow? Friday? I don't think so. Probably not. Probably not. Maybe. Here's what I'll say. Here's the thing. If I don't want to take up too much space in D&D Shorts' Discord, so I don't want to be like, I'm doing another stream today. I feel like it feels weird to like be that self-promoty. But if I wake up tomorrow and I feel like I'm in my heart able to do another stream, I will. But I can't promise it. So keep an eye on my channel to see if something pops up for there being another stream or in my Discord. Okay. By the way, Aragon, I'm almost certainly not going to read this whole thing based on a couple things I just saw in this paragraph. By third level, you have learned to make temporary contracts with a bunch of different types of creatures. As a bonus action, you can invoke a contract by expending a prepared contract scroll and expending a spell slot. So you have to use a spell slot to use this feature. I don't like that. The contract scroll burns away and disintegrates when you establish a contract. You channel your contracts through your infused items. We don't... What are we talking about? What are these even... Stop... What does it mean that you channel them through your infused items? That literally means nothing. That gives us no mechanical clarity into what the fuck that means. You invoke contracts with other planar creatures whose CR is equal to or lower than the level of the expended spell. Why? Why are we throwing CR in here? Don't do that. Active contracts appear as glowing arcane formulas floating around items. You can invoke a total number of contracts at the same time equal to your proficiency bonus. This is tedious at best. Genuinely at best. So why don't you want to base any features off of the CR of creatures? Because you aren't in control of the CR of creatures. The Dungeon Master is. It's completely out of your agency. You don't know if it's overpowered, underpowered, doesn't matter. Some summoning spells determine what you can summon based on your CR. Stop trying to fucking answer every question that you have in your brain of every weird Okay, here's what's happening, Aragon. I didn't mean to answer every question I asked you. I realized it just sounded like that. That's not what I meant. You can't be like this. This is not the way to do it. You can't be like, I have a cool idea for Homebrew, and then you think of every extant additional thing, and then you're like, oh shit, I need something for that. I need something for that. I need something for that, because then you end up with something that has just way too much going on. And that's what's starting to happen here. For example, if, and I'm going to say this nicely, does it matter what type of creature we summon that we get power from? It fucking should. If it doesn't, you're wasting, you're missing out on some glorious flavor. Seems like it only has to do with the CR, but I don't even know why the CR matters. Okay, you channel your contracts through your infused items. Still don't know what that means. You invoke an expended, you invoke a, with a, okay, so we don't know what it, okay. So we get something that we don't know what it is from a creature whose CR is equal to a level of an expended spell slot. And we can use this feature that we don't know what it does. We can use this feature that we don't know what it does that gets its power level from an expended spell slot of a creature's CR, proficiency bonus times. Per what? You don't even say. Equal to your proficiency bonus. Per what? Per day? Per short rest? When do we get them back? It's a little headachy. It's a little headachy. You invoke a total number of... Okay. You can prepare a number of contract scrolls equal to half your proficiency bonus. What? Are you still making us have numbers before we know what they do? Aragon, this doesn't work. I don't care. I'm going to read what these things do, but how dare you? Truly, how dare you start a new paragraph telling us more stipulations before we understand what the fuck this thing does? So, by the time I've gotten to this part of the paragraph, anyone that's reading this has forgotten 80% of what's written up here and is just now confused and is probably going to be like, maybe my Dungeon Master will know how this works. That's not good. Bros, yeah, it feels like reading terms and conditions. Oh my god. And then we have another thing. Okay, what? So why can we invoke a total number? Okay, so... Don't answer me, but you need to ask yourself this hard question. Why are we invoking a total number of contracts equal to our proficiency bonus here, but then we can also only prepare an amount equal to half our proficiency bonus, but then also we can carry a total amount equal to, like, do you see what I mean? Do you see how this is, like, not fun? This is, like, genuinely confusing to the point that it is unusable in its current state? That's how it feels. We still don't know what the contracts do, by the way, chat. So help me God. If these things don't do awesome extraplanar things, I don't know what. These things better not be like, you get advantage on stealth. Like, let's see what happens. Because do you know what these things are? Do you know what these things actually are? Just infusions. They're just fucking infusions. They're just alternative infusions. You can only have one contract invoked for each infused item at a time. Of course, more stipulations. Always needed. Okay, so invoking a contract allows you to access a sense or special sense or trait or condition immunity from the contracted creature. Oh, is this what these things do? You don't give us features. You take them from monsters. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. Do any of these give you movement? Okay, so how many times a day can you use this feature? How many times a day can you invoke a contract? Can you do it 3 times a day? And how long do they last? Just answer in chat because I really don't understand from reading this. Proficiency bonus per long rest. How long do the features last? Pain. Okay. Depends on the type of contract. Okay, so let's say I get a contract from a CR1 creature and I take its dark vision. How long does it last? Oh, I see. 1 hour per level expended. So you get 1 hour. Okay. Armor class, defensive traits, damage resistance. Okay. So proficiency. Okay, so here's where we come into trouble. Creatures are not balanced where low-level creatures have bad powers and high-level creatures have strong powers. That's not how they're written. So, for example, let's just do it like this. Let me see what we get here. So, let's just do the shoes as an example. And now I'm only going to do an example of the shoes at the moment. But if you want, I could probably go through every single one of these and give you multiple explanations of why it doesn't work. But I'm hoping that me showing you why this is an issue just with movement speed is applied to all monsters. It is very hard for you to account what all monsters can do. So, CR1 monsters aren't that tough, right? Right? CR1 monsters don't do anything that crazy. They're not that nutty. Well, what about the Quickling? Well, the Quickling, if I use your feature here, proficiency bonus times per day, for an hour, I can make a creature's movement speed 120 feet. I can make the creature for an hour permanently have blurred movement, permanently the blur spell. I can just give them the blur spell, but now it doesn't require any extra work and no saving throw, because here's just a trait I could give them. You know, that's a defensive trait. Yeah, man, monsters are not balanced the same way that player characters are. Characters get stronger over time. Monsters are really strong in some ways, really weak in other ways, in a million different directions. In order for this to be balanced, you would need to go through every single monster and make sure that everything works with it. So I think that we're probably going to stop this review here because the core feature is kind of busted. So what I would say, if you want this thing to work, here's what I would do if I were you. Literally copy paste all of this and delete it. Copy paste 80% of it and delete it so far. Lean into this sentence right here. Look at this. Look at this beautiful little sentence you wrote. You didn't give it any love. And you didn't give it any love here either. In fact, you don't give it any love anywhere else in the whole fucking document. And it's one of the best sentences. It's a shame. You learn to make temporary pacts with aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, and fiends. How about this? How about instead of picking some fucking... You can pick anything from any monster that has ever existed in any official book and make it so if you do a pact with an aberration, it does one thing. You do a pact with a celestial, it does another. An elemental, another. So you could come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unique features. 5 unique special little bonuses that could each tie into the vibe of that species, that creature type. That could be a way to balance this kind of idea. But you can't be just pulling stuff from monster CRs. You just can't. Because CR is broken. CR doesn't matter. The Quickling is my go-to to show people how CR is not something that you should use to balance almost anything. But we could look at others too if we needed to. We don't need to though. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be honest, I don't think any of the rest of the feedback is going to be I don't think there's anything else to say because it seems like everything else builds off of that idea. So, I think your core idea is a little flawed. But the vibe of it's not. Okay. Was that good? Can we be done now? I don't want to yell at people anymore. Wait, before we yell, let's give Aragon a round of applause. Let's give Aragon a round of applause because I really just went hardcore. I was just kind of mean. Actually, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I was mean. I thought I was as harsh as I am in my brain every time I read any homebrew I ever read, ever. But I did not do the normal things I do to try to make it a more reasonable experience. Only because they were okay with it. But, nonetheless, can we please give them a round of applause? Because as scary as it is to get feedback, it's even scarier to be like, it's okay for you to yell at me. That was the last, unfortunately, that was the last one we are going to look at tonight. But as I said earlier, I might be doing this again tomorrow. And if I do it again tomorrow, I don't know if I will post in DnD Shorts' stream about it. Or I don't know if I'll post in DnD Shorts' Discord, but I will certainly post in my Discord about it, as well as I'll make an announcement on my Instagram, as well as on my YouTube. So you should be able to find it. But guys, I think we all deserve a big round of applause because you guys are all amazing. This was really lovely. What such crazy ideas people sent in. Some really fun things. I appreciate all of you so much being here. And we are gonna wait, calm down. And we are gonna wrap up. If you've never been here for the end of stream, here's how it ends. Ready? I love you. I'll see you later. You ready? Here's how it ends. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let's see if it works. Let's see.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be